looked out into the places he had been, the darkened systems that were lost to him, and he reached out through the gates with fire. The fallen stars, mere matter now, empty and dead, bloated, filled their systems in a rage of radiation and heat, sheared the electrons from every atom, and detonated. Their final deaths echoed, and Holden felt a sense of mourning and of peace. The cancer had struck and been burned away. The loss of the minds that had been would never be redeemed. Mortality had returned from exile, but it had been cleansed with fire.
100 stars failed. What had been a song became a shriek. Holden felt his body shifting against itself, furious as a swarm of bees trapped and dying. In despair, the 100 suns were burned away, the station hurling destruction through the gates as fast as the darkness appeared, but the growing shadow could not be stopped. All through his flesh, stars were going out, voices were falling into silence. Death rode the vacuum, faster than light and implacable. He felt the decision like a seed crystal, giving form to the chaos around it, solid, hard, resolute. Desperation, mourning, and a million farewells, one to the other. The word quarantine came to him, and with the logic of dreams, it carried an unsupportable weight of horror. But within it, like the last voice in Pandora's box, the promise of reunion. One day, when the solution was found, everything that had been lost would be regained. The gates reopened, the vast mind restored. The moment of dissolution came, sudden and expected, and Holden blew apart. He was in darkness, empty and tiny and lost, waiting for the promise to be fulfilled, waiting for the silent chorus to whisper again that Armageddon had been stopped, that all was not lost. And the silence reigned. Miller thought at him. That was weird. Like being pulled backward through an infinitely long tunnel of light, Holden was returned to his body. For one vertiginous moment, he felt too small, like the tiny wrapping of skin and meat would explode trying to contain him. Then he just felt tired, and sat down on the floor with a thump. "Okay," Miller said, rubbing his cheek with an open palm. "I guess that's a start. Sort of explains everything. Sort of nothing. Pain in me ass." Holden flopped onto his back. He felt like someone had run him through a shredder and then badly welded him back together. Trying to remember what it felt like to be the size of a galaxy gave him a splitting headache, so he stopped. "Tell me everything it explains," he said, when he could remember how to speak. Being forced to move moist flaps of meat in order to form the words felt sensual and obscene. They quarantined the systems, shut down the network to stop whatever was capping the locals. So behind each of those gates is a solar system full of whatever made the protomolecule? Miller laughed. Something in the sound of it sent a shiver down Holden's spine. That seems pretty fucking unlikely. Why? This station has been waiting for the all-clear signal to open the network back up for about 2 billion years. If they'd found a solve, they wouldn't still be waiting. Whatever it was, I think it got them all. "All of them but you," Holden said. "Nah, kid, I'm one of them, like the Rocinante is one of you. The Rocin's smart for a machine. It knows a lot about you. It could probably gin up a rough simulation of you if someone told it to. Those things, the ones you felt like, compared to them, I'm a fancy kind of hand terminal." "And the nothing it explains?" Holden said. "Well, if we're gonna be fair, it's not really nothing," Miller said, crossing his arms. "We know it ate a galaxy-spanning hive consciousness like it was popcorn, so that's something. And we know it survived a sterilization that was a couple hundred solar systems wide." Holden had a powerfully vivid memory of watching the station hurl fire through the ring gates, of the stars on the other side blowing up like balloons, of the gates themselves abandoned to the fire and disappearing. Even just the echo of it nearly blinded him with remembered pain. Seriously, did they blow up those stars to stop it? Holden's image of Miller patted the column at the center of the room, though he knew now that Miller wasn't really touching it. Something was pressing the right buttons on his synaptic keyboard to make him think Miller was. Yup, autoclaved the whole joint.
fed a bunch of extra energy in and popped them like balloons. They can't still do that though, right? I mean, if the things that ran this are all gone, no one to pull that trigger, it won't do that to us. Miller's grim smile chilled Holden's blood. I keep telling you, this station is in war mode, kid. It's playing for keeps. Is there a way we can make it feel better about things? Sure. Now I'm in here, I can take off the lockdown, Miller said. But you're going to... Miller vanished. To what? Holden shouted. I'm going to what? From behind came an electronically amplified voice. James Holden, by authority of the Martian Congressional Republic, you are placed under arrest. Get down on your knees and place your hands on your head. Any attempt to resist will be met with lethal response. Holden did as he was told, but turned his head to look behind. 7 Marines in recon armor had come into the room. They weren't bothering to point their guns at him, but Holden knew they could catch him and tear him to pieces just using the strength of their suits. Guys, seriously, you couldn't have given me 5 more minutes? Chapter 26. Bull Voices. Light. A sense of wrongness deep in places he couldn't identify. Bull tried to grit his teeth and found his jaw already clenched hard enough to ache. Someone cried out, but he didn't know where from. The light caught his attention. Simple white LED with a sanded backsplash to diffuse it. An emergency light, the kind that came on when power was down. It hurt to look at, but he did, using it to focus. If he could make that make sense, everything else would come. A chiming alarm kept tugging at his attention, coming from outside, in the corridor. Bull's mind tried to slide that way, going into the corridor, out into the wide, formless chaos, and he pulled it back to the light. It was like trying to wake up, except he was already awake. Slowly, he recognized the alarm as something he'd hear in the medical bay. He was in the medical bay, strapped onto a bed. The tugging sensation at his arm was a forced IV. With a moment of nauseating vertigo, his perception of the world shifted. He wasn't standing, he was lying down. Meaningless distinctions without gravity, but human brains couldn't seem to help trying to assert direction on the directionless. His neck ached. His head ached. Something else felt wrong. There were other people in the bay, men and women on every bed, most with their eyes closed. A new alarm sounded, the woman in the bay across from him losing blood pressure, crashing, dying. He shouted, and a man in a nurse's uniform came floating past. He adjusted something on her bed's control board, then pushed off and away. Bull tried to grab him as he went by, but he couldn't. He'd been in his office. Serge had already gone for the night. A few minor incidents were piled up from the day, the constant friction of a large, poorly disciplined crew. Like everyone else, he'd been waiting to see whether Holden and the Martians came back out of the station, or if something else would. The fear had made sleep unlikely. He started watching the presentation that the Rocinante had sent, James Holden looking surprisingly young and charming, saying, "This is what we're calling the slow zone." He remembered noticing that everyone had accepted Holden's name for the place, and wondered whether it was just that the man had gotten there first, or if there was something about charisma that translated across the void. And then he'd been here. Someone had attacked then. A torpedo had gotten past their defenses, or else sabotage. Maybe the whole damn ship was just coming apart. There was a comm interface on the bed. He pulled it over, logged in, and used his security override to open its range to the full ship and not just the nurse's station. He requested a connection to Sam, and a few heartbeats later she appeared on the screen. Her hair was floating around her head. Null G always made him think of drowned people. The sclera of her left eye was the bright red of fresh blood. "Bull," she said, with a grin that looked like relief.
Jesus Christ with a side of chips. But I never thought I'd be glad to hear from you. Need a status report? Yeah, she said. I'd better come by for this one. You in your office? Medical bay, Bull said. Be there in a jiff, she said. Sam, what happened? You remember that asshole who shot the ring and got turned into a thin paste when his ship hit the slow zone? Same thing. We went too fast? Bull said. We didn't. Something changed the rules on us. I've got a couple techs doing some quick and dirty tests to figure out what the new top speed is. But we're captured and floating into that big ring of ships, along with everybody else. The whole flotilla? Everybody and their sisters, Sam said. A sense of grim despair undercut the lightness of her words. No one's under their own power now except the shuttles that were inside the bays when it happened, and no one's willing to send them going too fast either. The behemoth was probably going the slowest when it happened. Other ships? It's worse. How bad? Floated in his mind, but something about the words refused to be asked. His mind skated over them, flickering. The deep sense of wrongness welled up in him. First convenience, he said. On my way, Sam said, and the connection dropped. He wanted to sag back into a pillow, wanted to feel the comforting hand of gravity pressing him down. He wanted the New Mexican sun streaming in through a glass window and the open air and blue sky. None of it was there. None of it ever would be. Rest when you're dead, he thought, and thumbed the comm terminal on again. Ashford and Pa weren't accepting connections, but they both took messages. He was in the process of connecting to the security office when a doctor came by and started talking with him. Min Sterling, her name was. Benny Cortland Mappis second. He listened to her with half his attention. A third of the crew had been in their rest cycle, safely in their crash couches. The other 2/3, him included, had slammed into walls or decks, the hand terminals they'd been looking at accelerating into projectiles. Something about network regrowth and zero gravity and spinal fluid. Bull wondered where Pa was. If she was dead and Ashford alive, it would be a problem. Disaster recovery could only go two ways. Either everyone pulled together and people lived, or they kept on with their tribal differences and fear, and more people died. He had to find a way to coordinate with Earth and Mars. Everyone was going to be stressed for medical supplies. If he was going to make this work, he had to bring people together. He needed to see if Monica Stewart and her team, or anyway the part of her team that wasn't going to be charged with sabotage and executed, were still alive. If he could start putting out his own broadcasts, something along the lines of which she'd done with Holden. The doctor was getting agitated about something. He didn't notice when Sam came into the room. She was just floating there. Her left leg was in an improvised splint of nylon tape and packing foam. Bull put his palm out to the doctor, motioning for silence, and turned his attention to Sam. "You've got the report?" he asked. "I do," Sam said, "and you can have it as soon as you start listening to what she's saying." "What?" Sam pointed to Dr. Sterling. "You have to listen to her, Bull. You have to hear what she's saying. It's important." "I don't have time or patience." "Bull," Sam snapped. "Can you feel anything? I mean, anything lower than your tits?" The sense of wrongness flooded over him, and with it a visceral, profound fear. Vertigo passed through him again, and he closed his eyes. All the words the doctor had been saying, crushed spinal cord, diffuse blood pooling, paraplegic, finally reached his brain. To his shame, tears welled up in his eyes, blurring the women's faces. "If the fibers grow back wrong," the doctor said, "the damage will be permanent. Our bodies weren't designed to heal in 0G. We're built to let things drain. You have a bolus of blood and spinal fluid putting pressure on the wound. We have to drain that, and we have to get the bone shards out of the way. We could start the regrowth now, but there are about a dozen people who need the nootropics just to stay alive." "I understand," Bull said around the lump in his throat, hoping she'd stop talking, but her inertia kept her going on. "If we can stabilize the damage and get the pressure off and get you under at least 1/3 G, we have a good chance of getting you back to some level of function." "All right," Bull said. The background of medical alerts and voices and the hum of the emergency air recyclers stood in for real silence. "What's your recommendation?" "Medical coma," the doctor said without hesitating. "We can slow down your system, stabilize you until we can evacuate." Bull closed his eyes, squeezing the tears between the lids. All he had to say was yes, and it was all someone else's problem. It would all go away, and he'd wake up somewhere under thrust with his body coming back together, or he wouldn't wake up at all. The moment lasted. He remembered walking among the defunct solar collectors, climbing them, bracing a ceramic beam with his knees while one of the other men on his team cut it. Running. He remembered a woman he'd been seeing on Tycho Station, and the way his body had felt against her. He could get it back. Or some part of it. It wasn't gone. "Thank you for your recommendation," he said.
Sam, I'll have that damage report now. Bull, no, Sam said. You know what happens when one of my networks grows back wrong? I burn it out and start over. This is biology. We can't just yank out your wiring and reboot you. And you can't macho your way through it. Is that what I'm doing? Bull said, and he almost sounded like himself. I'm serious, Sam said. I don't care what you promised Fred Johnson or how tough you think you are. You're gonna be a big boy and take your nasty medicine and get better. You got it? She was on the edge of crying now. Blood was darkening her face. Some of her team were surely dead. People she'd known for years, maybe her whole life. People she'd worked with every day. With a clarity that felt almost spiritual, he saw the depth of her grief and felt it resonate within him. Everyone was going to be there now. Everyone who'd lived on every ship would have seen people they cared about broken or dead. And when people are grieving, they do things they wouldn't do sober. Look where we are, Sam, Bull said gently. Look what we're doing here. Some things don't go back to normal. Sam wiped her eyes with a sleeve cuff, and Bull turned to the doctor. I understand and respect your medical advice, but I can't take it right now. Once the ship and crew are out of danger, we'll revisit this, but until then, staying on duty is more important. Can you keep me cognitively functioning? For a while I can, the doctor said, but you'll pay for it later. Thank you, Bull said, his voice soft and warm as flannel. Now, Chief Engineer Rosenberg, give me the damage report. It wasn't good. The best thing Bull could say after reading Sam's report and consulting with the doctors and his own remaining security forces was that the behemoth had weathered the storm better than some of the other ships. Being designed and constructed as a generation ship meant that the joints and environmental systems had been built with an eye for long-term wear. She'd been cruising at under 10% the slow zone's previous maximum speed when the change came. The massive deceleration had happened to all the ships at the same time, slowing them from their previous velocity to the barely perceptible drifting toward the station's captive ring in just under 5 seconds. If it had been instantaneous, no one would have lived through it. Even with the braking spread out, it had approached the edge of the survivable for many of them. People asleep or at workstations with crash couches had stood a chance. Anyone in an open corridor or getting up for a bulb of coffee at the wrong moment was simply dead.
The count stood at 200 dead and twice that many wounded. 3 of the Martian ships that had been significantly faster than the behemoth weren't responding, and the rest reported heavy casualties. The big Earth ships were marginally better. To make matters worse, the radio and laser signals going back out of the ring to what was left of the flotilla were bent enough that communication was just about impossible. Not that it would have mattered. The slow zone shit, now he was thinking of it that way too, was doing everything it could to remind them how vast the distances were within it. At the velocities they had available to them now, getting to the ring would take as long as it had to reach it from the belt. Months at least, and that in shuttles. All the ships were captured. However many of them were left, they were on their own. The station's grip was pulling them into rough orbit around the glowing blue structure, and no amount of burn was able to affect their paths one way or the other. They couldn't speed up, and they couldn't stop. No one was under thrust, and it was making the medical crisis worse, as zero-Ga complicated the injuries. The behemoth's power grid, already weakened and patched after the torpedo launch debacle, had suffered a cascading ship-wide failure. Sam's team was trekking through the ship, resetting the tripped safeties, adding new patches to the mess. One of the Earth ships had come close to losing core containment and gone through an automatic shutdown that left it running off batteries. Another was battling an environmental systems breakdown with the air recyclers. The Martian Navy ships might be fine, or they might be in ruins, but the Martian commander wasn't sharing. If it had been a battle, it would have been a humbling defeat. It hadn't even been an attack. Then what would you call it? Pa asked from the screen of his hand terminal. She and Ashford had both survived. Ashford was riding roughshod over the recovery efforts, trying, Bo thought, to micromanage the crisis out of existence. That left Pa at the helm to coordinate with all the other ships. She was better suited for it anyway. There was a chance, at least, that she would listen. If I were doing it, I'd call it progressive restraint, Bull said. That asshole who shot the ring came through doing something fierce, and he got locked down. There's rules about how fast you can go.
Then Holden and those Marines go to the station. Something happens. Whatever's running the station gets its jock in a twist and things lock down harder. I don't know the mechanism of how they do it, but the logic's basic training stuff. It's allowing us as much freedom as it can, but the more we screw it up, the tighter the choke. Okay, Pa said, running a hand through her hair. She looked tired. I can see that. So as long as it doesn't feel threatened, maybe things don't get worse. But if someone gets pissed, Bull said. I don't know, some Martian pendejo just lost all his friends or something? He decides to arm a nuke, walk it to the station and set it off. Maybe things get a lot worse. All right, we've got to get everyone acting together, Bull said. Earth, Mars, us, everyone. Because if this was me, I'd escalate from a restraint to a coercive restraint to shooting someone. We don't want to get this thing to follow the same. I said all right, Mr. Baka, Pa shouted. That means I understood your point. You can stop making it. Because the one thing I don't need right now is another self-righteous male telling me how high the stakes are and that I'd better not fuck things up. I got it. Thank you. Bull blinked, opened his mouth, and closed it again. On his screen, Pa pinched the bridge of her nose. He heard echoes of Ashford in her frustration. Sorry, XO, he said. You're right, I was out of line. Don't worry about it, Mr. Baka, she said, each syllable pulling a weight behind it. If you have any concrete, specific recommendations, my door is always open. I appreciate that, Bull said. So the captain? Captain Ashford's doing his best to keep the ship in condition and responsive. He feels that letting the crew see him will improve morale. And how's that going? Bull didn't ask. Didn't have to. Pa could see him restraining himself. Believe it or not, we are all on the same team, she said. I'll keep it in mind. Her expression clouded, and she leaned in toward her screen, a gesture of intimacy totally artificial in the floating world of zero-G and video connections and still impossible to entirely escape. I heard about your condition. I'm sorry. It's all right, he said. If I ordered you to accept the medical coma? He laughed. Even that felt wrong. Truncated. I'll go when I'm ready, he said, only realizing after the fact that the phrase could mean two different things. We get out of the woods, the docs can take over. All right then, she said, and her terminal chimed. She cursed quietly. I have to go. I'll touch base with you later. You got it, Bull said, and let the connection drop. The wise thing would have been to sleep. He'd been awake for 14 hours, checking in with the security staff who were still alive, remaking a duty roster, doing all the things he could do from the medical bay that would make the ship work. 14 hours wasn't all that long a shift in the middle of a crisis, except that he'd been crippled. Crippled. With a sick feeling, he walked his fingertips down his throat, to his chest, and to the invisible line where the skin stopped feeling like his own and turned into something else. Meat. His mind skittered off the thought. He'd been hurt before and gotten back from it. He'd damn near died 4 or 5 different times. Something always happened that got him back on his feet. He always got lucky. This time would be the same. Somehow, he'd get back. Have another story to tell, and no one to tell it to. He knew he was lying to himself, but what else could he do? Apart from stand aside. And maybe he should. Let Pa take care of it. Give Ashford his shot. No one would give him any shit if he took the medical coma. Not even Fred. Hell, Fred would probably have told him to do it. Ordered him. Bull closed his eyes. He'd sleep, or he wouldn't. Or he'd drift into some half-lucid place that wasn't either. One of the doctors was weeping in the corridor, a slow autonomic sound, more like being sick than expressing sorrow. Someone coughed wetly. Pneumonia was the worst danger now. Null G messed with the sensors that triggered the kinds of coughing that actually cleared lungs until it was too late. After that, strokes and embolisms, as the blood that gravity should have helped to drain pooled and clotted instead. On all the other ships, it was the same. Survivable injuries made deadly just by floating. If they could just get under thrust, get some gravity. We're all on the same team, Pa said in his half-drowse, and Bull was suddenly completely awake. He scooped up his hand terminal, but Ashford and Pa were both refusing connections. It was the middle of their night. He considered putting through an emergency override, but didn't. Not yet. First, he tried Sam. Bull? She said. Her skin looked grayish, and there were lines at the corners of her mouth that hadn't been there before. Her one blood-red eye seemed like an omen. "Hey, Sam. Look, we need to get all the other crews from all the other ships onto the behemoth. Bring everyone together so no one does anything stupid. You want a pony, too?" "Sure," Bull said. "Thing is, we gotta give them a reason to come here. Something they need, and they can't get anyplace else." "Sounds great," Sam said, shaking her head. "Maybe I'm not at my cognitive best here, sweetie, but are you asking me for something? They've all got casualties. They all need gravity. I'm asking you how long it would take you to spin up the drum." Chapter 27. Melba. The darkness was beautiful and surreal. The ships of the flotilla, drawn together by the uncanny power of the station, hugged closer to each other than they ever would have under human control. The only lights came from the occasional exterior maintenance array and the eerie glow of the station. It was like walking through a graveyard in the moonlight. The ring of ships and debris glittered in a rising arc before her and behind, as if any direction she chose would lead up from where she was now. The EVA suit had limited propellant, and she wanted to conserve it for her retreat. She scuttled through the vacuum, magnetic boots clicking against the hull of the Prince, until she reached its edge and launched herself into the gap between vessels, aiming toward a Martian supply ship. The half-mech and emergency airlock folded on her back massed almost 50 kilos, but with their courses matched, they were as weightless as she was. It was an illusion, she knew, but in the timeless reach between the Thomas Prince and hated Rocinante, all her burdens seemed light. The EVA suit had a simple heads-up display that outlined the Rocinante with a thin green line. It wasn't the nearest ship. The trip out to it would take hours, but she didn't mind. It was as trapped as all the others. It couldn't go anyplace. She hummed to herself as she imagined her arrival, rehearsed it. She let herself daydream that he would be there, Jim Holden, returned from the station. She imagined him raging at her as she destroyed his ship. She imagined him weeping and begging her forgiveness, and seeing the despair in his eyes when she refused. They were beautiful dreams, and folded safely inside them, she could forget the blood and horror behind her. Not just the catastrophe on the Prince, but all of it. Ren, her father, Julie, everything. The dim blue light of the not moon felt like home, and the impending violence like a promise about to be kept. If there was another part of her, a sliver of Clarissa that hadn't quite been crushed yet that felt differently, it was small enough to ignore. Of course it was just as likely they'd all be dead when she got there. The catastrophe would have hit them as hard as the Thomas Prince or any of the other ships. Holden's crew might be nothing but cooling meat already, only waiting for her to come and light their funeral pyre. There was, she thought, a beauty in that too. She ran across the skins of the ships, leaped from one to the next like a nerve impulse crossing a synapse, like a bad idea being thought by a massive, moonlit brain. The air in the suit smelled like old plastic and her own sweat. The impact of the magnetic boots pulling her to the ships and then releasing her again translated up her leg, tug and release, tug and release. And before her, as slowly as the hour hand of an analog clock, the ghost green Rocinante grew larger and nearer. She knew the ship's specs by heart. She'd studied them for weeks. Marcia Corvette, originally assigned to the doomed Donager. The entry points were the crew airlock, just aft of the ops deck, the aft cargo bay doors, and a maintenance port that ran along beneath the reactor. If the reactor was live, the maintenance access wouldn't work. The fore airlock had almost certainly had its security profile changed once the ship fell into Holden's control. Only a stupid man wouldn't change it, and Melba refused to believe a stupid man could bring down her father. The service records she'd gleaned suggested that the cargo bay had been breached once already. Repairs were always weaker than the original structure. The choice was easy. The attitude of the ship put the cargo bay on the far side of the ship, the body of the Rocinante hiding its flaw from the light. Melba stepped into shadow, shivering as if it could actually be colder in the darkness. She fastened the mech to the ship's skin and assembled it for use under the glare of the EVA suit's work lamps. The mech was the yellow of fresh lemons and police tape. The cautions printed in 3 alphabets were like little Rosetta Stones. She felt an inexplicable fondness for the machine as she strapped it across her back, fitting her hands into the Waldos. The mech hadn't been designed for violence, but it was suited for it. That made her and it the same. She lit the cutting torch and the EVA suit's mask went dark. Melba clung to the ship and began her slow invasion. Sparks and tiny asteroids of melted steel flew off into the darkness around her. The repair work where the bay doors had been bent out and refitted was almost invisible. If she hadn't known to look, she wouldn't have seen the weaknesses. She wondered if they knew she was coming. She imagined them hunched over their security displays, eyes wide with fear at what was digging its way under the Rocinante's skin. She found herself singing softly, snatches of popular songs and old holiday tunes, whatever came to mind. Bits of lyrics and melody matched to the hum of the torch's vibration. She breached the Rocinante, a patch of glowing steel no wider than her finger. No air vented through the gap into the vacuum. They didn't keep the cargo bay pressurized. That meant the atmosphere wasn't dropping inside, and the ship alarms weren't blaring. One problem solved, even without her help. It felt like fate. She killed the torch and unfolded the emergency airlock, sealing it against the hatch. She unzipped the outer layer, closed it, unzipped the inner one, and stepped into the small additional room she'd created. She didn't know how much damage she'd have to do to get into the inner areas of the ship. She didn't want an accidental loss of atmosphere to rob her of her vengeance. Holden needed to know who'd done this to him, not gasp out his last breaths thinking his ship had merely broken. Gently, she slipped the mech's hand into the hole, braced, and peeled back the cargo door, long strips of steel blooming like an iris blossom. When it was wide enough, she took the sides of the hole in her mechanical hands and pulled herself into the cargo bay. Supply crates lined the walls and floors, held in place by electromagnets. One had shattered, a victim of the catastrophe. A cloud of textured protein packets floated in the air. The LED on the panel beside the interior airlock door was green. The bay hadn't been locked down. Why would it? She punched the button to enter the airlock and begin the cycle. Once the green pressure light came on, she slipped her hands out of the mech and lifted off the helmet. No klaxons were ringing, no voices shouted or threatened. She'd made it on without alarming anyone. Her grin ached. Back in the mech, she opened the airlock into the interior of the ship and paused. Still no alarms. Melba pulled herself gently, silently into enemy territory. The Rocinante was built floor by floor, from the reactor up to the engineering deck, to the machine shop, then the galley and crew cabins and medical bays, storage deck containing the crew airlock, then on up to the command deck and pilot station farthest forward. Under thrust, it would be like a narrow building. Without thrust, the ship was directionless. She had choices to make now. The cargo bay was close enough to give her access to engineering and the reactor. She could sneak in there and start the reactor on its overload. Or she could go up, try taking the crew by surprise, and set the ship to self-destruct from the command deck. She took a deep breath. The Rocinante had 4 regular crew, including Holden, and she didn't know whether the documentary crew were still on board. At least 2 of the regular crew had military training and experience. She might be able to take them in a fight if she got the drop on them or came across them one at a time. The risk was too high. The reactor was nearest, it was easiest, and she could get out through the cargo bay. She pulled herself along the corridors she knew only from simulations, toward the reactor and the death of the ship. When she opened the hatch to engineering, a woman floated above an opened control panel, a soldering iron in one hand and a spool of wire in the other. She had the elongated frame and slightly oversized head of someone who'd grown up under low G. Brown skin and dark hair pulled back in a utilitarian knot. Naomi Nagata, Holden's lover. Melba felt a sudden urge to tear off the mech suit, swirl her tongue across the roof of her mouth, feel the chemical rush.
to grab the narrow belter's neck in her bare hands and feel the bones snap. It would be a year-long dream of revenge made tactile and perfect. But 2 other crew members were on the ship, and she didn't know where they were. The terror she'd felt in that sleazy Baltimore casino came rushing back, crawling helplessly on the floor in the post-drug collapse while people banged at the door to get in. She couldn't risk a crash until she knew where everyone was. Naomi looked up at the sound of the door, pleasure in the woman's dark eyes as if the interruption were a happy surprise, and then shock, and then a cold fury. For a moment, neither one moved. With a yell, the woman launched herself at Melba, spinning the spool of wire in front of her. Melba tried to dodge, but the bulk of the mech and its slow response made it impossible. The wire hit her left cheek with a sound like a brick falling to earth, and for a moment her head rang. She brought up the mech's arm in a rough block, taking the belter solidly in the ribs and sending them both spinning. Melba grabbed at a handhold, missed it, and then tried for another. The mech's hand latched on, crushing the metal flat and almost pulling it from the wall. But the belter was ahead of her, skimming through the air at Melba, teeth bared like a shark. Melba tried to get the mech's free arm up to bat her away, but the belter was already too close. She grabbed the front of Melba's jumpsuit, balling it in a fist, and used the leverage to swing a hard knee into her ribs, punctuating each blow with a word. "You don't get to hurt my ship." Melba felt a rib give way. She reached her tongue for the roof of her mouth, but again she didn't make the small private circles that would flush her blood with fire. She had to be awake and functional when the fight was over. She gritted her teeth and curled the mech's free arm in, bending it against itself, and then snapped her hand closed. The belter screamed. The mech's claw had her by the shoulder. Melba squeezed again and heard the muffled, wet sound of bone breaking. She threw the belter across the room as hard as the motors let her. Where the woman bounced off the far wall, a smear of blood marked it. Melba waited, watching the belter rotate in the air, directionless and loose as a rag doll sinking to the bottom of a swimming pool. A growing sphere of blood adhered to the woman's shoulder and neck. "I do what I want," Melba said, and the voice sounded like someone else's. Carefully, she pulled herself to the control panel. The panel was off, fixed to the deck with a length of adhesive tape. The guts within were a mess of wires and plates. The Rocinante had taken some damage in the catastrophe, but not so much that Melba couldn't do what was needed. She shrugged out of the mech, cracked her knuckles, traced the major control nodes, and plugged them back into the panel. The local memory check took only a few seconds, and she overrode the full system check. It was nothing she could have done before she left Earth, but Melba Ka had spent months learning about the guts of military ships. This was just the sort of thing Soledad, Stani, and Bob would have checked on if they'd been working maintenance. It was something Ren would have taught her. Her fingers curled, stumbling over the keyboard for a moment, but she got it back. The control specs of the reactor came up. Releasing the magnetic bottle that kept the core from melting through the ship was deliberately designed to be difficult. Changing the limits on the reaction itself until it would eventually outstrip the bottle's ability to contain it was also hard, but less so. And it would give her a little time to tell Holden what she'd done, then get out of the ship and back toward the Thomas Prince. In the chaos of the day, no one might even know that someone had survived the death of the Rocinante. A flicker in her peripheral vision was the only warning she had, but it was enough. Melba twisted out of the way, the belter's massive wrench hissing through the air where her temple had been. Melba pushed back with her legs, struggling frantically to worm back into the mech. She tensed against the coming attack, but no blows came. She shrugged into the metal and jammed her hands into the Waldos, grabbing the wall and spinning back to the fight just as the belter looked up from the control panel. Blood was crawling up the woman's neck, held to her by surface tension, and her smile was triumphant. The control panel flashed red, and a screen of code crawled over it too fast to read. The lights in the room went off, and the emergency LEDs flickered on. Melba felt her throat go tight. The belter had dumped core. The reaction Melba had come to overload was dissipating in a cloud of gas behind the ship. The belter's smile was feral and triumphant. Doesn't change anything, Melba said. It hurt to talk. You have torpedoes. I'll overload one of those. Not in my lifetime, the Belter said, and attacked again. Her swing was lopsided though, clumsy. The wrench clanged against the mech's joint, but it didn't do any damage. The Belter launched herself out of reach just as Melba swung an arm at her. The Belter wasn't using her injured arm at all, and she left spinning droplets of blood whenever she changed direction. Melba wondered why the woman didn't call for help. On little ships like this, opening a communications channel was often as simple as saying it out loud. Either the computer was down, the rest of the crew dead or incapacitated, or it simply hadn't occurred to her. It didn't matter. It didn't change what Melba had to do. She shifted to her right, sliding through the air, moving handhold to handhold, never giving the other woman the chance to catch her unmoored and spin her into the open air. The Belter perched on the wall, her dark eyes darting one way, then other, searching for advantage. There was no fear in them, no sentimentality. Melba had no doubt that if the opportunity came, Naomi would kill her. She reached the hatch, setting the mech's claw to grip a handhold, and then slipping one arm free to reach for the door's controls. It was a provocation, and it worked. The Belter jumped, not straight at Melba, but to the deck above her, then turned, kicked off, and drove down, her heels aiming for Melba's head. Melba drove her arm back into the mech and snapped the free arm up, catching the Belter in mid-flight. Her handhold broke free of the wall, and the pair of them floated together into the open air of the room. The Belter's injured arm was caught in the mech's clamp, and she kicked savagely with her heels. One blow connected, and Melba's vision narrowed for a moment. She pulled the Belter through the air, worrying at her like a terrier with a rat, and then managed to swing the free arm up and catch the woman by the neck. The Belter's hand flew up to the clamp, panic in her expression. Her eyes went wide and bright. It would take a twitch of Melba's fingers to crush the woman's throat, and they both knew it. A sense of triumph and overwhelming joy washed through her. Holden might not be here, but she had his lover. She would take someone he loved from him just the way had taken his own father from her. This wasn't even fighting anymore. This was justice. The Belter's face was flushing red, her breath constricted and rough. Melba grinned, enjoying the moment. "This is his fault," she said. "All of this is what he had coming." The Belter scratched at the mech's claw. The blood that came away might have been from the old wound, or the mech's grip might already have broken the skin. Melba closed her fingers a fraction, the pressure feather light. The mech's servos buzzed as it closed a millimeter more. The Belter tried to say something, pushing the word out past her failing windpipe, and Melba knew she couldn't let her speak. She couldn't let her beg or weep and cry mercy. If she did, Melba suddenly wasn't sure she could go through with it, and it had to be done. "Sympathy is for the weak," her father's voice whispered in her ear. "You're Naomi Nagata," Melba said. "My name is Clarissa Mao. You and your people attacked my family. Everything that's happened here, everything that's going to happen, it's your fault." The light was fading from the Belter's eyes. Her breath came in ragged gasps. All it would take was a squeeze. All she had to do was make a fist and snap the woman's neck. With the last of her strength, the Belter woman lifted her free hand in a gesture of obscenity and defiance. Melba's body buzzed like she'd stepped into the blast from a fire hose. Her head bent back, her spine arching against itself. Her hands flexed open, her toes curled back until it seemed like they had to break. She heard herself scream. The mech spread its arms to the side and froze, leaving her crucified in the metal form. The buzzing stopped, but she couldn't move. No matter how much she willed it, her muscles would not respond. Naomi came to rest against the opposite wall, a knot of panting and blood. "Who are you?" the Belter croaked. "I am vengeance," Melba thought. "I am your death made flesh." But the voice that answered came from behind her. "Anna. My name's Anna. Are you all right?" Chapter 28, Anna. The woman, Naomi Nagata, replied by coughing up a red glob of blood. "I'm an idiot. Of course you're not all right," Anna said, then floated over to her, pausing to push the still twitching Melba to the other side of the compartment. Girl and mech drifted across the room, bounced off a bulkhead, and came to a stop several meters away. "Emergency locker," Naomi croaked, and pointed at a red panel on one wall. Anna opened it to find flashlights, tools, and a red and white bag not too different from the one Tilly had been carrying on the Prince. She grabbed it. While Anna extracted a package of gauze and a can of coagulant spray for the nasty wound on Naomi's shoulder, the belter pulled out several hypoampules and began injecting herself with them one at a time, her movements efficient and businesslike. Anna felt like something was tearing in her shoulders every time she wrapped the gauze around Naomi's upper torso, and she almost asked for another shot for herself. Years before, Anna had taken a seminar on ministering to people with drug addictions. The instructor, a mental health nurse named Andrew Smoot, had made the point over and over that the drugs didn't only give pleasure and pain. They changed cognition, stripped away the inhibitions, and more often than not, someone's worst habits or tendencies, what he called their pathological move, got exaggerated. An introvert would often withdraw, an aggressive person would grow violent. Someone impulsive would become even more so. Anna had understood the idea intellectually. Almost 3 hours into her spacewalk, the amphetamines Tilly had given her began to fade, and a clarity she hadn't known she lacked began to return to her. She felt she had a deeper, more personal insight into what her own pathological move might be. Anna had spent only a few years living among Belters and Outer Planets inhabitants, but that was long enough to know that their philosophy boiled down to, what you don't know kills you. No one growing up on Earth ever really understood that, no matter how much time they later spent in space. No Belter would have thrown on a spacesuit and EVA pack and rushed out the airlock without first knowing exactly what the environment on the other side was like. It wouldn't even occur to them to do so. Worse, she'd run out that airlock without stopping to send a message to Nono. "You don't ask for permission, you ask for forgiveness," echoed in her head. If she died doing this, Nono would have it carved as her epitaph. She'd never get that last chance to say she was sorry. The brightly colored display, which always seemed to float at the edge of her vision no matter which way her face was pointed, had said that she had 83% of her air supply remaining. Not knowing how long a full tank would last robbed that information of some much-needed context. As she'd tried to slow her breathing back down and keep from panicking, the gauge ticked to 82%. How long had it been at 83% before it did? She couldn't remember. A vague feeling of nausea made her think about how bad throwing up in her spacesuit would be, which only made the feeling worse. The girl, Melba, or Claire now, was far ahead and gaining, moving with the easy grace of long practice. Someone for whom walking in a spacesuit with magnetic boots was normal. Anna tried to hurry and only managed to kick her boot with her other foot and turn the magnet up high enough to lock it to the hull of the ship. The momentum of her step tugged against the powerful magnetic clamp. After several lost seconds figuring out how to fix that problem, she'd found the controls and slid the grip back down to a normal human range. After that, she gave up on haste and aimed for a safe, consistent pace. Slow and steady, but she wasn't winning the race. She lost sight of the girl, but she'd told herself it didn't matter. She guessed well enough where Clarissa Mao was going, or Melba Khan, whoever this woman was. She had seen images of the Rocinante on news feeds before. It was probably as famous as a ship could be. James Holden's central role in the Eros and Ganymede incidents, along with a peppering of dogfights and anti-piracy actions, had kept his little corvette mentioned in the media on and off for years. As long as there weren't two Martian corvettes parked next to each other, Anna felt confident she'd be able to spot it. 15 long minutes later, she did. The Rocinante was shaped like a stubby black wedge of metal, a fat chisel laid on its side. The flat surface of the hull was occasionally broken up by a domed projection. Anna didn't know enough about ships to know what they were. It was a warship, so sensors or guns? Maybe, but definitely not doors. The tail of the ship had been facing her, and the only obvious opening in it was at the center of the massive drive cone. She walked to the edge of the ship she was on, and then from side to side trying to get a better look at the Rocinante before jumping over to it. The irony of looking before she leapt at this late stage of the game made her laugh, and she felt some of the tension and nausea fading. Just to the right of the drive cone was a bubble of plastic attached to the ship, pale as a blister. A moment later she was through the wound in the ship's cargo doors and inside. It had occurred to her, as she looked at the maze of crates locked against the hull with magnets much like the ones on her own feet, that she hadn't thought her plan through past this. Does this room connect to the rest of the ship? The doors behind her didn't have an airlock, which probably meant that this space was usually kept in vacuum. She had no idea where anyone would be in relation to that room, and more worrisome, she had no idea if the girl she was chasing was still in there, hiding behind one of the boxes. Anna carefully pulled herself from crate to the other end of the long, narrow compartment. Bits of plastic and freeze-dried food drifted around her like a cloud of oddly shaped insects. The broken crates might have been relics of a fight or debris created by the speed change. She had no way to know. She reached into the small bag tethered to her EVA pack and pulled out the taser. She'd never fired one in microgravity or in vacuum. She hoped neither thing affected it. Another gamble no belter would ever take. To her great relief, she found an airlock at the other end of the room, and it opened at a touch of the panel. Cycling it took several minutes, while Anna pulled the heavy EVA pack off her back and played with the taser to make sure she knew how to turn the safety off. The military design was intuitive, but less clearly labeled than the civilian model she was accustomed to. The panel flashed green, and the inner doors opened. No one was in sight. Just a deck that looked like a machine shop with tool lockers and workbenches and a ladder set into one wall. Bookending the ladder were two hatches, one going toward the front of the ship, the other toward the back. Anna was thinking that she was most likely to run into crew members by going toward the front of the ship when there was a loud bang from the back and the lights went out. Yellow LEDs set into the walls came on a moment later, and a genderless voice said, "Core dump, emergency power only," and repeated it several times. Her helmet muffled the sound, but there was clearly still air in the ship. She pulled the helmet off and hung it from her harness. Anna was fairly certain you only eject the core in emergencies related to the engine room, so she moved to that hatch instead. With the constant rumble of the ship gone and her helmet removed, she could hear faint noises coming through the hatch. It took her several long moments to figure out how to access it, and when she finally did, the hatch snapped open so suddenly it made her almost yelp with surprise. Inside, Melba was murdering someone. A belter woman with long dark hair and a greasy coverall was having her throat crushed by the mechanical arms Melba wore. The woman, Anna could see now that it was James Holden's second-in-command, Naomi Nagataluk, looked like Melba had beaten her badly. Her arm and shoulder were covered in blood, and her face was a mass of scrapes and contusions. Anna drifted down into the vaulted chamber. The reactor room's walls curving inward like a church, the cathedrals of the fusion age. She felt an almost overwhelming need to hurry, but she knew she'd only get one shot with the taser, and she didn't trust herself to fire on the move. Naomi's face was turning a dark bruised purple, her breath the occasional wet rasp. Somehow, the belter managed to raise one hand and flip Melba off. Anna's feet hit the decking, and her boots stuck. She was less than 3 meters behind Melba when her finger pressed the firing stud, aiming for the area of her back not covered by the skeletal frame of the mech, hoping the taser would work through a vacuum suit. She missed, but the results were impressive anyway. Instead of hitting the fabric of Melba's suit, the taser's 2 micro-darts hit the mech dead center. The trailing wires immediately turned bright red and began to fall apart like burning string. The taser got so hot Anna could feel it through her glove, so she let go just before it melted into a glob of gooey gray plastic. The mech arced and popped, and the arms snapped straight out. The room smelled like burning electrical cables. All of Melba's hair was standing straight up, and even after the taser had died, her fingers and legs continued to twitch and jerk.
A small screen on the mech's arm had a flashing red error code. "Who are you?" Naomi Nagata asked, drifting in a way that told Anna she'd be slumping to the floor at the first hint of gravity. "Anna, my name's Anna," she had said. "Are you all right?" After the third injection, Naomi took a long, shuddering breath and said, "Who's Anna?" "Anna is me," she said, then chuckled at herself. "You mean, who am I? I'm a passenger on the Thomas Prince." "UN? You don't look like Navy." "No, a passenger. I'm a member of the advisory group the Secretary General sent." "The dog and pony show?" Naomi said, then hissed with pain as Anna tightened the bandage and activated the charge that would keep it from unwinding. "Everyone keeps calling it that," Anna said as she felt the bandage. She wished she'd paid more attention in the church first aid class. Clear the airway, stop the bleeding, immobilize the injury was about the limit of what she knew. "That's because it is," Naomi said, then reached up with her good hand to grab a rung of the nearby ladder. "It's all political bullshit." She was cut off by a mechanical-sounding voice saying, "Reboot complete." Anna turned around. Melba was staring at them both, her hair still standing straight out from her head, but her hands no longer twitching uncontrollably. She moved her arms experimentally, and the half-mech whined, hesitated, and then moved with her. "Fuck me," Naomi said. She sounded annoyed but unsurprised. Anna reached for her taser before she remembered it had melted. Melba bared her teeth. "This way," Naomi said, as the hatch slid open above them. Anna darted through it, with Naomi close behind using her one good arm to pull herself along. Melba surged after them, reaching out with one foot to push off the reactor housing. Naomi pulled her leg through just in time to avoid being grabbed by the mech's claw, then tapped the locking mechanism with her toe and the hatch slammed shut on the mech's wrist. The hatch whined as it tried to close, crushing the claw in a spray of sparks and broken parts. Anna waited for the scream of pain that didn't come, then realized that the gloves Melba used to control the machine were in the mech's forearms, several centimeters behind the point of damage. They hadn't hurt her, and she'd sacrificed the use of one of the mech's claws in order to keep the hatch open. The other claw appeared in the gap, gripping at the metal, bending it. "Go," Naomi said, her voice tight with pain, her good hand pointing at the next hatch up the ladder. After they were both through, Anna took a moment to look around at the new deck they were on. It looked like crew areas. Small compartments with flimsy-looking doors. Not a good place to hole up. Naomi flew through the empty air and the dim shadows cast by the emergency lights, and Anna followed as best she could, the feeling of nightmare crawling up her throat. After they'd passed through the hatch into the next level, Naomi stopped to tap on the small control screen for several seconds. The emergency lights shifted to red, and the panel on the hatch read, "Security Lockdown." "She's not trapped down there," Anna said. "She can get out through the cargo bay. There's a hole in the doors." "That's twice now someone has done that," Naomi replied, pulling herself up the ladder. "Anyway, she's wearing a salvage mech rig, and she's in the machine shop. Half the stuff in there is made to cut through ships. She's not trapped. We are." This took Anna by surprise. They'd gotten away. They'd locked a door behind them. That was supposed to end it. The monster isn't allowed to open doors? It was fuzzy, juvenile thinking, and Anna became less sure that all the drugs had actually passed through her system. "So what do we do?" "Medical bay," Naomi said, pointing down a short corridor. "That way." That made sense. The frail-looking Belter woman was getting a gray tone to her dark skin that made Anna think of massive blood loss. And the bandage on her shoulder had already soaked through and was throwing off tiny crimson spheres. She took Naomi by the hand and pulled her down the corridor to the medical bay door. It was closed, and the panel next to it flashed the security lockdown message like the deck hatches had. Naomi started pressing it, and Anna waited for the door to slide open. Instead, another heavier-looking door slid into place over the first, and the panel Naomi was working on went dark. "Pressure doors," Naomi said, "harder to get through. But we're on this side of them." "Yeah. Is there another way in?" Anna asked. "No. Let's go." "Wait," Anna said. "We need to get you in there. You're very badly hurt." Approached to look at her, frowned as if she'd only really seen Anna for the first time. It was a speculative frown. Anna felt she was being sized up.
I have 2 injured men in there, my crew. They're helpless, Naomi finally said. Now they're as safe as I can make them. So you and I are going to go up to the next deck, get a gun, and make sure she follows us. When she shows up, we're going to kill her. I don't, Anna started. Kill her. Can you do that? Kill? No, I can't, Anna said. It was the truth. Naomi stared at her for a second longer, then just shrugged with her good hand. Okay then, come with me. They moved through the next hatch to the deck above. Most of the space was taken up by an airlock and storage lockers. Some of the lockers were large enough to hold vacuum suits and EVA packs. Others were smaller. Naomi opened one of the smaller lockers and pulled out a thick black handgun. I've never shot anyone either, she said, pulling the slide back and loading around. To Anna's eye, the bullet looked like a tiny rocket. But those 2 in the med bay are my family, and this is my home. I understand, Anna said. Good, because I can't, Naomi started, then her eyes rolled up in her head and her body went limp. The gun drifted away from her relaxed hand. No, no, Anna repeated in a sudden wash of panic. She floated over to Naomi and held her wrist. There was still a pulse, but it was faint. She dug through the first aid pack, looking for something to help. One ampule said it was for keeping people from going into shock, so Anna jabbed Naomi with it. She didn't wake up. The air in the room began to smell different, hot, and with the melted plastic odor her damaged taser had given off when it died. A spot of red appeared on the deck hatch, then shifted to yellow, then to white. The girl in the mech, coming for them. The hatch above them, the one that led forward on the ship, was closed and flashing the lockdown message. Naomi hadn't told her what the override code was. The airlock was on their level, but it was locked down too. The deck hatch began to open in lurching increments. Anna could hear Melba panting and cursing as she forced it. And Naomi's lockdown code hadn't kept the insane woman out. It had only locked them in. Anna pulled Naomi's limp body over to one of the large vacuum suit storage lockers and put her inside, climbing in after her. There was no lock on the door. Between the unconscious woman and the suit, there was hardly enough room for her to close it. She set both of her feet at the corner where the door of the locker met the deck and set the magnets up to full. She felt the suit lock onto the metal, clamping her legs into place and pulling her up close against the locker door. On the far side, metal shrieked. Something wet brushed against the back of Anna's neck. Naomi's hand, limp and bloody. Anna tried not to move, tried not to breathe loudly. The prayer she offered up was hardly more than a confusion of fear and hope. A locker door slammed open off to her left, then another one, closer, and then another. Anna wondered where Naomi's gun had gotten to. It was in the locker somewhere, but there was no light, and she'd have to unlock the magnets on her boots to look for it. She hoped they hadn't left it outside with the crazy woman. Another locker opened. The door, centimeters from Anna's face, shifted, but didn't open. The vents and the cracks in the locker door flared the white of a cutting torch, then went dark. A mechanical voice said, "Backup power depleted." The curse from the other side was pure frustration. It was followed by a series of grunts and thumps, Melba taking the mech rig off. Anna felt a surge of hope. "Open it," Melba said. Her voice was low, rough, and bestial. "No. Open it." I can hear that you're feeling upset," Anna said, horrified by the words even as she spoke them. "I think we should talk about this. If you—" Melba's scream was unlike anything Anna had heard before, deep and vicious and wild. If the id had a throat, it would have sounded like that. If the devil spoke. Something struck the metal door, and Anna flinched back. Then another blow, and another. The metal began to bow in, and droplets of blood clung to the vent slits. Her fists, Anna thought. She's doing this with her hands. The screaming was wild now, obscene where it wasn't wordless, and inhuman as a hurricane. The thick metal of the door bent in, the hinges starting to shudder and bend with each new assault.
Anna closed her eyes. The top hinge gave way, shattering. And then, without warning, silence fell. Anna waited, sure she was being lulled into a trap. No sound came, except a small animal gurgle. She could smell the stomach-turning acid stench of fresh vomit. After what felt like hours, she turned off the magnets and pushed the warped and abused door open. Melba floated curled against the wall, her hands pressed to her belly and her body shuddering. Chapter 29. Bull. The truth was, distance was always measured in time. It wasn't the sort of thing Bull usually thought about, but his enforced physical stillness was doing strange things with his awareness. Even in the middle of the constant press of events, the calls and coordination, the scolding from his doctor, he felt some part of his mind coming loose. And strange ideas kept floating in, like the way that distance got measured in time. Centuries before, a trip across the Atlantic Ocean could take months. There was a town near New Mexico named Uranus, where the story was some ancient travelers of the dust and caliche had a wagon breakdown and decided that it was easier to put down roots than go on. Technologies had come, each building on the ones before, and months became weeks and then hours. And outside the gravity well, where machines were freed from the tyranny of air resistance and gravity, the effect was even more profound. When the orbits were right, the journey from Luna to Mars could take as little as 12 days. The trek from Saturn to Ceres, a few months. And because they were out there with their primate brains, evolved on the plains of prehistoric Africa, everyone had a sense of how far it was. Saturn to Ceres was a few months. Luna to Mars was a few days. Distance was time, and so they didn't get overwhelmed by it. The slow zone had changed that. Looking at a readout, the ships from Earth and Mars were clustered together like a handful of dried peas thrown in the same bowl. They were drifting now, coming together and spreading apart, taking their places in the captured ring around the Erie station. Compared to the volume of ring-bordered sphere, they seemed huddled close. But the distance between them and the ring was time, and time meant death. From the farthest of the ships to the behemoth was 2 days' travel in a shuttle, assuming that the maximum speed didn't ratchet down again. The closest he could have jumped to. The human universe had contracted and was contracting more. With every connection, every stark, frightened voice he heard in the long, frantic hours, Bull grew more convinced that his plan could work. The vastness and strangeness and unreasonable danger of the universe had traumatized everyone it hadn't killed. There was a hunger to go home, to huddle together, back in the village. The instinct was the opposite of war, and as long as he could see it cultivated, as long as the response to the tragedies of the lockdown were to get one another's backs and see that everyone who needed care got it, the grief and fear might not turn to more violence. The feed went to green, then blue, and then Monica Stewart was smiling professionally into the camera. She looked tired, sober, but human. A face people knew, one they could recognize and feel comfortable with. "Ladies and gentlemen," she said, "welcome to the first broadcast of Radio Free Slow Zone, coming to you from our temporary offices here on board the OPA battleship Behemoth.
I am a citizen of Earth and a civilian, but it's my hope that this program can be of some use to all of us in this time of crisis. In addition to bringing whatever unclassified news and information we can, we will also be conducting interviews with the command crews of the ships, civilian leaders on the Thomas Prince, and live musical performances. It's an honor to welcome our first guest, the Reverend Father Hector Cortez. A graphic window opened, and the priest appeared. To Bull's eyes, the man looked pretty ragged. The two bright teeth seemed false, and the blazing white hair had a greasy look to it. "Father Cortez," Monica Stewart said, "you have been helping with the relief effort on the Thomas Prince?" For a moment, the man seemed not to have heard her. A smile jerked into place. "I have," the old man said. "I have, and it has been, Monica, I'm humbled. I am humbled." Bull turned off the feed. It was something. It was better than nothing. The Martian frigate Cavalier, now under the command of a second lieutenant named Skupski, was shutting down its reactors and transferring all its remaining crew and supplies to the Behemoth. The Thomas Prince had agreed to move its wounded, its medical team, and all the remaining civilians, poets, priests, and politicians, including the dead-eyed Hector Cortez. It was a beginning, but it wasn't all he could do. If they were to keep coming, if the behemoth was to become the symbol of calm and stability and certainty that he needed it to be, there had to be more. The broadcast channel could give a voice and a face to the growing consolidation. He'd need to talk to Monica Stewart about it some more. Maybe there could be some sort of organized mourning of the dead, a council with representatives from all sides that could make an evacuation plan and start getting people back through the ring and home. Except that when the lockdown came, they'd lost all their long-distance ships to it. And the ring itself had retreated because they had to move so slowly and because distance was measured in time. His hand terminal chirped and he came back to wakefulness with a start. Outside his room, a woman shouted and a man's tense voice replied. Bull recognized the sound of the crash team rushing to try and revive some poor bastard from collapsing into death. He felt for the team of medics. He was doing the same kind of work, just on a different scale. He shifted his arms, scooped up the terminal, and accepted the connection. Surge appeared on the screen. "Bist?" he asked. "I'm doing great," Bull said dryly. "What's up?" "Mars. They got him. Hauling the cabron back alive." Instinctively, uselessly, Bull tried to sit up. He couldn't sit, and up was a polite abstraction. "Holden?" he said. "Who else, right? He's on a skiff puttering slow for the MCRN Hammurabi. Should be there in a few hours." "No," Bull said. "They've got to bring him here." Surge raised his hand in a belter's nod, but his expression was skeptical. "AC Dulce, but I don't see them doing it." Somewhere far away down below Bull's chest, the compression sleeves hissed and chuffed and expanded, massaging the blood and lymph around his body now that movement wouldn't keep his fluids from pooling. He couldn't feel it. If they'd caught fire, he wouldn't feel it. Something deep and atavistic shifted in fear and disgust as his hindbrain rediscovered his injuries for the 1,000th time. Bull ground the heel of his palm against the bridge of his nose. "Okay," he said. "I'll see what I can do. What does Sam say about the project?" "She got the railguns off and they're working on cutting back the extra torpedo tubes, but the captain found out and he's throwing grandma." "Well, that had to happen sometime," Bull said. "Guess I'll take care of that too. Anything else?" "Unless tu lavi, Miss Giannis, I think you got plenty. Take a breath. Well talk at a turn, sa-sa. You don't have to do it all yourself." "I've got to do something," Bull said as the compression sleeves relaxed with a sigh. "I'll be in touch." Tense, low voices drifted in with the burned moth stink of cauterized flesh. Bull let his gaze focus on the blue-white ceiling above the bed he was strapped to. Holden was back. They hadn't killed him. If there was one thing that had the potential to destroy the fragile cooperation he was building, it would be the fight over who got to hold James Holden's nuts to a Bunsen burner. Bull scratched his shoulder, more for the sensation than because it itched, and considered the consequences. Protocol was that they'd question him, hold him in detention, and start negotiating extradition with whoever on the Earth side was investigating the Sung-Un. Bull's guess was they'd beat him bloody and drop him outside. The man was in custody, but he was responsible for too many deaths to assume he'd be safe there. It was time to try hailing the Rocinante again. Maybe this time they'd answer. Since the catastrophe, they'd been silent. Their communications array might have been damaged, they might be staying silent as some sort of political tactic, or they might all be dying or dead. He requested a connection again and waited with no particular hope of being answered. Later, when they were outside the ring, people could wrestle for jurisdiction as much as they wanted. Right now, Bull needed them to work together. Maybe if he... Against all expectation, the connection to the Rocinante opened. A woman Bull didn't recognize appeared. Pale skin, unrestrained red hair haloing her face. The smudge on her cheek might have been grease or blood. "Yes," the woman said. "Hello? Who is this? Can you help us?" "My name's Carlos Baca," Bull said, swallowing shock and confusion before they could get to his voice. "I'm Chief Security Officer on the Behemoth, and yes, I can help you." "Oh, thank God," the woman said. "So how about you tell me who you are and what the situation is over there?" "My name is Anna Volovadov, and I have a woman who tried to kill the crew of the Rocinante in, custody? I used all the sedatives in the emergency pack because I can't get into the actual medical bay. I taped her to a chair. Also, I think she may have blown up the Sung-Un." Bull folded his hands together.
"Why don't you tell me about that?" he said. Captain Jaconde was an older woman, silver-haired with a take-no-shit military attitude that Bull respected, even though he didn't like it. "I still don't have orders to release the prisoner," Captain Jaconde said. "I don't see that it's likely that I'll get them. So, for the foreseeable future, no. I have a shuttle already going to collect his crew and the woman he accused of being the real saboteur," Bull said. "And last time I looked, I have 24 of your people slated to come over once we have the drum spun up." Jaconde nodded once, confirming everything he'd said without being moved by any of it. Bull knotted his fingers together and squeezed until the knuckles were white, but he did it out of range of the communication deck's cameras. "It's going to be better for all of us if we can get everyone together," Bull said. "Pool resources and plan the evacuation. If you don't have shuttles, I can arrange transportation for you and your crew. There's plenty of space here." "I agree that it would be better to be under a single command," Jaconde said. "If you are offering to turn over the behemoths, I'm willing to accept control and responsibility." "Not where I was taking that, no," Bull said. "I didn't think so." "Mr. Baca," Ashford barked from the doorway. Bull held out a hand in a just-a-minute gesture. "This is something we're going to have to revisit," he said. "I've got a lot of respect for you and your position, and I'm sure we can find a way to get this done right." Her expression made it clear she didn't see anything wrong. "I'll be in touch," Bull said, and dropped the connection. So much for the pleasant part of his day. Ashford pulled himself through the door, coming to rest against the wall nearest the foot of Bull's bed. He looked angry, but it was a different kind of angry.
Bull was used to seeing Ashford cautious, even tentative. This man wasn't either. Everything about him spoke of barely restrained rage. Grief makes people crazy, Bull thought. Grief and guilt and embarrassment all together maybe did worse. Maybe it broke people. Pa floated in behind him, her eyes cast down. Her face had the odd waxy look that came from exhaustion. The doctor followed her, and then Serge and Macondo, looking any place but at him. The crowd filled the little room past its capacity. "Mr. Baca," Ashford said, biting at each syllable. "I understand you gave the order to disarm the ship. Is that true?" "Disarm the ship?" Bull said, and looked at Dr. Sterling. Her gaze was straight on and unreadable. "I had Sam take the railguns off so we could spin up the drum. And you did this without my permission? Permission for what?" Blood darkened Ashford's face, and rage roughened his voice. "The railguns are an essential component of this ship's defensive capabilities." "Not if they don't work," Bull said. "I had her take apart the thrust gravity water reclamation system too. Rebuild it at 90 degrees so it'll use the spin. You want me to run through all the stuff I'm having her repurpose because it doesn't work anymore, or are we just caring about the guns? I also understand that you have authorized non-OPA personnel to have access to the communications channels of the ship. Earthers, Martians, all the people we came out here to keep in line. Is that why we came out here?" Bull said. It wasn't a denial, and that seemed to be close enough to a confession for Ashford. Besides which, it wasn't like Bull had been hiding it. "And enemy military personnel? You're bringing them aboard my ship as well?" Pa had agreed to everything Ashford was listing off, but she stood behind the captain, not speaking up, expression unreadable. Bull wasn't sure what was going on between the captain and his XO, but if they were working out some internal power struggle, Bull knew which side he'd want to end up on. So he bit the bullet and didn't mention Pa's involvement. "Yes, I'm bringing in everyone I can get. Humanitarian outreach and consolidation of control. It's textbook. A second year would know to do it." Pa winced at that. "Mr. Baca, you have exceeded your authority. You have ignored the chain of command. All orders given by you, all permissions granted by you, are hereby revoked. I am relieving you of duty and instructing that you be placed in a medical coma until such time as you can be evacuated." "Like fuck you are," Bull said. He hadn't intended to, but the words came out like a reflex. They seemed to float in the air between them, and Bull discovered that he'd meant them. "This isn't open for debate," Ashford said coldly. "Damn right it's not," Bull said.
The reason you're in charge of this mission and not me is that Fred Johnson didn't think the crew would be comfortable with an Earther running a belter ship. You got the job because you kissed all the right political asses. You know what? Good for you. Hope your career takes off like a fucking rocket. Pa's here for the same reason. She's got the right-sized head, though at least hers doesn't seem to be empty. That's a racist insult, Ashford said, trying to interrupt, and I won't have. In here because they needed someone who could get the job done, and they knew we were screwed. And you know what? We're still screwed. But I'm going to get us out of here, and I'm going to keep Fred from being embarrassed by what we did here. And you are going to stay out of my way while I do it, you pinche motherfucker. That's enough, Mr. Baca. I will. You know it's true, Bull said, shifting to face Pa. Her expression was closed, empty. If he's in charge of this, he's going to get it wrong. You've seen it. You know it. You will stop addressing the XO, Mr. Baca. What kind of decisions he makes? He'll send them back to their ships, even if it means people die. You are relieved. You will be. He wasn't the one that invited them. It's going to quiet. I do not give you permission. Make all of this more dangerous, and if someone else pisses that thing off, we could all quiet, Ashford shouted, and he pushed forward, his mouth in a square gape of rage. He hit the medical bed too hard, pressing into Bull, grabbing him by the shoulder, and shaking him hard enough to snap his teeth shut. I told you to shut up! The restraints opened under Ashford's attack, the Velcro ripping. Pain lanced through Bull's neck like someone was pushing a screwdriver into his back. He tried to push the captain away, but there was nothing to grab hold of. His knuckles cracked against something hard, the table, the wall, something else. He couldn't say what. People around him were shouting. His balance felt profoundly wrong, the dead weight of his body flowing limp and useless in the empty air, but tugged at by the tubes and the catheters. When the world made sense again, he was at a 40-degree angle above the table, his head pointing down. Pa and Macondo were gripping Ashford's arms, the captain's hands bent into claws. Serge was bunched against the wall, ready to launch but not sure what direction he should go. Dr. Sterling appeared at his side, gathering his legs and drawing him quickly and professionally back toward the bed. "Could we please not assault the patient with the crushed spinal cord?" she said as she did, "because this makes me very uncomfortable." Another vicious flare of pain, hot and sharp and evil, ran through Bull's neck and upper back as she strapped him down. One of the tubes was floating free, blood and a bit of flesh adhering to its end. He didn't know what part of his body it had come out of. Pa was looking at him, and he kept his voice calm. "We've already screwed up twice. We came through the ring, and we let soldiers go on the station. We won't get a third. We can get everyone together, and we can get them out of here." "That's dangerous talk, mister," Ashford spat. "I can't be captain," Bull said. "Even if I wasn't stuck in this bed, I'm an Earther. There has to be a belter in charge. Fred was right about that." Ashford pulled his arms free of Pa and Macondo, plucked his sleeves back into trim, and steadied himself against the wall. "Doctor, place Mr. Baca in a medical coma. That is a direct order." "Serge," Bull said, "I need you to take Captain Ashford into custody, and I need you to do it now." No one moved. Serge scratched his neck, the sounds of fingernails against stubble louder than anything in the room. Pa's gaze locked in the middle distance, her face sour and angry. Ashford's eyes narrowed, cutting over toward her. When she spoke, her voice was dead and joyless. "Serge, you heard what the chief said." Ashford gathered himself to launch for Pa, but Serge already had a restraining hand on the captain's shoulder. "This is mutiny," Ashford said. "There'll be a reckoning for this." "You need to come with us," Serge said. Macondo took Ashford's other arm and put it in an escort hold, and the three of them left together. Pa stayed against the wall, held steady by a strap, while the doctor, tutting and muttering under her breath, replaced the catheters and checked the monitors and tubes attached to his skin. For the most part, he didn't feel it. When she was done, the doctor left the room. The door slid closed behind her. For almost a minute, neither of them spoke. "Guess your opinion on mutiny changed," Bull said. "Apparently," Pa said, and sighed. "He's not thinking straight, and he's drinking too much. He made the decision that brought us all here. He can sign his name to all the corpses on all those ships. I don't think he sees it that way," Pa said. And then, "But I think he's putting a lot of effort into not seeing it that way. And he's slipping. I don't think he's well." "It'd be easier if he had an accident," Bull said. Pa managed a smile. "I haven't changed that much, Mr. Baca." "Didn't figure. But I had to say it," he said.
"Let's focus on getting everyone safe, and then getting everyone home," she said. "It was a nice career while it lasted. I'm sorry it's ending this way." "Maybe," Bull said, "but did you come out here to win medals or to do the right thing?" Pa's smile was thin. "I'd hoped for both," she said. "Nothing wrong with a little optimism, long as it doesn't set policy," he said. "I'm going to keep on getting everyone on the behemoth. No weapons but ours," she said. "We keep taking all comers, but not if it means having an armed force on the ship." "Already done," Bull said. Pa closed her eyes. It was easy to forget how much younger than him she was. This wasn't her first tour, but it could have been her second. Bull tried to imagine what he'd have felt like, still half a kid, throwing his commanding officer into the brig. Scared as hell, probably. "You did the right thing," he said. "You'd have to say that. I backed your play." Bull nodded. "I did the right thing. Thank you for supporting me, Captain. Please know that I'll be returning that favor as long as you sit in the big chair." "We aren't friends," she said. "Don't have to be, so long as we get the job done." Chapter 30. Holden. The Marines weren't gentle, but they were professional. Holden had seen Martian-powered armor used by a recon Marine before. As they moved back through the caverns and tunnels of the station, Holden, in thick foam restraints slung across one soldier's back like a piece of equipment, he was aware of how much danger he was in. The men and women in the suits had just watched one of their own be killed and eaten by an alien. They were deep within territory as threatening and unfamiliar as anything he could imagine, and the odds were better than even that they were all blaming him for it. That he wasn't dead already spoke to discipline, training, and a professionalism he would have respected even if his life hadn't depended on it. Whatever frequencies they were speaking on, he didn't have access to, so the furtive journey from the display chamber or whatever it had been back to the surface all happened in eerie silence as far as he was concerned. He kept hoping to catch a glimpse of Miller. Instead, they passed by the insectile machines, now as still as statues, and over the complex turf. He thought he could see something like a pattern in the waves and ripples that passed along the walls and floor, complicated and beautiful as raindrops falling on the surface of a lake, or music. It didn't comfort him. He tried to get through to the Rocinante, to Naomi, but the Marine he was strapped to had either disabled his suit radio when they were restraining him, or something had jammed the signal. One way or another, he couldn't get anything. Not from the Roci, not from the Marines, not from anywhere. There was only the gentle loping and an almost unbearable dread. His suit gave him a low air warning. He didn't have any sense of where they were or how far they'd gone. The surface of the station might be through the next tunnel, or they might not have reached the halfway point. Or, for that matter, the station could be changing around them, and the way they'd come in might not exist. The suit said he had another 20 minutes. "Hey!" he shouted. He tried to swing his legs against the armor of the person carrying him. "Hey! I'm going to need air!" The Marine didn't respond. No matter how hard Holden tried to thrash, his strength and leverage were a rounding error compared to the abilities of the powered armor. All he could do was hope that he wasn't about to die from an oversight. Worrying about that was actually better than wondering about Naomi and Alex and Amos. The air gauge was down to 3 minutes, and Holden had shouted himself hoarse when the Marine carrying him crouched slightly, hopped up, and the station fell away beneath them. The luminescent surface irised closed behind them, automatic and unthinking. The skiff hung in the vacuum not more than 500 meters away, its exterior lights making it the brightest thing in the eerie starless sky. They found their way into the mass airlock quickly.
Holden's suit was blaring its emergency. The carbon dioxide levels crept up toward the critical level, and he had to fight to catch his breath. The Marine flipped him into a wall-mounted holding bar and strapped him in. "I'm out of air!" Holden screamed. "Please!" The Marine reached out and cracked the seal on Holden's suit. The rush of air smelled like old plastic and poorly recycled urine. Holden sucked it in like it was roses. The Marine popped off his own helmet. His real head looked perversely small in the bulk of the combat armor. "Sergeant Verbinski," a woman's voice snapped. "Yes, sir," the Marine who'd been carrying him said. "There's something wrong with the prisoner? He ran out of air a few minutes back." The woman grunted. Nothing more was said about it. The acceleration burn, when it came, was almost subliminal. A tiny sensation of weight settling Holden into his suit, gone as soon as it came. The Marines murmured among themselves and ignored him. It was all the confirmation he needed. What Miller had said was true. The slow zone's top speed had changed again, and from the expressions on their faces, he guessed that the casualties had been terrible. "I need to check in with my ship," he said. "Can someone contact the Rocinante, please?" No one answered him. He pressed his luck. "My crew may be hurt. If we could just—" "Someone shut the prisoner up," the woman who'd spoken before said. He still couldn't see her. The nearest Marine, a thick-jawed man with skin so black it seemed blue, turned toward him. Holden braced himself for a threat or violence. "There's nothing you could do," the man said. "Please be quiet now." His cell in the brig of the Hammurabi was a little over 1.5 meters wide and 3 meters deep. The crash couch was a dirty blue, and the walls and floor a uniform white that gleamed in the harsh light of the overhead LED. The jumpsuit he'd been issued felt like thick paper and crackled when he moved. When the guards came for him, they didn't bother putting the restraints back on his arms and legs. The captain floated near a desk, her close-cropped silver hair making her look like an ancient Roman emperor. Holden was strapped into a crash couch that was canted slightly forward so that he had to look up at her, even without the convenience of an up. "I am Captain Jaconde," she said. "You are a military prisoner. Do you understand what that means?" "I was in the Navy," Holden said. "I understand." "Good. That'll cut about half an hour of legal bullshit." "I'll happily tell you everything I know," Holden said. "No need for the rough stuff." The captain smiled like winter. "If you were anyone else, I'd think that was a figure of speech," she said. "What is your relationship to the structure at the center of the slow zone? What were you doing there?" He had spent so many months trying not to talk about Miller, trying not to tell anyone anything. Except Naomi, and even then he'd felt guilty putting the burden of the mystery on her. On one hand, the chance to unburden himself pulled at him like gravity. On the other, he took a deep breath. "This is going to sound a little strange," he said. "All right. Shortly after the proto-molecule construct lifted off from Venus and headed out to start assembling the ring, I was contacted by Detective Josephus Miller, the one who rode Eros down onto Venus, or at least something that looked and talked like him. He's shown up every few weeks since then, and I came to the conclusion that the proto-molecule was using him. Well, him and Julie Mao, who was the first one to be infected, to drive me out through the ring. I thought that they wanted me to come here." The captain's expression didn't change. Holden felt a strange lump in his throat. He didn't want to be having this conversation here. He wanted to be talking with Naomi in their bedroom on the Rocinante, or at a bar on Ceres. It didn't matter where, only who.
Was she dead? Had the station killed her? "Go on," the captain said. "Apparently I was mistaken," Holden said. He began with the journey out, with the proto-molecule's vision of Miller waiting for him at the station. The attack by her Marine, and the consequences as Miller explained them. The visions of the vast empire and the darkness that flowed over it, the death of sons. He relaxed as he went along, the words coming easier, faster. He sounded insane even to himself. Visions no one else could see, vast secrets revealed only to him. Except it had all been a mistake. He'd thought he was important, that he was special and chosen, and that what had happened to him and his crew had been dictated by a vast and mysterious power. He'd misunderstood everything. Doors and corners, Miller had said, and because he hadn't puzzled out what the dead man meant by it, they'd all come through the ring, and to the station.
His relief and his growing self-disgust mingled with every phrase. He'd been a fool dancing at the edge of the cliff because he'd been sure that he couldn't fall, not him. "And then I was here, talking to you," he said dryly. "I don't know what happens next." "All right," she said. Her expression gave away nothing. "You'll want a full medical workup to see if there's anything organically wrong with my brain," Holden said. "Probably," the captain said. "My medical staff has its hands full at the moment. You will be kept in administrative detention for the time being." "I understand," Holden said, "but I need to get in contact with my crew. You can monitor the connection. I don't care. I just need to know they're okay." The angle of the captain's mouth asked why he thought they were. "I'll try to get a report to you," she said. "Everyone's scrambling right now, and the situation could get worse quickly." "Is it bad then?" "It is." Time in his cell passed slowly. A guard brought tubes of rations, protein, oil, water, and vegetable paste. Sometimes it had a nearly homeopathic dose of curry. It was food meant to keep you alive. Everything after that was your own problem. Holden ate it because he had to stay alive. He had to find his crew, his ship. He had to get out of there. He had seen a massive alien empire fall. He'd seen suns blown apart. He'd watched a man overwhelmed and slaughtered by nightmare mechanisms on a space station that human hands hadn't built. All he could think about was Naomi and Amos and Alex. How they were going to keep their ship. How they were going to get home. And home meant any place but here. Not for the first time, he wished they were all transporting sketchy boxes of unknown cargo to Titania. He floated in the coffin-sized cell and tried not to go crazy from the toxic combination of inaction and mind-bending fear. Even if the whole crew was well, he was in custody of Mars now. He hadn't harmed the Singon, and everyone would know that. He hadn't made the false broadcast. All the things they were accusing him of could fall away, and there would still be the fact that Mars would take away his ship. He tried to focus on that despair, because as bad as it would be, if he kept the ship and lost his crew, that would feel worse. "You've got lousy taste in friends," Miller said. "Where the hell have you been?" Holden snapped. The dead man shrugged. In the cramped quarters, Holden could smell the man's breath. A firefly flicker of blue sped around Miller's head like a low-slung halo and vanished. "Time's hard," he said, as if the comment carried its own context. "Anyway, we were talking about something. The station, the lockdown." "Right," Miller said, nodding. He plucked off his ridiculous hat and scratched his temple. "That. So the thing is, as long as there's a shitload of high energy floating around, the station's not going to get comfortable. You guys have, what, 20 big ships? About that, I guess. They've all got fusion reactions. They've all got massive internal power grids. Not a big deal by themselves, but the station's been spooked a couple times. It's jumpy. You're going to have to give it a little massage. Show that you're not a threat. Do that, and I'm pretty sure I can get you moving again. That, or it'll break you all down to your component atoms." "It what?" Miller's smile was apologetic. "Sorry," he said. "Joke. Just get the reactors offline and the internal grids off. It'll get you below threshold, and I can take it from there. I mean, if that's what you decide you want to do." "What do you mean, if?" Holden shifted. The ceiling brushed against his shoulders. He couldn't stretch in here. There wasn't room for two people. There wasn't room for two people. For a fraction of a second, his brain tried to fit two images, Miller floating beside him, and the too small cell, together, and failed. The flesh on his back felt like there were insects crawling all over it. The two things couldn't both be true, and his brain shuddered and recoiled from the fact that they were. Miller coughed. "Don't do that," he said. "This is hard enough the way it is. What I mean by if is that lockdown's lockdown. I don't get to pick what part of the trap gets unsprung. If I take off the dampening and you all start burning for home or shooting at each other or whatever, that means I also open the gates. All of them. Including the ones with the burned up stars? No, Miller said. Those gates are gone. Only real star systems on the other side of the ones that are left. Is that a problem? depends on what comes through, Miller said. That's a lot of doors to kick down all at once. The only sound was the hiss of the air recyclers. Miller nodded as if Holden had said something. The other option is figure out a way to sneak back home with your tails between your legs and try and pretend this all never happened. You think we should do that? I think there was an empire once that touched thousands of stars. The Eros bug? That's one of their tools. It's a wrench, and something was big enough to put a bullet in them. Whatever it is could be waiting behind one of those gates, waiting for someone to do something stupid. So maybe you'd rather set up shop here, make little doomed babies, live and die in the darkness. But at least whatever's out there stays out there. Holden put his hand on the crash couch to steady himself. His heart was beating a mile a minute, and his hands were clammy and pale. He felt like he might throw up, and wondered whether he could get the vacuum commode working in time. In his memory, stars died. You think that's what we should do? He asked. Be quiet and get the hell out of here? No, I want to open 'em. I've learned everything I can get from here, especially in lockdown. I want to figure out what happened, and that means going and taking a look at the scene. You're the machine that finds things. Yes, Miller said. Consider the source, right? You might want to talk about it with someone who's not dead. You people have more to lose than I do. Holden thought for a moment, then laughed. I'm not sure it matters. I'm not in much of a position to set policy, he said. That's true, Miller said. Nothing personal, but you've got lousy taste in friends. Chapter 31. Melba. She was in her prison cell when they spun up the drum. In its previous life, the cell had been some sort of veterinary ward for large animals. Horses, maybe, or cows. A dozen stalls, 6 to a side, with brushed steel walls and bars. Real bars, just like all the old videos, except with a little swinging door at the top where they could shovel in hay. Everything else was antiseptic white. Everything was locked. Her clothes were gone, replaced by a simple pale pink jumpsuit. Her hand terminal was gone. She didn't miss it. She floated in the center of the space, the walls just out of reach of her fingers and toes. It had taken a dozen attempts, reaching the wall and pushing back more and more gently, to find just the right thrust for the air resistance to stop her out where nothing could touch or be touched, where she could float and be trapped by floating.
The man in the other cell bounced off his walls. He laughed and he shouted, but mostly he sulked. She ignored him. He was easy to ignore. The air surrounding her had a slight breeze, the way everything did in a ship. She'd heard a story once on the way out about a ship whose circulation failed in the middle of a night shift. The whole crew had died from the zone of exhausted gas that bubbled around them, drowning in their own recycled air. She didn't think the story was true, because they would have woken up. They would have gasped and thrashed around and gotten up out of their couches, and so they would have lived. People who wanted to live did that. People who wanted to die, on the other hand, just floated. The klaxons sounded through the whole ship, the blatting tone resonating through the decks, taking on a voice like a vast trumpet. First a warning, then another, then another. Then, silently, the bars retreated from her, falling away, and the back wall touched her shoulder like it wanted her attention but hesitated to ask. Inch by inch, her skin came to rest against the wall. For almost half a minute, the wall touched her, its energy and her inertia pressing them together like praying hands. The drum's acceleration was invisible to her. She only felt the spin sweeping her forward, and then, because forward, down. Her body slid inch by inch, moving down the wall toward the deck. Her body began to take on weight, the joints in her knees and spine shifting, bearing load. She remembered reading somewhere that a woman coming back from a long time at Null G could have grown almost 2 inches just from the discs in her spine never having the fluid pushed out of them. Between that and the muscle atrophy, coming back to weight spin, thrust, or gravity was the occasion for the most injury. Spinal discs were supposed to be pushed on, supposed to have the fluids go into them and back out. Without that, they turned into water balloons, and sometimes they popped. Her knee brushed the floor, then pressed into it. It had to have been an hour or more since the klaxons. Up and down existed again, and she let down take her. She folded against herself, empty as damp paper. There was a drain in the floor, white ceramic, unstained by any animal's blood or piss. The lights overhead flickered and grew steady again. The other prisoner was shouting for something. Food, maybe? Water? A guard to escort him to the head. It was natural to think of it as the head now, not the restroom, not the water closet. She didn't call for anyone to help her, she just felt her body grow heavier, being pulled down. And because down, out. It wasn't real gravity, so it wasn't real weight. It was her mass trying to fly off into the dark and being restrained. Someone came for the other prisoner. She watched the thick plastic boots flicker across her line of sight. Then voices, words like loyal and mutiny, phrases like when the time's right and restore order. They washed over her and she let them go. Her head hurt a little where her temple pushed against the floor. She wanted to sleep, but she was afraid to dream. More footsteps, the same boots going the other way, passing her. More voices, the boots coming back. The deep metallic clank of the shackle being taken off the stall's door. Her body didn't move, but her attention focused. The guard was different, a woman with broad shoulders and a gun in her hand. She looked at Melba, shrugged, and put a hand terminal into her field of vision. The man on the screen didn't look like a cop. His skin was pale brown, like cookie dough. There was something strange about the shape of his face. Broad chin, dark eyes, wrinkles in his forehead and the corners of his mouth that she couldn't place until he spoke and she saw him in motion. Then it was clear. He was lying down and looking up at the camera. "My name's Carlos Baca," the lying down man said. "I'm in charge of security on the Behemoth. So this prison you're in, it's mine." "All right," Melba thought. "You, now. I'm thinking you got a story to tell. The UN records of your DNA says you're Melba Coe. A bunch of people I've got no reason to disbelieve say you're Clarissa Mao, the XO of the Rocinante, and the XO of the Russian priest ladies backing her story. And then there's this sound engineer who says you hired him to place interruption electronics on the Rocinante." He went quiet for a moment. "Any of that ringing a bell?" The case on the hand terminal was green ceramic, or maybe enameled metal, not plastic. A hairline scratch in the screen made an extra mark across the man's cheek, like a pirate's dueling scar in a kid's book. "All right, how about this?" he said. "Doctor says you've got a modified endocrine bundle, the kind of things terrorists use when they need to do something showy and hard to detect. And, they don't give a shit if it turns their nervous system into soup in a few years. Not the kind of thing a maintenance tech could afford, or have much reason to get." It felt strange, the weight of her head pressing against the floor and looking down from the camera into the man's face both at the same time. Partly, she supposed, that was from being weightless for so long. Her brain was still getting used to the spin gravity after relying on visual cues, and now here was this anomalous visual cue. She knew intellectually what it was, but the special analysis part of her brain still gnawed at it. The man on the screen, he'd said his name, but she didn't remember it, pressed his lips together, then coughed once. It was a wet sound, like he was fighting off pneumonia. "I don't think you understand how much trouble you're in," he said. "There's people accusing you of blowing up an Earth military vessel, and the case they're building is pretty goddamn good. You can take it from me, the UN has no sense of humor about that kind of thing. They will kill you. You understand that? They'll put you in front of a military tribunal, listen to a couple lawyers for maybe 15, 20 minutes, then they'll blow your brains out. I can help you avoid that, but you have to talk to me. You know what I think? I don't think you're a professional. I think you're an amateur. You made a bunch of amateur mistakes, and things got away from you. You tell me if I'm right, and we'll go from there. But you keep playing this catatonia shit, and you're going to get killed. Do you understand what I'm saying?" He had a good voice. It had what her singing coach would have called a thorough range, deep as gravel, but with reedy overtones. It was the kind of voice she'd expect in a man who'd been well bruised by the world. Her singing voice had always been a little reedy too, like her father's. Petier, poor thing, had never been able to hold a melody. The others, Michael, Anthea, Julie, Mother, had all had very pure voices, like flutes. The problem with a flute was that it couldn't help being pure.
Even sorrow sounded posed and over-lovely when the flute was expressing it. Reeds had that deeper buzz, that dirtiness, and it gave the sound authenticity. She and her father were reeds. "Corin," the man on the screen said. "Does she understand what I'm saying?" The woman with the gun picked up the hand terminal, looked down at Melba, and then into the screen. "I don't think so, Chief. The doctor said there wasn't any brain damage." "Did," the woman agreed. "That don't make her right, though." The sigh carried. "Okay," the man's voice said. "We're going to have to go from a different angle. I got an idea, but you should come back in first." "Sa," the woman said. She stepped out of the cell. The bars closed again. They were narrow enough to keep a horse's hoof from passing through. She could imagine a horse trying to kick, getting its legs stuck, panicking. That would be bad. Better to avoid the problem. Wiser. Easier to stay out than to get out. Someone had said that to her once, but she didn't know who. Hey, the other prisoner said. He wasn't shouting, just talking loud enough that his voice carried.
"Was that true? You have glandular implants? Can you break the door? I'm the captain of this ship. If you can get me out of here, I can help you." Julie had been the best singer, except that she wouldn't do it. Didn't like performing. Father had been the performer. He'd always been the one to lead when there were songs to be sung. He was always the one to direct the poses when the family pictures were taken. He was a man who knew what he wanted and how to get it. Only he was in prison now. Not even a name, only a number. She wondered whether his cell was like hers. It would be nice if it was. Only his would be under a full G, of course. The spin gravity wasn't even up to a half G, maybe a third, maybe even less, like Mars or Ceres. Funny that of all the places humans lived, the Earth was always the highest gravity. It was like if you could escape from home, you could escape from anything. "Are you there? Are you awake? I saw them bring you in. Help me, and I'll help you. Amnesty. I can get you amnesty. And protection. They can't extradite from Ceres." That wasn't true, and she knew it. Annoyance almost moved her to speak, moved her to move, but not quite. The floor was a single sheet of polymer plating, formed to slant down to the drain. With her head against the floor like this, the drain was hardly more than a black line in a field of white, a crow on a frozen lake. "I have been taken prisoner in an illegal mutiny," the man said. "We can help each other." She wasn't entirely sure that she could be helped, or if she could, what she would be helped to do. She remembered wanting something once. Holden, that was right. She'd wanted him dead, and worse than dead. Her fantasies of it were so strong, they were like memories. But no, she had done it. Everyone had hated him. They'd tried to kill him. But something else had gone wrong, and they'd thought that Julie did it. She'd been so close. If she could have killed the Rocinante, they would never have found her. If she'd died on it, they'd never have been sure, and Holden would have gone down in history as the smug, self-righteous bastard that he was. But her father would have known. All that way away, he'd have heard what happened, and he would have guessed that she'd done it. His daughter, the one he could finally be proud of. It occurred to her that the other prisoner had gone quiet. That was fine. He was annoying. Her knees ached. Her temple hurt where it pressed against the floor. They called bed sores pressure sores. She wondered how long it took for skin to macerate just from not moving. Probably a pretty long time, and she was basically healthy. She wondered how long it had been since she'd moved. It had been a long time. She found she was oddly proud of that. The footsteps came again, more of them this time. The plastic boots made a satisfying clump clump, but there were other ones now. High, clicking footsteps, like a dog's claws on tile. She felt a tiny flicker of curiosity, like a candle in a cathedral. The boots came, and with them little blue pumps. An older woman's ankles. The bars clanked and swung open. The pumps hesitated at the threshold and then came in. Once they were in motion, the steps were confident, sure. The woman in the pumps sat, her back against the wall. Tilly Fagan looked down at her. Her hair was dyed, and her lipstick the same improbable red that made her lips look fuller than they were. "Claire, honey?" The words were soft and uncomfortable. "It's me."
Tension crawled up her back and into her cheeks. Tension and resentment at the tension. Aunt Tilly didn't have any right to be here. She shouldn't have been. Tilly put a hand out, reaching down and stroking her head like it was a cat. The first human touch she could remember since she'd come to. The first gentle one she could remember at all. When Tilly spoke, her voice was low and soft and full of regret. "They found your friend." "I don't have a friend," she thought, and then something deep under her sternum shifted and went hollow. Wren. They'd found Wren. She pulled her arm out from under her body, pressed the back of her hand against her mouth. The tears were warm and unwelcome and thick as a flood. They'd found Wren. They'd opened her tool chest and found his bones, and now Soledad would know. And Bob and Stanny. They'd know what she'd done. The first sob was like a cough, and then the one after it and the one after, and Tilly's arms were around her. And God help her, she was screaming and crying into Tilly Fagan's thighs while the woman stroked her hair and made little hushing sounds. "I'm sorry," she shrieked. The words ripped at her throat. They had hooks on them. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." "I know, honey. I know." She had her arms around Tilly's waist now, burying her face against her side, holding on to her like Tilly's body could keep her from sinking down, from drowning. The guard said something, and she felt Tilly shaking her head no. The motion translated through their bodies. "I did it," she said. "I killed him. I thought I had to. I told him to look at the readout so that he'd bend his neck, and he did. And I, oh God, I'm gonna puke." "Trashy people puke," Tilly said. "Ladies are unwell." It made her laugh. Despite everything, Clarissa laughed, and then she put her head down again and cried. Her chest hurt so badly she was sure something really was breaking. Aortic aneurysm, pulmonary embolism, something. Sorrow couldn't really feel like a heartbreaking, could it? That was just a phrase. It went on forever, and then past that, and then it slowed. Her body was as limp as a rag. Tilly's blouse was soaked with tears and snot and saliva, but she was still sitting just as she'd been. Her hand still ran through Clarissa's hair. Her fingernails traced the curve of her ear. "You put the bomb on the Suen," Tilly said, "and framed Jim Holden for it." It wasn't a question or an accusation. She didn't want Clarissa to confess, just to confirm. Clarissa nodded against Tilly's lap. When she spoke, her voice clicked and her throat felt thick and raw. "He hurt Daddy. Had to do something." Tilly sighed. "Your father is a first-class shit," she said, and because it was her saying it, it didn't hurt to hear. "I've got to tell the chief," the guard said, apology in her voice. "I mean, about what happened. He wants me to report in." "I'm not stopping you," Tilly said. "You need to come with me," the guard said. "I can't leave you there with her. It's not safe." A flash of panic lit her mind. She couldn't be alone, not now. They couldn't leave her locked up and alone. "Don't be ridiculous," Tilly said. "You go do whatever it is you need to do. I'll be here with Claire." "Ah, that girl killed a lot of people, ma'am." The silence was just a beat, and without shifting her head, Clarissa knew what look was on Tilly's face. The guard cleared her throat. "I'll have to lock the door, ma'am." "Do what you need to, officer," Tilly said. The bars shifted and crashed. The lock clacked home. The footsteps retreated. Clarissa wept for Wren. Maybe the others would come later. The dead soldiers on the Suan. Holden's lover whom she'd beaten and brutalized. All the men and women who died because they'd followed Holden through the ring. She might have tears for them, but now it was only Wren, and she didn't think she would stop in her lifetime. "I deserve to die," she said. "I've become a very bad person." Tilly didn't disagree, but she didn't stop cradling her either. "There's someone I'd like you to talk to," she said. Chapter 32. Anna. The security force had come first, 3 soldiers in a shuttle with guns and restraints for Melba, or Clarissa, whoever she was. Then, much later, a medical evacuation had come, taking the Rocinante's crew. Anna's own ride arrived almost a day later, not an afterthought, but not a priority. The way things had all come about, she thought, not being a priority was probably a sign things were going well for her.
When she arrived on the Behemoth, she had expected to see someone from that ship's security team, or, if they were well enough, maybe Naomi and the other 2 crewmen from the Rocinante. Hector Cortez stood in the shuttle bay. He smiled when he saw her and raised his hand in a little wave of greeting. The motion reminded her of her grandfather in his failing days, careful and a little awkward. She thought Cortez had aged a decade in a few days, then realized he must have been injured in the catastrophe. "Anna," he said, "I am so glad to see you." The Behemoth's massive drum section was spinning now, creating a vertigo-inducing false gravity. Anna's feet told her that she was standing on solid ground. Her inner ear argued that she was falling over sideways and kept trying to get her to tilt her body the other direction. It wasn't enough to make her steps unsteady, but it did make everything feel a little surreal. Having Hector Cortez, celebrity and minister to the powerful, kiss her cheek didn't make things any less dreamlike. "It's good to see you too," she said. "I didn't know you were on the Behemoth." "We've all come," he said. "They've left the smallest of crews on the Thomas Prince, and we've all come here. All of us that are left. We've lost so many. I attended services yesterday for the fallen. Father Michel, Rabbi Black, Paulo Seddon." Anna felt a little twinge of dread. "Alonso Guzman?" Cortez shook his head. "Neither alive nor dead," he said. "They have him in a medical coma, but he's not expected to survive." Anna remembered the man's pleading eyes. If she'd only found help for him sooner. "I'm sorry to have missed that service," she said. "I know," Cortez said. "It's why I wanted to meet you. May I walk with you?" "Of course," Anna said, "but I don't know where I'm going." "Then I will give you the basic orientation," the old man said, turning a degree and sweeping his hand toward the shuttle bay. "Come with me, and I will bring you to the glory of the lift system." Anna chuckled and let him lead the way. He walked carefully too, not mincing but not striding. He seemed like a different person than the one who'd called the 3 factions of humanity together to pass through the ring and into the unknown. It was more than just how he held his body too. "I thought it was important that those of us who were part of the petition speak at the service," he said. "I wanted our regret to have a voice." "Our regret?" He nodded. "Yours. Mine. All of us who advised that we come to this darkness. It was hubris, and the innocent have suffered because of it, died for listening to our bad advice. God has humbled me." His voice still had the richness of a lifetime's practice, but there was a new note in it, a high, childlike whine underneath the grandeur. Sympathy for his distress and an uncharitable annoyance sprang up in her. "I don't know that I see it that way," she said. "We didn't come here to glorify ourselves. We did it to keep people from fighting, to remind ourselves and each other that we're all together in this. I can't think that's an evil impulse, and I can't see what happened to us as punishment." "Time and chance befall all men," Hector said. "Yes." Behind them, a shuttle's attitude rocket roared for a moment, then cut off. A pair of belters in gray jumpsuits sauntered toward it, toolboxes in their hands. Cortez was scowling. "But even, given what grew from that seed, you still don't think we were punished? The decision was not made out of arrogance?" "History is made up of people recovering from the last disaster," Anna said. "What happened was terrible, is terrible, but I still can't see God's punishment in it." "I do," Cortez said. "I believe we have fallen into a realm of evil. And more, Dr. Volovadov, I fear we have been tainted by it. I don't see—" "The devil is here," Cortez said. He shook his head at Anna's protesting frown. "Not some cartoon demon, I'm not a fool. But the devil has always lived in men when they reach too far, when they fail to ask if they should do something just because they can do it. I have fallen into his trap. And worse, we have blazed the trail to him. History will not remember us kindly for what we have done." Anna knew quite a few members of the Latter-day Saints Church. They agreed with the Methodists on a few minor things like not drinking alcohol, which gave them a sense of solidarity at interfaith conventions.
They disagreed on some important things, like the nature of God and his plan for the universe, which didn't seem to matter as much as Anna would have thought. They tended to be happy, family-oriented, and unassuming. Standing in the belly of the behemoth, Anna would never have guessed they would build something like the massive generation ship. It was so big, so extravagant. It was like a rebellious shout at the emptiness of space. The universe is too big for our ship to move through it in a reasonable time? Fine, we'll stuff all the bits of the universe we need inside of our ship and then go at our own pace. The inner walls of the rotating drum curved up in the distance, Coriolis effect masquerading as mass, metal ribbing and plates pretending to be substrate, just waiting for soil and plants and farm animals. Through the center of the drum, half a kilometer over Anna's head, a narrow thread of bright yellow light shone down on them all. The sun, stretched into a line in the sky. The entire idea of it was arrogant and defiant and grandiose. Anna loved it. As she walked across a wide empty plain of steel that should have been covered in topsoil and crops, she thought that this audaciousness was exactly what humanity had lost somewhere in the last couple of centuries. When ancient maritime explorers had climbed into their creaking wooden ships and tried to find ways to cross the great oceans of Earth, had their voyage been any less dangerous than the one the Mormons had been planning to attempt? The endpoint any less mysterious? But in both cases, they'd been driven to find out what was on the other side of the long trip. Driven by a need to see shores no one else had ever seen before. Show a human a closed door, and no matter how many open doors she finds, she'll be haunted by what might be behind it. A few people like to paint this drive as a weakness, a failing of the species. Humanity as the virus, the creature that never stops filling up its available living space. Hector seemed to be moving over to that view, based on their last conversation. But Anna rejected that idea. If humanity were capable of being satisfied, then they'd all still be living in trees and eating bugs out of one another's fur. Anna had walked on a moon of Jupiter. She'd looked up through a dome-covered sky at the great red spot, close enough to see the swirls and eddies of a storm larger than her homeworld. She'd tasted water thawed from ice as old as the solar system itself. And it was that human dissatisfaction, that human audacity that had put her there. Looking at the tiny world spinning around her, she knew one day it would give them the stars as well. The refugee camp was a network of tents and prefabricated temporary structures set on the inner face of the drum, the long thin line of sun-bright light pressing down onto them all like a spring afternoon on Earth. It took her almost half an hour to find Chris Williams' tent. The liaison from the Thomas Prince let her know that the young naval officer had survived the catastrophe but had suffered terrible injuries in the process. Anna wanted to find him, and maybe through him the rest of the little congregation she'd formed during the trip out. A few questions of helpful refugees later, and she found his tent. There was no way to knock or buzz, so she just scratched at the tent flap and said, "Chris, you in there?" "That you, Pastor? Come on in." The liaison hadn't been specific in her descriptions of Chris' injuries, so Anna braced herself for the worst when she entered. The young lieutenant was lying in a military-style cot, propped up by a number of pillows.
He had a small terminal on his lap that he set aside as she came in. His left arm and left leg both ended at the middle joint. "Oh, Chris, if your next word is sorry," he said, "I'm gonna hop over there and kick your ass." Anna started laughing even as the tears filled her eyes. "I am sorry, but now I'm sorry for being sorry." She sat by the edge of his cot and took his right hand. "How are you, Chris?" With a few obvious exceptions, he waved his shortened left arm around. "I came through the disaster better than most. I didn't even have a bad bruise." "I don't know how the Navy health plan works," Anna started, but Chris waved her off. "Full regrowth therapy. We ever get out of here and back to civilization, and a few painful and itchy months later, I'll have bright pink replacements." "Well, that's good," Anna said. She'd been about to offer to pay for his treatment, not knowing how she'd actually do that. She felt a moment of relief and shame. "Have you heard from anyone else who was in our group?" "I haven't had time to find them yet." "Yeah," Chris said with a chuckle. "I heard. You've been doing commando raids while I've been laid up. If I'd known they trained you guys to take down souped-up terrorists, I'd have paid more attention in church as a kid."
I ran away from her until she had a seizure, and then I taped her to a chair. Not very heroic. I'm getting a medal for falling into a pressure hatch, sacrificing an arm and a leg to keep 7 sailors from being trapped in a compromised part of the ship. I was unconscious at the time, but that doesn't seem to matter. Heroism is a label most people get for doing shit they'd never do if they were really thinking about it. Anna laughed at that. I've been thinking a lot about that exact thing recently. Chris relaxed back into his pile of pillows and nodded for her to continue. Labels, I mean. People are calling the aliens evil because they hurt us, and without context, how do we know? Yeah, Chris said. I lose a couple limbs getting drunk and falling into a harvesting combine. I'm an idiot. I lose the same limbs because I happened to be standing next to the right door when the ship was damaged. I'm a hero. Maybe it's as simple as that. I don't know. I feel like something really important is about to happen, and we're all making up our minds ahead of time what it will be. Chris absent-mindedly scratched at the stump of his left leg, then grimaced. Like? We came through the ring to stop James Holden from talking to the aliens first. But this is the same man that helped send Eros to Venus, instead of letting it destroy the Earth. Why did we assume he'd do a bad job of being the first human the aliens met? And now something has slapped us down, taken all our guns away, but not killed us. That should mean something. Certainly anything this powerful could kill us as easily as it declawed us, but it didn't. Instead of trying to figure out what it means, we're hurting, so we call it evil. I feel like we're children who've been punished, and we think it's because our parents are mean. They stopped our ships to what? Pacify us? Chris asked. Who knows, Anna said, shrugging. But I know we're not asking those questions. Humans do bad things when they're afraid, and we're all very afraid right now. Tara died, Chris said. Anna racked her brain trying to remember who Tara was. Chris saw her confusion and added, Short blonde hair? She was a Marine? Oh no, Anna replied, feeling the tears well up again. Her angry Marine had died. A whole future in which she'd worked with Tara to find out the source of her anger vanished. Conversations she'd already had in her head, lines of questioning, the anticipation of satisfaction she'd get from having the Marine open up to her, gone, as if someone had flicked a switch. It was hard not to sympathize with Cortez's view a little. After all, the aliens had killed one of her congregation now. But maybe not on purpose, and intent mattered. The universe made no sense to her otherwise. She managed to finish off her visit without, she hoped, seeming too distracted. Afterward, she went to find her own assigned tent and try to rest. She had no reason to think that sleep would come. After she found her place, Tilly Fagan appeared. Anna lifted her arm in greeting, but before she could get a word out, Tilly threw both arms around her and was squeezing until she could hear her ribs pop. Tilly was surprisingly strong for such a thin woman. I was furious with myself for letting you leave, Tilly said, squeezing even tighter and leaning her weight against Anna. She was heavy. They both were in the spinning drum. It took some getting used to. When Tilly finally let up the pressure a bit, Anna said, I think I was altered. That was my fault too, Tilly said, followed by more squeezing. Anna realized the only thing to do was ride it out, and patted Tilly on the lower back until her friend got it out of her system. After a few moments, Tilly released Anna and stepped back, her eyes shiny but a smile on her face. I'm glad you didn't die. Everyone else from the Prince is a pod. Anna decided not to ask what a pod was. The behemoth has become the place to be, Tilly continued. If we never figure out how to escape this trap, it's the place it will take us the longest to die. That makes it the high-rent district. Well, that's important. Tilly laughed. She pulled a cigarette out and lit it as they walked. At Anna's shocked look, she said, They let you do it here. Lots of the Belters do. They obsess over air filters and then suck poisonous particulates into their lungs recreationally. It's a fabulous culture. Anna smiled and waved the smoke away from her face. So, Tilly said, pretending not to notice, I demanded they let me go on the first shuttle over. Did you manage to retrieve Holden? I didn't find him, Anna said, just his crew. But I think I might have saved their lives. At first, she thought Tilly's expression had cooled, but that wasn't quite right. It wasn't coldness, it was pain. Anna put her hand on Tilly's arm. I have someone I need you to talk to, Tilly said, and you probably aren't going to like it, but you're going to do it for me. I'll never ask you for anything again, and you're buying a lifetime of expensive markers to trade in with this. Whatever I can do, you're going to help Claire." Anna felt like the air had gone out of the room. For a moment she heard the throat-scarring screams again and felt the blows transferred through the buckling locker door. She heard Chris tell her that Tara had died. She saw Cortez and heard the buzzsaw despair in his voice. She took a breath. "Yes," she said, "of course I am." Chapter 33. Bull. "You need to get up, Dr. Sterling," Spin said. Spin changed the shape of her face, pulling down her cheeks and hair. She looked older and more familiar. "I thought I wasn't supposed to move around," Bull said, and coughed. "That was when I was worried about your spinal cord. Now I'm worried about your lungs. You're having enough trouble clearing secretions, I'm about ready to call it mild pneumonia. I'll be fine." "Spin, gravity's not going to do you much good if you're flat on your back," she said, tapping his shoulder for emphasis. "You have to sit up more." Bull gritted his teeth. "I can't sit up," he said. "I don't have abdominal muscles. I can't do anything." "You have an adjustable bed," the doctor said, unfazed. "Adjust it. Stay upright as much as you can." "Isn't that going to screw up my spine even worse?" "We can brace you," she said. "Anyway, you can live without functioning legs. You can't live without functional lungs." The medical wards had changed. Spinning up the drum had meant stripping away as many of the alterations that had changed the generation ship into a weapon of war as they could. The medical stations and emergency showers had all been turned 90 degrees in the refit, prepared to use under thrust or not at all. What had been designed back in what seemed like ancient times to be floors had become walls, and now they are floors again.
The whole thing was a hesitation, a stutter step in industrial steel and ceramic. It was like something that had been broken and grew back wrong. "I'll do what I can," Bull said, his teeth clenched against another cough. "If I've got to sit up, can I at least get something that travels a little? I'm getting pretty tired of being in the same room all the time." "I don't recommend it." "You gonna stop me?" "I am not." They paused. Frustration and animosity hung in the air between them. Neither one had slept enough. Both were pushing themselves too hard, trying to keep people alive, and they weren't going to make each other happy. "I'll do what I can, Doc," Bull said. "How's it going out there?" "People are dying. It's slowing down, though. At this point, almost all of the emergent cases are stabilized or dead. Right now, it's pretty much the same for everyone. Wound care and support. Keep an eye out for people who had some sort of internal injury we didn't see at the time, and try to catch them before they crash. Rest, fluid, light exercise, and prayer." "All right," he said as his hand terminal chimed. Another connection request. From the Hammurabi, the Martian frigate where Captain Jim Holden was being held. "And how's it going on your end?" Dr. Sterling said. Her lips were pressed thin. She knew the answer. Bull used the controls on his bed, shifting himself up to something approaching a seated position. He could feel a difference in his breath, but if anything, it made it harder to keep from coughing. "Let you know in a minute," he said, and accepted the connection. Captain Jaconde appeared on the screen. "Captain," Bull said, making the title a greeting. "Mr. Baca," she said in return, "I got your last message. I don't suppose you're calling to arrange the transfer of the prisoner and your remaining crew?" She didn't smile. "I wanted to thank you for the staging area you've provided for our medical staff. We will not, however, be transferring any further personnel to your vessel or remanding the prisoner to your custody. You don't have a sufficient complement left on your ship to run it, not even as a skeleton crew. Between the injured and the injured medics, I've got 2/3 of your people here right now, and I thank you for that. My point is, you have 1/3 or less of your crew left standing. You're pulling double, maybe triple shifts. Earth is still making noise about transferring Holden to them until he's answered charges for the Sang-On." He hadn't mentioned Clarissa Mao's confession. That was a card he could play another time. He lifted his hand. "All of us have watched someone we cared about die because of something we don't understand. All of us are grieving and scared. If we don't all come together, someone's gonna do something we'll all regret. The Martian military code requires I've got an open investigation here.
I'll share all the information we've gathered. Some of it's pretty damn interesting." Something moved in his chest, and he was coughing so hard he couldn't speak or listen. Phlegm filled his mouth, and he leaned over, supporting himself with his arms to spit it out. Maybe there was something to this sitting up thing. The Martian military code prohibits the surrender of prisoners except in cases of trades authorized by the government. We can't talk to the MCR, so nothing's getting authorized. You could surrender to me. She laughed that time, the facade of military propriety cracked. I wish. I'd be able to get a full shift sleep. But that tin can you're in couldn't take us, even if we could fight. Which we can't, so we're pretty much down to angry letters at 20 paces. "I appreciate the call," he said. "I'll let the captain know it's no go. But hey, let me ask you, what are you guys gonna do when Earth sends a couple dozen Marines with cutting torches and kitchen knives?" "Fight with cutting torches and knives," she said. "This is the Hammurabi, signing off." Bull watched the dull standby screen for half a minute before he put it down. He'd have to tell Pa, but he wasn't looking forward to that. She had enough on her plate coordinating all the things he couldn't because he was trapped in the medical ward. No matter what Holden's criminal status with Earth and Mars was, no matter how many people took the blame for the things he was accused of, it didn't matter. It was a pretext. He was the only person not covered by military treaty who could be debriefed about whatever was on the alien station. Earth wanted him. The OPA wanted him. Mars had him and wouldn't give him up just for the joy of having something other people wanted. And sooner or later, some Martian with too much stress and not enough sleep who thought Holden was responsible for drawing them all through the ring was going to take revenge for a lover or friend who died. Bull scratched at his neck, the stubble rough against his fingertips. His body, empty, splayed out before him in the 1/3 go. "Bull?" He looked up. The nurse seemed, if anything, more tired than the doctor had been. "You've got a couple visitors, if you're up for it," he said. "Depends. Who you got?" "Priest," he said. It took a moment to realize it wasn't a name, but a job description. "The Russian from the Rocinante?" The nurse shook his head. "The politician, Cortez. What does he want?" "As far as I can tell, save your soul. He's talking about protecting humanity from the devil. I think he wants you to help with that. Tell him to talk to Serge at the security office. Who else wants a piece of me?" The nurse's expression changed. For a moment, Bull couldn't say what was strange about it. Then he realized it was the first time in his memory he'd seen the nurse smile. "Someone's got a little prezzy for you," the nurse said, then leaned back out into the corridor. "Okay, come on in." Bull coughed again, bringing up more phlegm. Sam appeared in the doorway, grinning. Behind her, 2 techs were carrying a blue plastic crate so big he could have put Sam inside it. "Rosenberg, you've been wasting time when you should be fixing my ship. You've still got one more mutiny before it's your ship," Sam said. "And yeah, when the crew heard about what happened with you and Ashford, some of us wanted to put together a little present." Bull shifted, then caught himself. He was so used to having the muscles in his trump to hold himself up that every time he began to fall, it was a little surprising. It was one of the things he missed about Null G. Sam didn't notice or pretended not to. She shifted to the side and took hold of the crate's release bar, like a stage magician about to reveal an illusion. Dr. Sterling appeared in the doorway, a sly smile haunting her lips. Bull had the uncomfortable feeling of walking in on his own surprise party. "You're making me nervous," he said. "You're getting smarter," she said. "Ready?" "Yeah, I don't think so." The crate slid open. The mech inside looked complicated, blocky, and thick. Bull laughed for lack of anything he could think to say. "It's a standard lifting mech," Sam said, "but we carved a bunch of the reinforcing out of its tummy and put in a TLS orthosis the medics gave me. We swapped out the leg actuation with a simple joystick control. It won't take you dancing, and you're still going to need help going potty, but you're not stuck in bed. It's not as comfortable as a top-end wheelchair, but it will get you anywhere in the ship you want to go, whether it was built for accessibility or not." Bull thought he was about to cough again until he felt the tears welling up in his eyes. "Oh shit, Sam. None of that, you big baby. Let's just get you in and adjust the support plates." Sam took one shoulder, the nurse the other. The sensation of being carried was strange. Bull didn't know the last time anyone had picked him up. The brace in the guts of the mech was like a girdle, and Sam had put straps along the mech's struts to keep his legs from flapping around. It was an inversion of the usual. Instead of using his legs to move the mech, he was using the mech to move his legs.
For the first time since the catastrophe, Bull walked down the short hall and into the general ward. Sam kept pace, her gaze on the mechanism like a mother duck taking her ducklings for their first swim. His sense of wrongness didn't leave, but it lessened. The worst of the injured from all three sides were here, men and women, Belter and Earther and Martian. A bald man with skin an unhealthy yellow struggled to breathe. A woman so young-looking Bull could hardly believe she wasn't a child lay almost naked in a bed, her skin mostly burned away and a distant look in her eyes. A thick-bodied man with an Old Testament prophet's beard and body hair like a chimp moaned and shifted through his sedation. In the disposable plastic medical gowns, there was nothing to show who belonged to what side. They were people, and they were on his ship, so they were his people. At the end of the corridor, Corin stood in front of a doorway, a pistol on her hip. Her salute was on the edge between serious and mocking. "Mocked sly, Chief," she said. "Suits." "Thank you," Bull said. "Here to see the prisoners?" "Sure," Bull said. He hadn't meant to go anywhere in particular, but since he could, he could. The lockdown ward was smaller, but other than one of his security staff at the door, there weren't any signs that the patients here were different. Prisoners was a strong word. None of them were legally bound. They ranged from high-value civilians from Earth to the highest-ranking Martian wounded. Anyone whom Bull thought might be particularly useful now or later. All of the dozen beds were full. "How's it feeling?" Sam asked. "Seems like it lists to the right a little," Bull said. "Yeah, I was thinking." The new voice came from the farthest bed, weak and confused but unmistakable. "Sam?" Sam's attention snapped to the back, and she took a couple tentative steps toward the woman who had spoken. "Naomi? Oh, holy crap, sweetie, what happened to you?" "Got in a fight," the XO of the Rocinante said through bruised and broken lips. "Whipped her ass." "You know Nagata?" Bull asked. "From the bad old days," Sam said, taking her hand. "We were roommates for about 6 days while she and Jim Holden were having a fight." "Where?" Naomi said. "Where's my crew?" "They're here," Bull said, maneuvering his mech closer to her. "All but Holden. They're all right?" "I've felt better," a balding, slightly pudgy man with skin the color of toast said. He had the drawl of Mariner Valley on Mars or West Texas on Earth. It was hard to tell the difference. "Alex," Naomi said. "Where's Amos?" "Next bed over," Alex said. "He's been sleeping a lot." "What happened anyway? We get arrested?" "There was an accident," Bull said. "A lot of people got hurt." "But we ain't arrested," Alex said. "No." "Well, that's all right then." On her bed, Naomi Nagata had visibly relaxed. Knowing her crew were alive and with her carried a lot of weight. Bull filed the information away in case it was useful later. "The woman who attacked you is under arrest," Bull said. "She's the one." "The bomb," Naomi said. "We're looking into that," he said, trying to keep his tone reassuring. Another coughing fit spoiled the effect. Naomi frowned, remembering something. Bull wished he could take her other hand, build some rapport. The mech was a fine way to walk around, but there were other ways it was limiting. "Jim," she said. "Captain Holden has been taken into custody by the Martian Navy," Bull said. "I'm trying to negotiate his release into our custody, but it's not going very well so far." Naomi smiled as if he'd given her good news and nodded. Her eyes closed. "What about Miller?" "Who?" Bull asked, but she was already asleep. Sam shifted to Alex's bed, and Bull stepped over to look down on the Rocinante sleeping mechanic. Amos Burton. They were a pretty sad bunch, and far too small a crew to run a ship like theirs safely. Maybe Jaconde could get some pointers from them. Until he got Holden, they were going to be at a disadvantage. The man was a professional symbol, and creating calm when there was no reason for it was all about symbols. Captain Jaconde wouldn't bend, because if she did, she'd be court-martialed when they got back. If they got back. Bull didn't like it, but he understood it.
If they'd been anywhere but the slow zone, they'd all have been rattling sabers and baring teeth. Instead, all they could do was talk. Bull's mouth went dry. Sam was still looking at Naomi Nagata's bed, her face angry and despairing. "Sam," Bull said, "got a minute?" She looked up and nodded. Bull flicked the little joystick, and the mech trod awkwardly around. He steered it back out through the door and back to his own private room. By the time they got there, Sam's expression had shifted to curious. Bull closed the door, coughing. He felt a little lightheaded and his heart was racing. Fear, excitement, or being vertical for the first time since they'd passed through the ring, he didn't know. "What's up, boss?" "The comm laser," Bull said. "Say I wanted to make it into a weapon. What's the most power we could put through it?" Sam's frown was more than an engineer making mental calculations. The spin gravity made her seem older. Or maybe bathing in death and fear just did that to people. "I can make it about as hot as the middle of a star for a fraction of a second," Sam said. "It'd burn that side of the ship down to a bad smell, though. What's the most we could do and get, say, 3 shots out of it, and not melt our ship? It can already carve through a ship's hull if you've got time to spare. I can probably pare that time down a bit. Get that going, will you?" Sam shook her head. "What?" Bull asked. "That big glowy ball out there can turn off inertia when it feels threatened. I don't feel comfortable making light into a weapon. Seriously, what if it decides to stop all the photons or something?" "If we have it, we won't need to use it." Sam shook her head again. "I can't do that for you, Bull." "What about the captain? Would you do it for a belter?" Sam's cheeks flushed. It might have been embarrassment or anger. "Cheap shot. Sorry, but would you take a direct order from Captain Pa?" "From her, yes, but not because she's a belter, because she's the captain, and I trust her judgment, more than mine." Sam held up her hands in a belter shrug. "Last time I just did whatever you told me to, I wound up under house arrest." Bull had to give her the point. He fumbled to extricate his arm from the mech, scooped up his hand terminal, and put in a priority connection request to Pa. She took it almost immediately. She looked older too, worn, solid, certain. Crisis suited her. "Mr. Baca," she said, "where do we stand?" "Captain Jaconde isn't going to bring her people over, even though they all know it would be better, and she won't give up Holden." "All right," Boss said. "Well, we tried." "But she might surrender to you," Bull said, "and seems to me it's going to be a lot easier being sheriff if we can get the only gun in the slow zone." Pa tilted her head. "Go on," she said. Chapter 34. Clarissa. The guards came, brought thinly rationed food-grade protein and measured bottles of water, led the prisoners to the head with pistols drawn, and then took them back. For the most part, Clarissa lay on the floor or stretched, hummed old songs to herself, or drew on the skin of her arms, white fingernail scratches. The boredom would have been crushing if she'd felt it, but she seemed to have unconnected from time. The only times she cried were when she thought of killing Ren and when she remembered her father. The only things she anticipated at all were another visit from Tilly or her mysterious friend, and death. The woman came first, and when she did, Clarissa recognized her. With her red hair pulled down by spin, her face looked softer, but the eyes were unforgettable. The woman from the galley on the Thomas Prince, and then later from Rocinante, Anna. She told Naomi that her name was Anna. Just one more person Clarissa had tried to kill once. "I have permission to speak with her," Anna said.
The guarda, a broad-faced man with a scarred arm that he wore like a decoration, crossed his arms. "She's here, Sino. Talk away." "Absolutely not," Anna said. "This is a private conversation. I can't have it in front of the others." "You can't have it anywhere else," the guard said. "You know how many people this Koya killed. She's got implants. Dangerous." "She knows," Clarissa said, and Anna flashed a smile at her like they'd shared a joke. A feeling of unease cooled Clarissa's gut. There was something threatening about a woman who could take being attacked and treat it like it was a shared intimacy. Clarissa wondered whether she wanted to talk with her after all. "It's the risk I came here to take," Anna said. "You can find us a place. An interview room. You have those, don't you?" The guard's stance settled deeper into his knees and hips, immovable. "Can stay here until the sun burns out," he said. "That door's staying closed." "It's all right," Clarissa said.
No, it isn't, Anna said. I'm her priest, and the things we need to talk about are private. Please open the door and take us someplace we can talk. Jojo, the captain at the far end of the hall, said. Ashford, that was his name. It's all right. You can put them in the meat freezer. It's not in use, and it locks from the outside. Then I get a dead preacher? Ano-sa. I believe that you won't, Anna said. Then you believe in vacuum fairies, the guard said, but he unlocked the cell door. The bars swung open. Clarissa hesitated. Behind guard and priest, the disgraced Captain Ashford watched her, peering through his bars to get a look. He needed to shave, and he looked like he'd been crying. For a moment, Clarissa gripped the cold steel bars of her door. The urge to pull them closed, to retreat, was almost overwhelming. It's all right, Anna said. Clarissa let go of the door and stepped out. The guard drew his sidearm and pressed it against the back of her neck. Anna looked pained. Ashford's expression didn't shift a millimeter. Is that necessary? Anna asked. Implants, the guard said, and prodded Clarissa to move forward. She walked. The freezer was warm and larger than the galley back on the Sarasier. Strips of metal ran along floor and ceiling and both walls, with notches every few centimeters, to allow the Mormon colonists who never were to lock walls and partitions into place. It made sense that the veterinary stalls that had been pressed into service as her prison would be near the slaughterhouse. Harsh white light spilled from LEDs set into the walls, unsoftened and directional, casting hard shadows. I'm back in 15 minutes, the guard said, as he pushed Clarissa through the doorway. Anything looks funny, I'll shoot you. Thank you for giving us privacy, Anna said, stepping through after her. The door closed. The latch sounded like the gates of hell, closing. The lights flickered, and the first thought that flashed across Clarissa's mind, rich with disapproval, was, shouldn't tie the locking magnet to the same circuit as the control board. It was like a relic from another life. Anna gathered herself, smiled, and put out her hand. We've met before, she said, but we haven't really been introduced. My name's Anna. A lifetime's etiquette accepted the offered hand on Clarissa's behalf. The woman's fingers were very warm. My priest? Clarissa said. Sorry about that, Anna said. I didn't mean to presume. I was getting angry, and I tried to pull rank. I know people who do worse, when they're angry. Clarissa released the woman's hand. I'm a friend of Tilly's. She helped me after the ship crashed. I was hurt and not thinking very straight, and she helped me, she said. She's good that way. She knew your sister, too. Your father. The whole family, Anna said, then pressed her lips together impatiently. I wish they'd given us chairs. I feel like we're standing around at a bus terminal. Anna took a deep breath, sighing out her nose, then sat there in the middle of the room with her legs crossed. She patted the metal decking at her side. Clarissa hesitated, then lowered herself to sit. She had the overwhelming memory of being 5 years old, sitting on a rug in kindergarten. That's better, Anna said. So, Tilly's told me a lot about you. She's worried. Clarissa tilted her head. From just the form, it seemed like the place where she would reply. She felt the urge to speak, and she couldn't imagine what she would say. After a moment, Anna went on, trying again without seeming to. I'm worried about you too. Why? Anna's eyes clouded. For a moment, she seemed to be having some internal conversation. But only for a moment. She leaned forward, her hands clasped. I didn't help you before. I saw you just before the Sang-un blew up, she said. Just before you set off the bomb. It was too late by then, Clarissa said. Ren had already been dead. You couldn't have stopped it. You're right, Anna said. That's not the only reason I'm here. I lost someone. When all the ships stopped, I lost someone. Someone you cared about, Clarissa said. Someone you loved. Someone I hardly knew, but it was a real loss. And also, I was scared of you. I am scared of you. But Tilly told me a lot about you, and it's helped me to get past some of my fear. Not all of it? No, not all of it. Something deep in the structure of the ship thumped, the whole structure around them ringing for a moment like a gigantic bell tolling far, far away. I could kill you, Clarissa said, before they got the door open. I know, I saw. Clarissa put her hand out, her palm against the notched runner. The finish was smooth and the metal cool. You want a confession then? She said. If you want to offer one. I did it, Clarissa said. I sabotaged the Rocinante and the Sang-un. I killed Ren. I killed some people back on Earth. I lied about who I was. All of it. I'm guilty. All right, are we done then? Anna scratched her nose and sighed. I came out to the ring even though it upset my wife, even though it meant not seeing my baby for months. I told myself that I wanted to come see it, to help people make sense of it, and whatever it was, to not be afraid. You came out here to save your father, to redeem him. Is that what Tilly says? She's not as polite about it. Clarissa coughed out a laugh. Everything she could say felt trite. Worse, it felt naive and stupid. Jim Holden destroyed my family, and I wanted my father to be proud of me, and I was wrong. I did what I did, Clarissa said. You can tell them that. The security people. You can tell them I confessed to it all, if you'd like. I'll tell them. I would. I want that. Why did you try to kill Naomi? I wanted to kill all of them, Clarissa said, and each word was hard to speak, as though they were too large to fit through her throat. They were part of him, and I wanted him not to be, just not to exist at all anymore. I wanted everyone to know he is a bad man. Do you still want that? I don't care, Clarissa said. You can tell them. And Naomi? I'm going to see her. Is there anything you'd want me to tell her in particular? Clarissa remembered the woman's face, bruised and bleeding. She flexed her hand, feeling the mech's glove against her fingers. It would have taken nothing to snap the woman's neck, a feather's weight of pressure. She wondered why she hadn't. The difference between savoring the moment and hesitating warred at the back of her mind, and her memory supported both, or neither. Tell her I hope she gets well soon. Do you hope that? Or am I just being polite, you mean? Clarissa said. Tell her whatever. I don't care. All right. Anna said. Can I ask a question? Can I stop you? Yes. The silence was no more than 3 long breaths together. You can ask me a question. Do you want to be redeemed? I don't believe in God. Do you want to be redeemed by something other than God then? If there was forgiveness for you, could you accept it? The sense of outrage began in Clarissa's stomach and bloomed out through her chest. It curled her lips and furrowed her brow.
For the first time since she'd lost consciousness, trying to beat her way through the locker on the Rocinante, she remembered what anger felt like, how large it was. Why should I be forgiven for anything? I did it, that's all. But if, what kind of justice would that be? Oh, you killed Ren, but you're sorry now, so it's okay? Fuck that. And if that's how your God works, then fuck him too. The freezer door clanked. Clarissa looked up at it, resenting the accident of timing, and then realizing they'd heard her yelling. They were coming to save the preacher. She balled her hands into fists and looked down at them. They were going to take her back to her cell. She felt in her gut and her throat how little she wanted that. It's all right, Anna said, as the guard stepped into the freezer, his sidearm trained on Clarissa. We're okay. Yeah, no, the guard said. His gaze was sharp and focused, frightened. Times passed, meetings over. Anna looked at Clarissa with something like frustration in her expression. Not with her, but with the situation, with not getting everything to be just the way she wanted it. Clarissa had some sympathy for that. I'd like to talk with you again, Anna said, if it's all right. You know where I live, Clarissa said with a shrug. I don't go out much. Chapter 35. Anna Bull wasn't in his office when she arrived. A muscular young woman with a large gun on her hip shrugged when Anna asked if she could wait for him, then ignored her and continued working. A wall screen was set to the radio-free slow zone feed, where a young Earther man was leaning in toward Monica Stewart and speaking earnestly. His skin was a bright pink that didn't seem to be his natural color. Anna thought he looked peeled. I haven't changed my commitment to autonomy for the Brazilian shared interest zones, he said. If anything, I feel like I've broadened it. Broadened it how? Monica asked. She seemed genuinely interested. It was a gift. The peeled man tapped at the air with his fingertips. Anna felt sure she'd seen him on the Thomas Prince, but she couldn't for the life of her remember his name. She had the vague sense he was a painter, some kind of artist, certainly. "We've all changed," he said. "By coming here, by going through the trials that we're all going through, we've all been changed. When we go back, none of us will be the people we were before. The tragedy and the loss and the sense of wonder changes what it means to be human. Do you know what I mean?" Oddly, Anna thought she did. Being a minister meant being in the middle of people's lives. Anna had counseled dating congregation members, presided over their weddings, baptized their babies, and in one heartbreaking case, presided over the infant's funeral a year later. Members of the congregation included her in most of the important events of their lives. She was used to it and mostly enjoyed the deep connection to people it brought. Charting the course of a life was making a map of the ways each event changed the person, leaving someone different on the other side. Passing through the ring and the tragedies it had brought wouldn't leave any of them the same. The exodus from the rest of the fleet to the behemoth was in full swing. The tent cities spread across the curved inner surface of the habitation drum like wildflowers on a field of flat ceramic steel-colored earth. Anna saw tall, gangly belters helping offload wounded earthers from emergency carts, plugging in IVs and other medical equipment, fluffing pillows and mopping brows. Inners and outers offloaded crates in mixed groups without comment. Anna couldn't help but be warmed by that, even in the face of their recent disaster. Maybe it took real tragedy to get them all working together, but it did. They did. There was hope in that. Now, if they could just figure out how to do it without the blood and screaming. "Your work has been criticized," Monica Stewart said, "as advocating violence." The peeled man nodded. "I used to reject that," he said. "I've come to the conclusion that it may be valid, though. I think when we come home, there will be some readjustment. Because of the ring, and the slow zone, and what's happened here. Do you think you would encourage other political artists to come out here? Absolutely." Chris, her young officer, had asked about organizing mixed-group church services on the behemoth. She'd assumed he meant mixed religions at first, but it turned out he meant a church group with earthers and Martians and belters. Mixed, as if God categorized people based on the gravity they'd grown up in. It had occurred to Anna then that there really wasn't any such thing as a mixed church group. No matter what they looked like or what they chose to call him, when a group of people called out to God together, they were one. Even if there was no God, or one God, or many gods, it didn't matter. "Faith, hope, and love," Paul had written, but the greatest of these is love. Faith and hope were very important to Anna, but she could see Paul's point in a way she hadn't before. Love didn't need anything else. It didn't need a common belief or a common identity. Anna thought of her child and felt a rush of longing and loneliness. She could almost feel Nami in her arms, almost smell the intoxicating new baby scent on her head. Nono the Ugandan and Anna the Russian had blended themselves together and made Nami. Not a mix, nothing so crude as that. More than just the sum of her parts and origins. A new thing, individual and unique. No mixed group then, just a group. A new thing, perfect and unique. She couldn't imagine God would see it any other way. Anna was pretty sure she had her first sermon too. She was about halfway through typing up an outline for her "No Mixed Groups in God's Eyes" sermon on her handset when Bull came through the door, his mechanical legs whining and thumping with each step. Anna thought it gave Bull even more gravitas than he'd had before. He moved with a deliberateness caused by mechanical necessity, but easily mistaken for formality and stateliness. The electric whine of the machine and the heavy thump of his tread were a sort of herald calling out his arrival. I imagined the annoyance Bull would feel if she told him this, and giggled a little to herself. Bull was in the middle of speaking to a subordinate, and didn't even notice her. "I don't care how they feel about it, Serge. The agreement was no armed military personnel on the ship. Even if there weren't a shitload of guns built in, those suits would still be weapons. Confiscate their gear or throw them off the damn ship." "Si, Jefe," the other man with him replied. "Take it how, Sasa? Can opener?
charm the bastards? If we can't make them do anything now while we're all friends, what do we do when they decide we aren't friends? 4 Marines in recon armor decide they own this ship. They fucking own it. So we take the armor away before they do. I don't even want that stuff in the drum. Lock it in the bridge armory. Serge looked deeply unhappy at this task. Some help, maybe? Take as many as you want, but if you don't need them, it's only gonna piss the Marines off, and if you do, they won't actually help. Serge paused, mouth open, then closed it with a snap and left. Bull noticed Anna for the first time and said, "What can I do for you, preacher?" "Anna, please." "I came to talk about Clarissa Mao," she said. "If you're not her lawyer or her union representative, I'm her priest." "What happens to her now?" Bull sighed again. "She confessed to blowing up a ship. Nothing much good comes after that. People say you spaced a man for selling drugs. They say you're hard, cold." "Do they?" Bull said. Anna couldn't tell if the surprise in his voice was genuine or mocking. "Please don't kill her," she said, leaning closer and looking him in the eye. "Don't you let anyone else kill her either." "Why not?" The way he said it wasn't a challenge or a threat. It was as if he just didn't know that answer and sort of wondered. Anna swallowed her dread.
"I can't help her if she's dead. No offense, but that's not really my concern. I thought you were the law and order here. I'm aiming for order, mostly. She deserves a trial. And if everyone knows what you know about her, she won't get one. They'll riot. They'll kill her. At least help me get her a trial." The large man sighed. "So, are you looking for a trial or just a way to stall for time?" "Stall for time," Anna said. Bull nodded, weighing something in his mind, then gestured for her to precede him into his office. After she sat down next to his battered desk, he clumped around the small space making a pot of coffee. It seemed an extravagance considering the newly implemented water rationing, but then Anna remembered Bull was now the second most powerful person in the slow zone. The privileges of rank. She didn't want coffee, but accepted the offered cup to allow Bull a moment of generosity. Generosity now might lead to more later, when she was asking for something she really wanted. When Holden starts telling people who actually sabotaged the Suing-un, and he's Jim Holden, so he will, the UN people are going to ask for Clarissa. And if they give me enough that I can get everyone here, together and safe until we can get out of this trap, I'm going to give her to them. Not off the ship, but in here. What will they do? Anna took a companionable sip of her coffee. It burned her tongue and tasted like acid. Probably, they'll put together a tribunal of flag officers, have a short trial, and throw her in a recycler. I'd say space her, normally, but that seems wasteful considering our predicament. Supplies sent from home will take as long to fly through the slow zone to us as they'll take to get to the ring. His voice was flat, emotionless. He was discussing logistics, not a young woman's life. Anna suppressed a shudder and said, "Mr. Baca, do you believe in God?" To his credit, he tried not to roll his eyes. He almost succeeded. "I believe in whatever gets you through the night." "Don't be flip," Anna said, and was gratified when Bull straightened a little in his walker. In her experience, most strong-willed men had equally strong-willed mothers, and she knew how to hit some of the same buttons. "Look," Bull said, trying to reclaim the initiative. Anna spoke over the top of him. "Forget God for a moment," she said. "Do you believe in the concept of forgiveness? In the possibility of redemption? In the value of every human life, no matter how tainted or corrupted?" "Fuck no," Bull said. "I think it is entirely possible to go so far into the red you can't ever balance the books." "Sounds like the voice of experience. How far have you been?" "Far enough to know there's a too damn far." "And you're comfortable being the judge of where that line is?" Bull pulled on the frame of his walker, shifting his weight in the straps that held him. He looked wistfully at the office chair he could no longer use. Anna felt bad for him, broken at the worst possible time. Trying to keep his tiny world in order and burning through the last reserves of his strength with reckless abandon. The bruised eyes and yellow skin suddenly seemed like a flashing battery indicator, warning that the power was almost gone. Anna felt a pang of guilt for adding to his burden. "I don't want to kill that girl," he said, taking another sip of the terrible coffee.
In fact, I don't give a shit about her one way or the other, as long as she's locked up and isn't a danger to my ship. The one you should talk to is Holden. He's the one who's gonna get the torches and pitchforks crowd wound up. But the Martians surrendered 20 hours ago. Anna blinked. They've been wanting to for days, Bull said. We just had to find a way to let them save face. Save face? They got a story they can tell where they don't look weak. That's all they needed. But if we didn't find something, they'd have stuck to their posts until they all died. Nothing ever killed more people than being afraid to look like a sissy. Holden's coming here then. Already. They'll be on a shuttle escorted by 4 recon Marines, which is another fucking headache for me. But how about this? I won't talk about the girl until I have reason to. What Holden does, though, he just does. Fine then, I'll talk to him when he arrives, Anna said. Good luck with that, Bull said. Chapter 36, Holden. When the Martians came for him, 2 men and 2 women, all in uniform and all armed, Holden's isolation-drunk mind had spun out in a dozen directions at once. The captain had found room for him in the medical clinic, and she wanted to grill him again about what happened on the station, and they were going to throw him out an airlock, and they'd had news that Naomi was dead, and they'd had news that she wasn't. It felt like every neuron he had from his brain down to his toes was on the edge of firing. It was all he could do not to launch himself off the cell's wall and into the narrow corridor. The prisoner will please identify himself, one of the men said. James Holden. I mean, it's not like you have very many prisoners here, right? Because I've been trying to find someone to talk with for it feels like about a decade since I got here, and I'm pretty sure there isn't so much as a dust mite in this place besides me. He bit his lips to stop talking. He'd been alone and scared for too long. He hadn't understood how much it was affecting him. Even if he hadn't been mentally ill when he came to the Hammurabi, he was going to be real soon now if nothing changed. Record shows prisoner identified himself as James Holden, the man said. Come along. The corridor outside the cells was so narrow that 2 guards ahead and 2 behind was effectively a wall. The low Martian gravity made their bodies more akin to belters than to him, and all 4 of them hunched slightly, bending in over him. Holden had never felt so relieved to be in a tiny, cramped hallway in his life. The belters escorted him through the airlock and a long mylar tube to the engineering deck of the behemoth. A dozen people were waiting with hand terminals at the ready, prepared for the slow, slogging administrative work of dealing with a defeated enemy. Holden got to skip the line, and he wasn't sure it was an honor. The woman floating near the massive doors at the transition point where the engineering section met the drum looked too young for her captain's insignia. Her hair, pulled back in a severe bun, reminded him of a teacher he'd had once when he'd still been on Earth. Captain Pa, the security woman, Corin, one of the twins had called her, said, "You wanted to talk with this one." "Captain Holden," Captain Pa said with a nod. "Welcome aboard the behemoth. I'm giving you liberty of the ship, but I want you to understand that there are some conditions." Holden blinked. He'd expected another brig at least. Freedom of the ship was pretty much the same as freedom, period. It wasn't like there were a lot of places he could go. All right, he said. You are to make yourself available for debriefing whenever you are called upon, no exceptions. You are not to discuss what happened or didn't happen on the station with anyone besides myself or the security chief. I know how to shut it off, Holden said. The younger captain's expression shifted. You, what? I know how to get the protomolecule to take us all of lockdown, he said, and went on to explain all of what he'd told Captain Jaconde again, seeing Miller, the plan to lull the station into a lower alert level so that the dead man could shut it down, fighting to sound calm, rational, and sane as he did it. He didn't go so far as the massive civilization-destroying invasion that had wiped out the protomolecule's creators. It all sounded bad enough without that. Pa listened carefully, her face a mask. She wasn't someone he'd want to play poker against. He had the powerful, painful memory of Naomi telling him that she'd teach him how to play poker, and his throat closed. The security man with the white beard floated up, 2 angry-looking Martians matching vector behind him. "Captain," the belter said, barely restrained rage in his voice. "Just a minute, Mr. Gutman's daughter," she said, then turned back to Holden. She had to be overwhelmed, but it was only a tightness in her jaw, if it was even that much. I'll take that under advisement, but for the immediate future? My crew? They're in the civilian medical bay, Pa said, and the white-bearded man cleared his throat in a way that meant he hadn't needed to. There are directions posted, if you'll excuse me. Captain, there's a load of contraband among the new prisoners, Gutman Spotter said, hitting the last word hard. Thought you'd want to address that before it got to Bull. Pa took a deep breath and pushed off after her security man. A few seconds later, Holden realized he hadn't been dismissed so much as forgotten. Fallen down the list of things that the young captain had to do right now, and so fuck him. He moved out past the transition point and to the platforms where the axis of the little world spun. There was a long ramp for carts, and he shuffled down it, the spin slowly shifting from pure Coriolis to the sensation of weight. He could feel in his knees how long he'd been on the float, and hoped that the medical bays weren't too far away. If they'd been on the far side of the system, though, he'd have grabbed an EVA suit, as much spare air as he could haul, and started out, though. The idea that he was breathing the same air as Naomi and Alex and Amos was like a drug. Only Captain Pa hadn't actually said that. All she'd said was that his crew was there. The remaining might have been implied. He tried to jog, but got winded after only a couple of minutes and had to pause to catch his breath. The great body of the drum stretched out before him, a world wrapped into a tube. The long strip of the false sun glowed white above him, now that there was a clear above, and reached out across 2 kilometers to a swirling ramp at the other end, the mirror of the one he was on. Thin clouds drifted in tori around the unbearable brightness. The air clung to him, the heat pressing at his skin. But he could imagine the bare metal of the drum's surface covered in green, the air sweet with the scent of apple blossoms, the cycle of evaporation and condensation cooling it all. Or, if not, at least making it into a long, permanent summer afternoon. It was a dream, someone else's, and doomed now to failure, but worthy, beautiful, even in ruins. Captain Holden, can I speak with you? It was a small woman with bright red hair pulled into tight braids and wearing a plain brown suit. She was the sort of very comfortable middle-aged that always made him think of his mother's. My name is Anushka Volovodova, she said with a smile, but you can call me Anna if you like. You can call me Jim, he said, holding out a hand. He almost had his wind back. Anna shook his hand without a hint of fear. His most dangerous man in the solar system reputation must not have reached her yet. Eastern European? Russian, she replied with a nod. Born in Kimry, but a Muscovite for most of my adult life. North American? Montana, farming collective. I hear Montana is nice. Population density is good. Still more cows than people. Anna nodded and plucked at her suit. Holden got the sense that she actually had something she wanted to say, but was having a hard time getting to the point. Kimry was like that. It's a tourist place, you know, the lakes are started. Anna, Holden cut her off gently, do you need to say something to me? I do, she said. I need to ask you not to tell anyone about Clarissa and what she did. Holden nodded. Okay, he said. Who's Clarissa and what did she do? The woman tilted her head. They didn't tell you? I don't think they liked me much, Holden said. Is there something I should know? Well, this is awkward. Just after the catastrophe, a girl calling herself Melba attacked your ship, Anna said. It's a long story, but I followed her and tried to help. Your first officer, Naomi? She was hurt in the attack, badly. Holden felt the universe contract. Naomi was hurt while he'd been dicking around with Miller on the station? His hands were shaking. Where is she? He asked, not sure if he meant Naomi or the woman who'd hurt her. Naomi's here. They brought her over to the Behemoth, Anna said. She's in the medical bay right now receiving treatment. They assure me she'll recover. The rest of your crew is here too. They were hurt earlier, when the speed limit changed.
They're alive? Yes, Anna said, they are. The mix of relief and sorrow and anger and guilt made the ship seem to spin a little beneath him. Anna put a hand on his arm to steady him. Who is this Melba and why did she attack my crew? It's not her real name. My friend knows her family. Apparently she has something of an obsession with you. Her name is Clarissa Mao. Mao. The mysterious and powerful Julie. The Julie rebuilt by the proto-molecule, like his ghostly Miller. The Julie who had hired Cohen, the soundman, to hack their ship. The Julie had sculpted for them later, who'd never looked quite right. The Julie who'd been manipulating every detail of his life for the last year just to get them through the gate and down to the station. It wasn't Julie at all. "She's not well," Anna was saying, "but I believe that she can be reached. If there's time. But if they kill her, where's Naomi? Do you know where she is?" "I do," Anna said. And then, "I'm sorry, I may have been a little wrapped up in my own issue. Can I take you there?" "Please," Holden said. 15 minutes later, Holden stepped into a small room in the medical ward that his little family had to themselves. Naomi lay on a gurney, one arm in an inflatable cast. Her face was mottled with half-healed bruises. Tears stung his eyes, and for a moment he couldn't speak. A killing rage burned in him. This wasn't a disaster. It wasn't an accident. Someone had done this to her. When she saw him, her smile was gentle and amused. "Hey," she said. In a moment, he was at her side, holding her good hand, his throat too thick for speech. There were tears in Naomi's eyes too, but no anger. He was amazed how grateful he was for that. "Anna," Naomi said. She looked genuinely pleased to see her, which was a good start. "Jim, you met Anna? She saved me from the psycho with the demolition mech." "Saved us too, I guess," Amos said. "So thanks for that, Red. I guess I owe you one." It took Holden a moment to realize that Red meant Anna. She seemed surprised by it too. "I'm happy I was able to help. I'm afraid I was very stoned on pain medication at the time. It could have easily gone the other way." "Just take the marker," Alex said. "Soon as you figure out what Amos is good for, you can trade it in." "Asshole," Amos said, and threw a pillow at him. "Thank you," Holden said. "If you saved them, I owe you everything." "I'm happy I was able to help," she repeated. To Naomi she said, "You look better than the last time I saw you." "Getting better," Naomi replied, then tested her injured arm with a grimace. "Well, see how mobile it is once the bones knit up." Anna nodded and smiled at her, and then the smile faded. "Jim, I'm sorry, but I still need to speak to you," she said to him. "Maybe privately?" "No. I never thought I'd see these people again. I'm staying right here. If you want to talk to me, go ahead and do it." The woman's eyes shifted between the crewmen. Her expression could have been hope or polite resignation. "I need something," she finally said. "Anything," Amos answered instantly, sitting up in bed a bit. Holden knew Anna wouldn't understand how literally Amos meant that. Hopefully a preacher didn't need anyone murdered. "If we got it," Alex added, "it's yours." Amos nodded agreement. Anna directed her answer at Holden. "I've talked to the head of security, and he's agreed to keep quiet about Clarissa's confession, all that she's done. I need you to keep quiet too." Holden frowned, but didn't reply. Naomi said, "Why?" "Well," Anna said, "it's James Holden. He has a reputation for announcing things." "Not why ask us," Naomi said. "Why don't you want people to know?" Anna nodded. "If it gets out, given our current situation, they'll probably execute her." "Good," Holden said. "She does kinda have it coming," Amos added. Anna held her hands tight in front of her and nodded. She didn't mean that she agreed, only that she heard them, that she understood. "I need you to forgive her," she said. "If nothing else, as a favor to me. You said I could have anything. That's what I want." In the pause, Amos let out a long breath. Alex's eyebrows were climbing up his forehead. "Why?" Naomi said again, her voice calm. Anna pressed her lips thin. "She's not evil. I believe that Clarissa did what she did out of a love. A sick love, but love. And if she's dead, there won't be any hope for her. And I have to hope." Holden saw the words wash over Naomi, a sudden pain in her eyes that he didn't understand. She pulled back her lips, baring her teeth. Her whisper was obscene and so quiet that no one but him could hear it. He squeezed her hand, feeling the bones of her fingers against his own. "Okay," Naomi said. "We'll keep quiet." The rage flared in his breast. Speaking was suddenly easy. "I won't," Holden said. "We're talking about an insane member of the Mao clan, the people who've twice tried to kill everyone in the solar system, who followed us all the way to the ring, tried to kill us, to kill you. She blew up a spaceship full of innocent people just to try and make me look bad. Who knows how many other people she's killed?
If the UN wants to space her, I'll push the damn button myself." There was a long moment of silence. Holden watched Anna's face as he crushed her hopes. Alex started chuckling, and everyone turned to look at him. "Yeah," Alex said in his drawling voice. "I mean, Naomi only got beat half to death. She can cut this Clarissa slack. It's no big deal. But the captain's girlfriend got hurt. He's the real victim here." The room got quiet again as everyone stopped breathing. Blood flushed into Holden's face, rushing like a river in his ears. It was hatred and pain and outrage. His mind seemed to flicker, and the urge to strike out at Alex for the insult was almost too much to resist. And then he understood Alex's words, saw Naomi's eyes on his, and it all drained away. Why, he wanted to ask, but it didn't matter. It was Naomi, and she'd made her decision. It wasn't his revenge to take. He was spent, exhausted. He wanted to curl up on the floor there with his people around him and sleep for days. He tried out a smile. "Wow," he finally said. "Sometimes I am just a gigantic asshole." "No," Amos said. "I'm right there with you. I'd kill this Clarissa myself for the shit she's pulled. But Red asked us to let it go, and Naomi's playing along, so I guess we gotta too." "Don't get me wrong," Holden said to Anna, his voice cold. "I will never forgive this woman for what she's done. Never. But I won't turn her over to the UN, as a favor to you. And because if Naomi can let it go, I guess I have to." "Thank you," Anna said. "Things change, Red," Amos said. "You let us know, because I'll still be happy to kill the shit out of her." Chapter 37. Clarissa. She didn't know at first what the change was. It presented in little things. The decking she'd been able to sleep on like she was dead suddenly wasn't comfortable. She found herself wondering more what her father did in his cell, 5 billion kilometers away, and, for all she knew, in another universe. She tapped her hands against the bars just to hear the subtle differences in tone that the different bars made when struck. And she hated. Hatred was nothing new. She'd lived with it for long enough that the memories of the times before all carried the same colors of rage and righteousness. Only before, she'd hated Jim Holden, and now she hated Clarissa Mao. Hating herself had a kind of purity that she found appealing, cathartic. Jim Holden had shifted out from under her thirst for vengeance, refusing to be consumed by it. She could live in the flames and know she deserved to burn. It was like playing a game on easy. She tapped the bars. There wasn't enough variation to play a melody. If there had been, she would have, just for something to distract her. She wondered whether her extra glance would be enough to bend the bars or lift the door off its hinges. Not that it would matter. At best, leaving her cell would have meant being gunned down by an OPA guard. At worst, it would have meant freedom.
The captain had stopped talking to her, at least. She watched the stream of visitors coming to him. She had a pretty clear idea which of the guards answered to him, and there were a couple of Martians in military uniforms who came, and a few UN officers too. They came and met with Captain Ashford, speaking in the low voices of people who took themselves and each other very seriously. She recognized the sound from eavesdropping on her father. She remembered that she had been impressed by it once. Now it made her want to laugh. She paced her tiny world. She did push-ups and lunges and all the pointless exercises that the light gravity allowed, and she waited for punishment or for the end of the world. When she slept, Ren was there, so she tried not to sleep much, and slowly, with a sense of growing horror, she understood that the change was her coming back to herself, falling awake. After her failure on the Rocinante, there had been a kind of peace, a disconnection from everything. But even before that, she'd been in a sort of a dream. She couldn't tell if it had started with the day she'd killed Ren, or when she'd taken the identification to become Melba Ko, or earlier even, when she'd heard her father had been arrested. Whenever she'd lost herself, she was coming back now, and it was like her whole consciousness was suffering pins and needles. It was worse than pain, and it drove her in circles. The more she thought about it, the clearer the mind games that the red-haired priest had played on her were. The priest and, in her way, Tilly Fagan too. Maybe Anna had come thinking that the promise of forgiveness would need to be dangled in front of her in order to get the confession. If so, the woman was double stupid. First, because she'd thought Clarissa wouldn't admit to what she'd done, and second, because she'd thought forgiveness was something Clarissa wanted, or would accept. "I'd like to speak with you again," she said, and at the time it had seemed so sincere, so real. Only she hadn't come back. A small, rational part of Clarissa's mind knew that it hadn't really been that long. Being in the cell changed the experience of time and made her feel isolated. That was the point of cells. Still, Anna hadn't come back, and neither had Holden, or Naomi, whom Clarissa hadn't quite killed. They were done with her, and why shouldn't they be? Clarissa didn't have anything else to offer them, except maybe a warning that the power on the ship was about to change hands again, as if that would even matter. Who got to sit in the doomed ship's captain's chair seemed like a terribly petty thing to worry about. It was like arguing about who was the prettiest girl in the prison camp. Still, it was the only show playing, so she watched. The voices from the other cell had taken on a new tone, an urgency. Even before the well-dressed man came down toward her, she knew that their little drama was about to play out. He stood at her door, looking in. His white hair, brilliant and perfectly coiffed, just made him look old. There was a darkness in his professionally unculiar eyes. When he put his hands around the bars, it looked like he was the one imprisoned. "I'm guessing that you don't remember me," he said. His voice was sad and sweet both. "Father Cortez," she said, "I remember who you are. You used to play golf with my father." He chuckled ruefully, stepping his feet back from the bars in a way that brought his forehead closer to them. "I did, but that was a long time ago. You wouldn't have been more than what, 7? I've seen you in the news feed since." "Ah," he said, his eyes focused on nothing. "That feels like it was a long time ago, too. I was just now talking with the captain. He said he's been trying to convince you to join us, only he hasn't had much success." 2 guards came in, walking down the rows of stalls. She recognized them both as Ashford's allies. Cortez didn't take notice of them at all. "No, he hasn't," she said. And then, "He lies a lot." Cortez's eyebrows rose. "Lies? He said he could get me amnesty. When we get back home, he could take me to Ceres and put me under OPA protection. Only he can't do that." Cortez took a long breath and let it out again. No, he can't. "May I be honest with you?" "I don't see that I'm in a position to stop you," Clarissa said. "I think that you and I have a great deal in common. You have blood on your hands, the blood of innocence." She tried to sneer, tried to retreat into a dismissive pose, but it only left her feeling exposed and adolescent. Cortez went on as if he hadn't noticed. Maybe he hadn't. "I was instrumental in bringing us through the gate. The combined force, representing all 3 divisions of humanity, joined gloriously together." Bitterness darkened the words, but then he smiled, and she thought maybe there was something as wounded in him as there was in her. "Vainglory is an occupational hazard for men in my profession. It's one I've battled with limited success, I'm afraid." "I was the one who drove Holden through the ring," Clarissa said, unsure whether she was confessing a crime or offering Cortez an out. "Yes, and I led all the others in after him. And so, when they died, it was because I had blinded them to the dangers they faced. I led my flock to the slaughterhouse. I thought I was putting my faith in Providence, but—" Tears filled his eyes, and his expression went empty. "Father?" she said. "When I was a child," Cortez said, "my cousin found a dead man. The body was in an arroyo out behind our land. She dared me to go and look at it. I was desperately afraid, but I went, and I held my head high, and I pretended that I wasn't in order not to be. When the medics arrived, we found out the man had died from one of the old hemorrhagic fevers. They put me on prophylactic antivirals for the rest of the summer. So perhaps I've always done this. I thought I was putting my faith in Providence, but perhaps I was only covering my own fears. And my own fears led a great many people to die. It's not your fault, but it is my problem. And perhaps my failings were in the service of a greater good. You were right, my dear. There will be no amnesty for you, or for me either.
But not for the reason you imagine. Clarissa stood. Cortez's gaze was on her like a weight. The intimacy of the old man's confession and the fear and grief carried with such dignity made her respect him, even though she'd never particularly liked him. The dangers that the aliens pose are too great. To think that we could harness them or treat them as equals was hubris, and the deaths we have seen already will be like a raindrop in the ocean. We've delivered ourselves into the hands of the devil. Not everyone understands that, but I think perhaps you do. To her surprise, she felt dread welling up in her throat. At the far end of the hall, metal clanked. Ashford's stall door swung open. One of the guards said something, but Cortez's full attention was on her, and it felt like pouring cool water on a burn. "I think I do," she said softly. "Captain Ashford's freedom is my doing, because he and I have come to a meeting of the minds that I could not manage with the present captain. When they began to bring the crews of the various ships together here, they did it in part by creating a weapon. Weapons don't work here. Light does, and they have made a weapon out of it. The communications laser has been made strong enough to cut through hulls, and it can be made stronger. Enough so, we believe, that it will destroy the ring and close the gate. We'll be on the wrong side of it," Clarissa said. "Yes, but if we wait, others will come. They'll be tempted. If we can manipulate the gates, they'll say, what glories would come to us? I can already hear them. You were saying that. You were one of them. I was, and I've learned a terrible lesson. And you were driven here by hatred. Have you?" Ashford laughed. One of the guards said, "Welcome back, Captain." Clarissa tapped her fingertips against the bars, and they chimed. "We were wrong," Cortez said.
"But now, we have a chance to make it right. We can protect all of humanity from making the mistakes we've made. We can protect them. But there will be a sacrifice. Us. All of us. Yes, we will die here in the darkness, cut off from all of those we have preserved. And among those who are with us here, we will be reviled. We may be punished, even put to death." He shifted his hand to touch hers. The contact, skin to skin, was electric. "I'm not lying to you, Clarissa. The things I am asking of you will have no reward in this life." "What are you asking?" she said. "What do you want me to do about any of this? People will try to stop us. They may try to kill the captain. I understand that the modifications made to your body have the potential to elevate your natural abilities to something exceptional. Come with us. See to it that the captain isn't hurt and that he isn't stopped. It may be you need do nothing but stand witness, or you may be the difference between success and failure. Either way, I'm dead. Yes, but one will only be a death. The other will have meaning." Captain Ashford and his guards began walking toward them. The click of their heels against the deck was like the soft sounds of a mechanical clock. The moment drew toward its end, and resentment burned a little. She didn't want Ashford to come. She wanted to stay here, talking with the Reverend about sacrifice and death, about the burden of having done something so wrong the scales couldn't be balanced while she lived. Even though his mouth was set, Cortez's pale blue eyes smiled at her. He didn't look like her father at all. His face was too doughy, his jaw was too wide. He was all sincerity, where her father always had a sense of laughing at the world from behind a mask. But at that moment, she saw Jules Pierre Mao in him. "The people we killed," she said. "If we do this, all of them will have died for a reason too." "For the noblest of reasons," Cortez agreed. "We have to get going," Ashford said, and Cortez stepped back from the doorway, folding his hands together. Ashford turned to her. His too large head and thin belter's frame made him seem like something from a bad dream. "Last chance," he said. "I'll go," Clarissa said. Ashford's eyebrows rose, and he glanced from her to Cortez and back. A slow smile stretched his lips. "You're sure?" he asked, but the pleasure in his voice made it clear he wasn't really looking for her thoughts or justifications. "I'll make sure no one stops you," she said. Ashford looked at Cortez for a moment, and his expression showed that he was impressed.
He saluted her, and awkwardly she saluted back. She felt a moment's disorientation stepping out of her cell that didn't come from a change in gravity or Coriolis. It was the first free step she'd taken since the Rocinante. Ashford walked ahead of her, his 2 guards talking about action groups and locking down the behemoth. Engineering and command weren't in the rotating drum, and so they would take control of the transfer points at the far north and south of the drum and the exterior elevator that passed between them. How to maintain calm in the drum until they could lock it all down, who was tracking the enemy, who was already a loyalist, and who would need persuasion. Clarissa didn't pay much attention. She was more aware of Cortez walking at her side and the sense of having left some kind of burden behind in the cell. She was going to die, and it was going to make all the things she'd done wrong before make sense. Every child born on Earth or Mars or the stations of the belt would be safe from the protomolecule because of what they were about to do. And Soledad and Bob and Stanny, her father and her mother and her siblings, they would all know she was dead. Everyone who'd known and loved Ren would be able to sleep a little better knowing that his killer had come to justice. Even she'd sleep better if she got any sleep. And she has combat implants, Ashford was saying as he pointed his fist back toward her. One of the guards looked back toward her, the one with off-colored eyes and the scar on his chin, Jojo. "You're sure she's one of us, Captain?" "The enemy of my enemy, Jojo," Ashford said. "I will vouch for her," Cortez said. "You shouldn't," Clarissa thought, but didn't say. "Claro," Jojo said with a belter gesture equivalent to a shrug. "She's on command deck with 2LS 22. "That'll be fine," Ashford said. The hall opened into a larger corridor. White LEDs left the walls looking pale and antiseptic. A dozen people armed with slug throwers, men and women both, sat in electric carts or stood beside them. Clarissa wanted the air itself to smell different, but it didn't. It was all just plastic and heat. Captain Ashford and 3 armed men jostled in the cart just ahead. "It will take some time before the ship is fully secured," Cortez said. "We'll have to gather what allies we can, suppress the resistance. Once we assemble everything we need and get off the drum, they won't be able to stop us." He sounded like he was trying to talk himself into believing something. "Don't be afraid. This has all happened for a reason. If we have faith, there is nothing to fear." "I'm not afraid," Clarissa said. Cortez looked over at her, a smile in his eyes. When he met her gaze, the smile faltered a little. He looked away. Chapter 38. Bull tried not to cough. The doctor listened to his breath, moved the stethoscope a few inches, listened some more. He couldn't tell if the little silver disc was cold. He couldn't feel it. He coughed up a hard knob of mucus and accepted a bit of tissue from the doctor to spit it into. She tapped a few notes into her hand terminal. The light from its screen showed how tired she looked. "Well, you're clearing a little," the doctor said. "Your white count is still through the roof, though. And the spine? Your spine is a mess, and it's getting worse. By which I mean, it's getting harder to make it better." "That's a sacrifice." "When's it going to be enough?" she asked. "Depends on what you mean by it," Bull said. "You wanted to get everyone together. They're together. Still got crews on half the ships." "Skeleton crews," the doctor said. "I know how many people you have on this ship. I treat them." "You wanted to bring everyone together? They're together. Is that enough?" "Be nice to make sure everyone doesn't just start shooting at each other," Bull said. The doctor lifted her hands, exasperated. "So as soon as humans aren't humans anymore, then you'll let me do my job?" Bull laughed, which was a mistake. His cough was deeper now, rattling in the caverns of his chest, but it wasn't violent. Before he could really work up a good gut-wrencher, he'd need abdominal muscles that fired. The doctor handed him another tissue. He used it. "We get everything under control," he said. "You can knock me out, all right?" "Is that going to happen?" she asked. It was the thing everyone wanted to know, whether they came right out and said it or not. The truth was, he didn't like the plan. Part of that was because it came from Jim Holden, part was that it came from the protomolecule, and part was that he badly wanted it to be true. The fallback was that he'd start evacuating who he could with the shuttles he had, except that shuttles weren't built for long-haul work. It wasn't viable. They had to start making food, generating soil to fill the interior of the drum, growing crops under the false strip of sun that ran along the behemoth's axis, and getting the goddamned heat under control. He had to see to it that they made it, whatever that meant. Medical comas could last a pretty long time when ships slower than a decent fastball made a voyage across emptiness wider than Earth's oceans. All of the reasons they'd come out, Earth, Mars, the OPA, all of them seemed almost impossibly distant. Worrying about the OPA's place in the political calculus of the system was like trying to remember whether he'd paid back a guy who bought him a beer when he was 20. After a certain point, the past becomes irrelevant.
Nothing that happened outside the slow zone mattered. All that counted now was keeping things civilized until they found out if Holden's mad plan was more than a pipe dream. And in order to do that, he had to keep breathing. Might pull it off. Captain Pa got a plan she's looking at, might get us burning again. Maybe, he said. While we're waiting, though, you think you could hook me up? She scowled, but she got an inhaler from the pack beside the bed and tossed it to him. His arms still worked. He shook the thing twice, then put the formed ceramics to his lips and breathed. The steroids smelled like the ocean, and they burned a little. He tried not to cough. "That's not gonna fix anything," she said. "All we're doing is masking the symptoms." "It's just gotta get me through," Bull said, trying out a smile. The truth was, he felt like crap. He didn't hurt, he just felt tired, and sick, and desperate. With the inhaler stowed, he angled the walker back out toward the corridor. The medical bays were still full. The growing heat gave everything the sick, close feeling of a tropical summer. The smell of bodies and illness, blood and corruption, and fake floral antiseptics made the rooms feel smaller than they were. Practice had made him more graceful with the mechanism. He used the 2 joysticks to shift out of the way of the nurses and therapists, making himself as unobtrusive as the rig allowed as he made his way back toward the security office. His hand terminal chimed. He drove to a turn in the corridor, snugging himself into the corner to stay out of the way, then dropped the joysticks and took up the terminal. Corin requesting a connection. He thumbed to accept. "Corin," he said, "what you got?" "Boss," she said. The tension in her voice brought his head up a degree. "You running a drill? What's going on?" "Jojo and Gutmannsdottir just came by and said they were taking over the security office. When I told them they could have it when my shift was up, they drew down on me." Bull felt a black dread descending upon him. He gripped the terminal and kept his voice low. "They what?" He pulled up his security interface, but the red border refused him. He was locked out of the command systems. They'd been moving fast. Was hoping it was some kind of test. Way they were talking, I got the feeling they were looking to find you there. "I'm heading over to search. He's trying to figure out what the hell's going on," she said. "If it was the wrong call?" "It wasn't. You walked away. You did the right thing. Where were they supposed to be, sir?" "They were on shift. Where were they supposed to be?" For a moment, Corin's wide face was a mask of confusion. He watched her understand, a calm and deadly focus coming into her eyes. She didn't need to say it. Jojo and Gutmannsdottir had been guarding the prisoners, meaning Ashford. Pa should have let him kill the bastard. "Okay, find Serge and anyone you trust. We've got to get this shit contained." Bien. They'd be going for the armory. If they had security, the guns and gear were already theirs. Bull let a thin trickle of conversational obscenities fall from his lips while he tried to think. If he knew how many of his people had turned back to Ashford, he'd know what he had to work with. "We can't let him get to Monica and the broadcast center," Bull said. "It gets out that we've got fighting in the drum, we'll get a dozen half-assed rescue missions trying to get their people out." "You want us to concentrate there?" Corin asked. "Don't concentrate anywhere," Bull said. "Not until we know what we're looking at. Just get as many people and guns as you can and stay in touch." He had to get a plan. He had to have one now. Only his brain wasn't working the way it should. He was sick. Hell, he was dying. It seemed deeply unfair that he should have to improvise at the same time. "Get to Serge," he said. "We'll worry about it from there. I've got some people I've got to talk to." "Bien, boss," Corin repeated, and dropped the connection.
A nurse pushed a rolling table around the corner, and Bull had to put his terminal away in order to step out of the man's path. He wished like hell he could walk and hold his terminal at the same damn time. He requested a priority connection to Pa. For a long moment, he was sure she wouldn't pick up, that Ashford had gotten to her already. The screen flickered, and she was there. He couldn't see what room she was in, but there were voices speaking in the background. "Mr. Baca?" Pa said. "Ashford's loose," he said. "I don't know how many people he's got or what he's doing, but a couple of my people just drew weapons and took over the security station." Pa blinked. To her credit, she didn't show even a moment's fear, only the mental shifting of gears. "Thank you, Mr. Baca," Pa said. He could tell from the movement of her image on the screen that she was already walking away from wherever she'd been, getting someplace unpredictable. That was what he needed to be doing too. "I'll try to get in touch when I have a better idea what I'm looking at," he said. "I appreciate that," she said. "I have a few people nearby that I trust. I'm going there now. I figure he's going to try to take over the broadcast station." "Then we'll try to reinforce them," Pa said. "Maybe it's just a few assholes," Bull said. "Ashford may be trying to keep his head low too. Or he may be getting ready to throw us both into a soil recycler," Pa said. "Which way do you want to bet?" Bull smiled. He almost meant it. "Take care of yourself, Captain. You too, Mr. Baca. And hey," he said, "I'm sorry I got you into this." Now it was Pa's turn to smile. She looked tired. She looked old. "You didn't make any decisions for me," she said. "If I'm paying for my sins, at least give me that they're mine." Her gaze jumped up from the terminal's camera towards something off the screen. Her lips pressed thin, and the connection dropped. Bull had to fight not to request another connection, just so he could know what happened. But there wasn't time. He had to hurry. He tried connections to Ruiz in infrastructure and Chen without getting replies. He wondered how many supporters Ashford had gotten from the upper ranks of the staff. He cursed himself for having let Ashford pass under his radar. But he'd been so busy. He tried Sam, and almost as soon as he put in the request, she was there. "We got a problem," he said. "Ashford's trying to take back the ship." "He's got security," Sam said. Bull licked his lips. "Where are you, Sam? Right now?" "Funny you should ask. Engineering. Ashford left about 5 minutes ago. Had a little wish list of things he'd like me to do, and about 24 fellas with guns and scowls. That man's lost his shit, Bull. Seriously. He used to be a prick, but he wants me to take out the ring. Your comm laser trick? He wants it overclocked. You gotta be kidding me." "Not. He's looking to nuke the way home?" "Calls it saving humanity from the alien threat," Sam said sweetly. Her eyes were hard. "All right," Bull said, even though nothing about this was all right. "And he's not at all happy with you. Are you someplace safe?" Bull looked up and down the corridor. There wasn't cover. And even if there was, he was one man in a modified lifting match and no spinal cord past the middle of his back. "No," he said, "I don't think I am." "Might want to get moving. I've got no place safe to go," Bull said. Someone on the other end of the connection shouted, and Sam looked up at them. "I'm trying to scramble up all the technicians I can," she shouted back. "Things have been a tiny bit disorganized. Had a little trouble with the rules of physics changing on us. Maybe you noticed." The first voice shouted again. Bull couldn't hear the words, but he knew the timbre of the voice. Garza. The guy who'd always gotten bowls of coffee for whoever was stuck in the security office. Garza was one of theirs. Bull wished he'd gotten to know the man better. Especially after the catastrophe, he should have been checking in with his staff more. He should have seen this all coming.
This was his fault. All of this was his fault. Sam looked back down at the screen. At him. "Okay, sweetie," she said. "You should get scarce. Head for the second level, Section M. There's a bunch of empty storage there. The door codes are all on default, straight zeros." "Why are they on default?" "Because there's nothing in them, bossy pants, and changing the locks on all the empties never made the top of my to-do list." "Is this really the time?" "Sorry, Bull," said. "Don't worry," she said. "Both of us under a little stress right now. Just get your head down before someone knocks it off. And Papa knows. She's heading for safety too." "All right then. I'll try to get you some help." "No," Bull said. "You don't know who you can trust." "Yes, I do," Sam said. "Let's don't argue in front of the children." A voice brought him back to the corridor, the medical center. Not the groans of the wounded, not the professional calm of the nurses. Someone was excited and aggressive, angry. Someone answered in a lower voice, and the first one came back with, "Do I look like I care?" It was trouble, and despite everything, his first impulse was to turn toward it. His job was to get in the middle of things, to make sure that no one got hurt, and if anyone did, it was him. Him first, then the bad guys. "I gotta go," he said, and dropped the connection. It only took a second to stow his hand terminal and get his palms back on the mech's controls, long enough for him to fight back his instincts. He shifted the mech to head down the corridor, away from the voices. They were Ashford's people. Ashford and whoever was backing him. If he got caught now, he wouldn't be any use to anybody. Chances were they'd just kill him. Might not even get as far as the airlock first. The mech's legs moved slowly. Even full out, it didn't go more than a modest walk. The voices behind him shifted. Something crashed. He heard his doctor shouting now and waited for the report of gunfire. If they started shooting, he'd have to go back. The mech inched toward the farther door, toward the exit and what passed for safety. Bull pressed the joystick forward so hard his fingers ached, as if the force would make the machine understand the danger. The voices got louder, coming close. Bull shifted the mech so that it was walking along the wall. If someone came around the corner behind him, it would give him an extra fraction of a second before he was seen. The thick metal legs slid forward, shifted weight, shifted again. The doorway was 6 feet away. 4, 3. He let go of the controls and reached out for the door a little too soon and had to inch the mech forward before he tried again. He was sweating, and he hoped it was only fear. If something in his guts had given way, he wouldn't have known. Probably it was just fear. The door opened, and he slammed the little joystick forward again. The mech took him through, and he closed the door behind him. He didn't have time to wait or think. He angled the mech down another hall toward the internal lifts and the long trip to second level Section M. The great interior halls and passageways of the behemoth had never seemed less like home. As he descended, the spin gravity grew almost imperceptibly stronger. His numb flesh sat a little heavier in its harness. He was going to have to get someone to change out his piss bag soon, unless he could figure out some way to get his arms inside the mech's frame. But his elbows only bent one direction, so that seemed unlikely. And if his spine didn't grow back, if they didn't get the behemoth and everyone else back out of the trap the protomolecule had caught them in, he'd live like this until he died. "Don't think about it," he told himself. "Too far ahead. Don't think about it. Just do your job." He didn't take one of the main internal lifts. Chances were too good that Ashford's men would be watching for that. Instead, he found one of the long spiraling maintenance passages and set the mech to walking on its own. If it drifted too near one wall or the other, he could correct it, but it gave him a few seconds. He pulled out the hand terminal. He was shaking, and his skin looked gray under the brown. Serge answered almost immediately. "Gonna Nacht, boss," the tattooed belter said. "Was wondering when you were gonna check in." "Ashford," Bull said. "On top of it," Serge said. "Looks like he's got about a third of our boys and a bunch of crazy-ass koyos from other ships. Right now, they got the transition points off the drum north to command and south to engineering, the security office, and the armory. Ya some little wolf packs going through the drum stirring up trouble. How well armed?" "Nit so bein' Samoy," Serge said, grinning. "They savvy they got us locked out of the communications too, but I got back door open." "Yo what?" "Always ready for merde mal, May." "Bust me down later," Serge said. "I'm putting together squads, clean up the drum. We'll get this all smashed flat by bedtime." "You have to be careful with these guys, Serge." "Will, boss. Know what we're doing. Know the shit better than anyone. You get safe, let us take care." Bull swallowed. Giving over control ached. "Okay. We've been trying to get the captain us," Serge said. "I warned her. She may be refusing connections until she knows more who she can trust," Bull said. He didn't add, "or they may have found her." "Check," Serge said, and Bull heard in the man's voice that he'd had the same thought. "When we track Ashford?" "We don't have permission to kill him," Bull said. "A finger slips. Think we can get forgiveness?" "Probably," Serge grinned. "Gotta go, boss.
Just when este cerrado and they make you XO, keep me in mind for your chair, no? Screw that, Bull said. When this shit's done, you can be XO. Hold ya two, boss, Serge said, and the connection went dead. Chapter 39. Anna. The first sermon Anna had delivered in front of a congregation, fresh out of seminary and filled with zeal, was 17 pages of single-spaced notes. It had been a lengthy dissection of the first chapter of Malachi, focusing on the prophet's exhortation not to deliver substandard sacrifices to God, and how that related to modern worship. It had been detailed, backed by all of the evidence and argument Anna's studious nature and 7 years of graduate school could bring to bear. By the end of it, Anna was pretty sure not one member of the audience was still awake. She'd learned some important lessons from that. There was a place for detailed Bible scholarship. There was even a place for it in front of the congregation, but it wasn't what people came to church for. Learning a bit more about God was part of feeling closer and more connected to Him, and the closeness was what mattered. So Anna's sermons now tended to be just a page or two of notes and a lot more speaking from the heart. She delivered her message on mixed churches in God's eyes without looking at the notes once, and it seemed to go over very well. After she concluded with a short prayer and began the sacrament, Belters and Martians and Earthers got into line together in companionable silence. A few shook hands or clapped each other on the back. Anna felt like it might be the most important message she'd ever delivered. Well, it wasn't the worst thing I've ever heard, Tilly said, once the service was over. She had the twitchy look she got when she wanted a cigarette, but Anna had asked her not to smoke in the meeting tent and she'd agreed. Though admittedly my tolerance for lovey togetherness is low. That's very flattering, Anna whispered, then paused to shake hands with a Belter woman who tearfully thanked her for organizing the meeting. Tilly gave the woman her most insincere smile, but managed not to roll her eyes. I need a drink, Tilly said once the woman had left. Come with, I'll buy you a lemonade. They closed the bar, rationing. Tilly laughed. I have a supplier. The guy running the rationing sold me a bottle of their best Ganymede hooch for the low price of $1,000.
He tossed in the lemonade for free. 1,000? One of two things will happen, Tilly said, taking out a cigarette and putting it in her mouth, but leaving it unlit. Well, get out of here, back into the solar system where I'm rich and $1,000 doesn't matter, or we won't get out and nothing will matter. Anna nodded because she didn't know what else to say. As much as she'd come to enjoy and rely on Tilly's friendship, she was occasionally reminded how utterly different their worlds were. If she and Nono had an extra $1,000 lying around, it would have immediately gone into Nama's college fund. Tilly had never in her life had to sacrifice a luxury to get a necessity. If there was any actual mixing in the congregation, it was that. The one thing the Belters and Inner-Planet Naval people had in common was that none of them would be drinking $1,000 alcohol that night, but Tilly would. God might not care about financial standing, but he was the only one. I admit, lemonade sounds nice, Anna said, fanning her face with her hand terminal. The behemoth's big habitat drum was built to house a lot more people than it currently held, but they'd stripped a lot of the environmental systems out of it when they converted it to a warship. It was starting to seem like they were reaching the atmosphere processing limits. Or maybe just the air conditioning. The temperature was generally higher now than a girl raised in Russia and most recently living on one of Jupiter's icy moons enjoyed. After one more tour of the tent to say goodbye to the last lingering remnants of her congregation, Anna followed Tilly out. It wasn't much cooler outside the tent, but the spin of the drum and the air recycling system did combine to create a gentle breeze. Tilly looked over her flushed red face and sweat-plastered hair with a critical eye and said, "Don't worry, everyone who's coming over is here. I heard Cortez talking to some OPA bigwig a couple days ago. This is as hot as it's going to be. And as soon as they find a way to cool us down that doesn't involve venting our atmosphere into space, they'll do it." Anna couldn't help but laugh. When Tilly raised an eyebrow, Anna explained, "We flew across the entire solar system, almost to the orbit of Neptune, a world so cold and distant from the sun we didn't even know it was there until Bouvard noticed that something was bumping Uranus around." Tilly's eyebrow crept higher. "Okay, and when we get here, who knows how far from the sun, and with billions of kilometers of empty space in every direction, we somehow managed to be hot and crowded."
Thank God the Belters thought to bring this rattletrap with them, Tilly said, ducking to enter her tent. She flopped down into a folding chair and started rummaging in a plastic cooler next to it. Can you imagine trying to stuff everyone onto the Prince? We'd be 12 to a bunk there. Lovely culture, these Belters. Anna pulled her cassock off and laid it over the edge of Tilly's cot. Underneath, she was wearing a white blouse and a knee-length skirt that was much less stifling. Tilly pulled a plastic bulb of lemonade out of the cooler and handed it to her, then poured herself a glass of something as clear as water that smelled like hospital cleanser. When Anna took the bulb, she was surprised to find it cold. Small drops of condensation were already forming on its surface. She put the cool bottle against the back of her neck and felt a delightful chill run down her spine. How did you manage ice? Dry ice, Tilly said around a lit cigarette, then paused to down her first shot. Apparently, it's easy for the people in atmosphere processing to make. Lots of carbon dioxide just lying around. If Tilly was spending $1,000 a bottle for the antiseptic she was drinking, Anna didn't want to know what a steady supply of ice was costing her. They drank in companionable silence for a while, the cool lemonade doing wonders for Anna's heat exhaustion. Tilly brought up the idea of finding something to eat, and they wandered out of her tent in search of a supply kiosk. There were people walking through the crowded tent city carrying guns. "This looks bad," Tilly said. It did. These weren't bored security officers with holstered sidearms. These were grim-faced Belter men and women with assault rifles and shotguns carried in white-knuckled grips. The group moving between the tents was at least a dozen strong, and they were looking for something, or someone. Anna tugged at Tilly's sleeve. "Maybe we should try to get people to go back to the church tent to wait this out. Annie, if the bullets start flying in here, even God can't make that tent a safe place to hide. I want to know what's going on." Anna reluctantly followed her in a path that paralleled the armed group, which moved with purpose, occasionally stopping to look intense or quietly question people. Anna began to feel very frightened without being sure why. "Oh," Tilly said, "here we go." Bull's second in command, Serge was his name, Anna thought, rounded one of the larger tents, trailing half a dozen security people behind him. They were all armed as well, though only with handguns. Even to Anna's untrained eye, the difference between 6 people with pistols and 12 people with rifles was dramatic. Serge had a faint smile on his face, as though he hadn't noticed. Anna saw the muscular young woman from the security office standing behind him, though her face was a worried scowl. Oddly enough, seeing someone else look worried made Anna feel better. "No guns in the drum, Sasa," Serge said to the armed Belter group, though the volume of his voice made it clear he was speaking to the onlookers as well. "Drop 'em." "You have guns?" a Belter woman said with a sneer. She held a rifle at the ready. "We're the cops," Serge said, placing one hand on the butt of his gun and grinning back at her. "Not anymore," she replied, and in one quick movement shifted her rifle and shot him in the head. A tiny hole appeared in his forehead, and a cloud of pink mist sprayed into the air behind him. He sank slowly to the floor, an expression of vague puzzlement on his face. Anna felt her gorge rise and had to double over and pant to keep from vomiting. "Jesus Christ," Tilly said in a strangled whisper. The speed with which the situation had gone from unsettling to terrifying took Anna's breath away. "I've just seen a man have his brains blown out." Even after the horrors of the slow zone catastrophe, it was the worst thing she'd ever seen. The security man hadn't thought the woman would shoot him, hadn't suspected the true nature of the threat, and the price he'd paid for it was everything. At that thought, Anna threw up all over her shoes, and then sank to her knees, gagging. "Jesus Christ," Tilly said in a strangled whisper. The speed with which the situation had gone from unsettling to terrifying took Anna's breath away. "I've just seen a man have his brains blown out." Even after the horrors of the slow zone catastrophe, it was the worst thing she'd ever seen. The security man hadn't thought the woman would shoot him, hadn't suspected the true nature of the threat, and the price he'd paid for it was everything. At that thought, Anna threw up all over her shoes, and then sank to her knees, gagging. Tilly dropped down next to her, not even noticing that the knees of her pants were in a pool of vomit. Tilly hugged her for a second, then whispered, "We need to go." Anna nodded back because she couldn't open her mouth without fear of losing control again. A few dozen meters away, the Belters were disarming the security team and tying their arms behind their backs with plastic strips. At least they weren't shooting anyone else. Tilly pulled her to her feet, and they hurried back to her tent, all thought of food forgotten. "Something very bad is happening on this ship," Tilly said. Anna had to suppress a manic giggle. Given their current circumstances, things would have to be very bad indeed for Tilly to think the situation had gotten worse. Sure, they were all trapped in orbit around an alien space station that periodically changed the rules of physics and had killed a bunch of them, but now they decided to start shooting each other too. Yes, very bad. Hector Cortez came to Tilly's tent about an hour after the shooting. Anna and Tilly had spent the time staying as close to the floor of the tent as possible, arranging Tilly's few bits of furniture into barricades around them. It had the feeling of performing ritual magic.
Nothing in the room would actually stop a bullet, but they arranged it anyway. A blanket fort to keep the monsters at bay. Mercifully, there hadn't been any further sounds of gunfire. The few times they peeked out of the tent, they saw smaller groups of no more than 2 or 3 armed Belters patrolling the civilian spaces. Anna avoided meeting their eyes, and they ignored her. When Cortez arrived, he cleared his throat loudly outside the tent, then asked if he could enter. They were both afraid to answer, but he came in anyway. Several people waited for him outside, though Anna couldn't see who. He glanced once around the inside of the gloomy space, looking over their flimsy barricade, then pulled a chair away from it and sat down without commenting on it. "The shooting is over. It's safe to sit," he said, gesturing at the other chairs. He looked better than he had in a while. His suit had been cleaned, and somehow he'd found a way to wash his thick white hair. But that wasn't all of it. Some of his self-assurance had returned. He seemed confident and in charge again. Anna climbed up off the floor and took a chair. After a moment, Tilly did the same. "I'm sorry you were frightened," Cortez said, with a smile that didn't seem sorry at all. "What's going on, Hank?" Tilly asked, her eyes narrowing. She took out a cigarette and began playing with it without lighting it. "What are you up to?" "I'm not up to anything, Matilda," Cortez said. "What's happening is that the rightful authority on this ship has been restored, and Captain Ashford is once more in command." "Okay, Hector," Tilly replied, "but how are you involved? Seems like internal OPA politics to me. What's your play?" Cortez ignored her and said to Anna, "Dr. Volovadov, may we speak privately?" "Tilly can hear anything," Anna started, but Tilly waved her off. "I think I'll go outside for a smoke." When she'd left the tent, Cortez pulled his chair close enough that his knees were almost touching Anna's. He leaned forward, taking her hands in his own. Anna had never had the sense that Hector was interested in her sexually, and still didn't, but somehow the closeness felt uncomfortably intimate, invasive. "Anna," he said, giving her hands a squeeze, "things are about to change dramatically on this ship and in our calling here. I've been fortunate in that Captain Ashford trusts me and has sought my counsel, so I've had some input on the direction these changes take." The forced intimacy, combined with the bitter taste still in her mouth from having seen a man murdered, brought up an anger she hadn't expected. She pulled her hands away from him with more violence than she intended, then couldn't help but feel a twinge of satisfaction at the hurt and surprise on his face. "How nice for you," she said, carefully keeping her tone neutral. "Dr. Volovadov, Anna, I would like your support." Anna couldn't stop the snort of disbelief in time, but he pressed on. "You have a way with people. I'm fine in front of a camera, but I'm not as good one-on-one, and that's where you shine. That's your gift. And we are about to face terrible personal challenges, things people will have a hard time understanding. I would like your voice there with me to reassure them." "What are you talking about?" Anna said, barely squeezing the words past a growing lump in her throat. She had the sense of a terrible secret about to be revealed. Cortez shone with the invincible certainty of the true believer. "We are going to close the gate," he said. "We have a weapon in our possession that we believe will work." "No," Anna said, more in disbelief than in denying his claims. "Yes.
Even now, engineers work to refit this vessel's communications laser to make it powerful enough to destroy the ring. I don't mean that, Anna started, but Cortez just continued speaking. We are lost, but we can protect those we've left behind. We can end the greatest threat the human race has ever known. All it requires is that we sacrifice any hope of return. A small price to pay for. No, Anna said again, more forcefully. No, you don't get to decide that for all of these people. For me, she thought, you don't get to take my wife and daughter away like that. Just because you're afraid. In times of great danger and sacrifice such as this, some will step forward to make the difficult decisions. Ashford has done that, and I support him. Now it is our role to make sure the people understand and cooperate. They need to know that their sacrifice will protect the billions of people we've left behind. We don't know that, Anna said. This station has already claimed hundreds of lives, maybe thousands, because we keep making decisions without knowing what the consequences are. We chased Holden's ship through the ring, we sent soldiers to the station to hunt him, we keep acting without information and then being angry when it hurts us. It didn't hurt us, it killed us, a lot of us. We're like children, Anna said, pushing herself to her feet and lecturing down at him, who burn their hands on a hot stove and then think the solution is to blow up all the stoves. Eros, Cortez started. We did that. And Ganymede and Phoebe, all the rest. We did it. We keep acting without thinking, and you think the solution is to do it one more time? You have allied yourself with stupid, violent men, and you are trying to convince yourself that being stupid and violent will work. That makes you stupid too. I will never help you. I'll fight you now. Cortez stood up and called to the people waiting outside. A belter with protective chest armor and a rifle came into the tent. Will you shoot me too? Anna said, putting as much contempt into the words as she could. Cortez turned his back on her and left with the gunmen. Anna sank down into her chair, her legs suddenly too shaky to support her. She doubled over, rocking back and forth and taking long, shuddering breaths to calm herself. Somehow, she didn't black out. Did he hurt you? Tilly said from behind her. Her friend put a gentle hand on the back of her neck as she rocked. No, Anna said. It wasn't technically a lie. Oh, Annie, they have Claire. They wouldn't let me talk to her. I don't know if she's a hostage or... Before she knew she was going to do it, Anna had jumped to her feet and run out of the tent. They'd be going to the elevator that ran up the side of the drum and connected with the passages to the command decks and engineering. They'd be going to the bridge. Men like Cortez and Ashford, men who wanted to be in charge, they'd be on the bridge. She ran toward the elevator as fast as her legs would carry her. She hadn't actually run in years. Living in a small station tunneled into the ice of Europa, it just hadn't come up. She was out of breath in moments, but pushed on, ignoring the nausea and the stitch in her ribs. She reached the elevator just as Cortez and his small band of gun-toting thugs climbed inside. Clarissa was standing at the back of the group, looking small and frail, surrounded by soldiers in armor. As the doors slid closed, she smiled at Anna and raised one hand in a wave. Then she was gone. Chapter 40. Holden. Hey, Cap, Amos said from his bed. That was the third armed patrol that's gone past this room in about 3 hours. Some shit is going down. I know, Holden said quietly. It was obvious that the situation on the behemoth had changed. People with guns were moving through the corridors with hard expressions. Some of them had pulled a doctor aside, had a short but loud argument with her, then taken a patient away in restraints. It felt like a coup in progress. But according to Naomi, the security chief Bull had already mutinied and taken the ship from the original Belter captain. And nothing had happened that would explain why he'd suddenly need a lot more boots on the ground or begin making arrests. It felt like a civil war was brewing, or being squashed. Should we do something? Amos asked. Yes, Holden thought, we should do something.
We should get back to the Rocinante and hide until Miller gets done doing whatever he was doing and releases the ships in the slow zone. Then they should burn like hell out of this place and never look back. Unfortunately, his crew was still laid up, and he didn't exactly have a ride waiting to take him to his ship. "No," he said instead, "not until we understand what's happening. I just got out of jail, not in a hurry to go back." Alex sat up in bed and then moaned at the effort. The top of his head was swathed in blood-stained bandages, and the left side of his face had a mushy, pulpy look to it. The speed limit change had thrown him face first into one of the cockpit's view screens. If he hadn't been at least partially belted into his chair, he'd probably be dead. "Maybe we should find a quieter place than this to hole up," he said. "They don't seem opposed to arresting patients so far." Holden nodded with his fist. He was starting to pick up Naomi's belter-style gestures, but whenever he caught himself using one, he felt awkward, like a kid pretending to be an adult. "My time on this ship has been limited to the docking bay and this room. I don't have any idea where a quieter place would be." "Well," Naomi said, "that puts you one up on us. None of us were conscious when they brought us here." Holden hopped off the edge of her bed and moved to the door, closing it as quietly as possible. He looked around for something to jam it shut with, but quickly decided it was hopeless. The habitation spaces in the behemoth's drum were built for low weight, not durability. The walls and door of the hospital room were paper-thin layers of epoxy and woven carbon fiber. A good kick would probably bring the entire structure down. Barricading the door would only signal patrols that something was wrong, and then delay them half a second while they broke it. "Maybe that preacher can help us," Alex said. "Yeah." Amos nodded. "Red seems like good people." "No hitting on the preacher," Holden said, pointing at Amos with an accusing finger. But it doesn't matter, because if she has even half a brain, and I suspect she has a lot more than that, she'll be busily hiding herself. And she's not from here. We need an insider." "Sam," Naomi said, just as Holden was thinking the same name. "She's chief engineer on this boat. No one will know it like she does." "Does she owe you any favors?" Holden asked. Naomi gave him a sour look and pulled his hand terminal off his belt. "No, I owe her about 1,000, she said as she opened a connection request to Sam. "But she's a friend. Favors don't matter." She laid the terminal on the bed with the speaker on. The triple beep of an unanswered voice request sounding once a second. Alex and Amos were staring at it intensely, eyes wide, as though it were a bomb that might go off at any moment. In a way, Holden thought, it was. They were about as helpless right now as he could ever remember them being. Holden found himself wishing that Miller would appear and fix everything with alien magic. "Yo," a voice said from the terminal. Knuckles. At some point over the last year, Sam had given Naomi the nickname Knuckles. Holden had never been able to figure out why, and Naomi had never offered to explain. "Sammy," Naomi replied, the relief in her voice obvious. "We really, really need your help." "Funny," Sam said. "I was just thinking of coming by to ask for your help. Coincidence? Or something more?" "We were calling you to find a hiding spot," Amos yelled out. "If you were calling us for the same thing, you're fucked." "No, that's a good idea. I've got a spot you can hole up for a while, and I'll come meet you there. Knuckles, you'll have the layout in just a second. Just follow the map. I'll be there as soon as I can. You kids take care of yourselves." "You do the same, Sammy," Naomi said, then killed the connection. She worked the terminal for a few seconds. "Okay, I see it. Looks like unused storage, just a couple 100 meters aft and spinward." "You get to navigate," Holden said to her, then added, "Can everyone walk?" Amos and Alex both nodded, but Naomi said, "Alex's skull is being held together with glue right now. If he gets dizzy and falls, he's not getting up again." "Now Exo," Alex objected. "I can't, Naomi can't walk," Amos said, "so you put her on a rolling bed with Alex and push them. I'll take point. Give me that map." Holden didn't argue. He picked Naomi up from her bed, trying to jostle her as little as possible, then set her next to Alex on his. "Why am I pushing instead of walking point?" "He broke his left arm," Naomi said, scooting as close to Alex as possible and then securing the lap restraint across them both. When Amos began to protest, she added, "And all the ribs on his left side." "Right," Holden said, grabbing the push bars at the head of the bed and kicking off the wheel locks. "Lead the way." Amos led them through the makeshift hospital corridors, smiling at everyone he passed, moving with an easy stride that made him look like a man with a destination but no hurry to get there. Even the armed patrol they passed barely gave him a glance. When they looked curiously at Holden, pushing 2 injured people on the same bed, he said, "2 to a bed now. That's how crowded we're getting." They just nodded him past, their expressions both sullen and bored.
Holden hadn't had much chance to look around the rest of the hospital. After leaving the docks, he'd hurried straight to his cruise room and hadn't left since. But now, as he moved through the halls and intersections toward the exit, he had a chance to look over the full extent of the damage the catastrophic speed limit change had caused. Every bed in every room was filled with injured people, and sometimes the benches and chairs in the waiting areas. Most of the injuries were contusions or broken bones, but some were more severe. He saw more than one amputation, and quite a few people hanging in traction with serious spinal injuries. But more than the physical damage, there was the stunned look of shock on every face, the sort of expression Holden associated with the recent victims or witnesses of violent crime. The Rocinante had tracked and disabled a pirate slaver ship a few months back, and the beaten and starving prisoners pulled from her hold had looked like this. Not just hurt, but robbed of hope. Someone with a doctor's uniform watched Holden push the bed past, his eyes following their progress, but exhaustion robbing him of curiosity. From a small room to his right, Holden heard the electric popping sound of a cauterizing gun, and the smell of cooking meat filled the air. "This is horrifying," he whispered to Naomi. She nodded but said nothing. "None of us should have come here," Alex said. "Doors and corners," Miller had warned him. "The places where you got killed if you weren't paying attention, where the ambushes happened." Could have been a little more explicit, Holden thought, and then imagined Miller shrugging apologetically and bursting into a cloud of blue gnats. Amos, half a dozen meters ahead, came to a four-way junction in the corridor and turned right. Before Holden could cross half the distance to the turn, a pair of OPA goons walked into the intersection from the left. They paused, looking over Naomi and Alex snuggled up in the rolling bed. One of them smirked and half-turned to his companion. Holden could almost hear the joke he was about to make about two people to a bed. In preparation, he smiled and ready to laugh. But before the jokester could speak, his companion said, "That's James Holden." Everything after that happened quickly. The pair of OPA thugs scrambled to get at the shotgun slung over their shoulders. Holden shoved the rolling gurney into their thighs, knocking them back, and gave the corridor a frantic glance looking for a weapon. One of the thugs managed to fumble his shotgun down off his shoulder and rack it, but Naomi scooted forward on the bed and drove her heel into his groin.
His partner stepped back, finished getting his hands on his shotgun, and pointed at her. Holden started to run forward, knowing he was too slow, knowing he'd watched Naomi blown apart long before he could reach the gunman. Then both gunmen turned toward each other and slammed their faces together. They slumped to the floor, guns falling from nerveless fingers. Amos stood behind them, grimacing and massaging his left shoulder. "Sorry, Cap," he said. "Got a little too far ahead there." Holden leaned against the corridor wall, legs barely able to support him even in the light gravity. "No apologies. Nice save." He nodded toward the shoulder that Amos continued to rub with a pained look. "Thought that was broken." Amos snorted. "It didn't fall off. Plenty left in here for a couple of idiots like this." He bent down and stripped the two fallen men of their weapons and ammunition. A nurse walked up behind Holden, a plastic case in her hands and a question on her face. "Nothing to see here," Holden said. "We'll be gone in a minute." She pointed at a nearby door. "Supply closet. No one will notice them in there for a while." Then she turned and went back the way she came. "You have a fan," Naomi said from the bed. "Not everyone in the OP hates us," Holden replied, moving around the gurney to help Amos drag the unconscious men into the closet. "We did good work for them for over a year. People know that." Amos handed Holden a compact black pistol and a pair of extra magazines. Holden tucked the gun into the waistband of his pants and pulled his shirt down over it. Amos did the same with a second gun, then put the two shotguns onto the gurney next to Naomi and covered them with the sheet. "We don't want to get in a gunfight," Holden warned Amos as they began moving again. "Yeah," Amos said, "but if we're in one anyway, it'll be nice to have guns." The hospital exit was a short distance down the right-hand hallway, and suddenly they were outside, or as outside as you could get in the behemoth's massive habitation drum. From outside, the hospital structure looked cheap and hastily assembled. A football field-sized shanty made of epoxied carbon and fiberglass. A few hundred meters away, the edge of a city of tents spread out like acne on the drum's smooth skin. "That way," Naomi said, pointing toward a more permanent-looking steel structure. Holden pushed the gurney, and Amos walked a few meters ahead, smiling and nodding at anyone who looked at them. something in Amos's face making them scurry away and not look back. As they approached the squat metal structure, a door opened in the side and Sam's pixie face appeared, waving a hand at them impatiently. A few minutes and some twisty corridors later, they were in a small, empty, metal-walled room. Amos immediately dropped to the floor, laying his left arm and back flat against it. "Ow," he said. "You hurt?" Sam asked, locking the door behind them with a small metal keycard and then tossing the card to Naomi. "Everyone's hurt," Holden said. "So what the hell is going on?" Sam blew her lips out and ran one greasy hand through her red hair. The streaks of black already in it told Holden she'd been doing a lot of that. Ashford retook the ship. He's got some sort of coalition of bigwigs from the UN Navy, the Martians, and some of the important civilians. "Okay," Holden said, realizing that his lack of context made most of that sentence pretty meaningless, but not wanting to waste time with explanations. "So the people roaming the halls with guns are Ashford's?" "Yep, he's taking out anyone who helped Bull or Pa with the original mutiny, or, anyone he thinks is a threat." "From the way they tried to shoot us, we're on that list," Naomi said. "Definitely," Sam nodded. "I haven't been able to track down Pa, but Bull called me, so I know he's okay." "Sam," Holden said, patting the air in a calming gesture, "keep in mind I have no idea who these people are or why they are important, and we don't have time for a who's who. Just tell us the important bits." Sam started to object, then shrugged and briefly explained the plan to use the comm laser. "If I do what he's asking me to do, we'll be able to get a pulse out of it that'll be hotter than a star for about 3/4 of a second. It will melt that entire side of the ship in the process." "Does he know that?" Naomi asked, incredulity in her voice. "He doesn't care. Whether it works on the ring or not, we have to stop him. There are thousands of people on this ship right now, and they'll all die if he gets his way." Holden sank down onto the edge of the gurney with a long exhale. We're the least of the problem," he said. "This is suddenly much, much bigger than that." Sam cocked her head at him, frowning a question. "I've seen what this station does to threats," Holden said. "Miller showed me when I was there. All this slow zone stuff is non-lethal deterrent as far as it's concerned. If that big blue ball out there decides us monkeys are an actual threat, it will autoclave our solar system." "Who's Miller?" Sam asked. "Dead guy," Amos said. "And he was on the station?" "Apparently," Amos said with a lopsided shrug. "Jim?" Naomi said, putting her hand on his arm. This was the first she'd heard him speak of his experiences on the station, and he felt a pang of guilt for not telling her before. Something was attacking them, the proto-molecule masters or whatever they were. Their defense was causing the star in any infected solar system to go supernova. That station has the power to blow up stars, Naomi. If Ashford does this, it will kill every human there is. Everyone. There was a long silence. Amos had stopped rubbing his arm and grunting. Naomi stared up at him from the bed, eyes wide, the fear on her face mirroring his own. "Well," Sam finally said, "good thing I'm not gonna let him then, isn't it?" "Say again?" Amos said from the floor. "I didn't know about this other thing with ghosts and aliens," Sam said, in a tone of voice that made it clear she wasn't totally buying Holden's story. "But I've been sabotaging the laser upgrades, delaying the process while I build in short points, weaknesses that will blow every time he tries to fire it. It should be easy enough to explain away, because of course the system was never designed for this, and the ship is a flying hunk of cobbled-together junk at this point anyway. How long can you get us?" "Day, maybe a day and a half." "I think I love you," Alex said, the words coming out in a pain and medication-induced mumble. "We all do, Sam," Holden said to cover for him. "That's brilliant, but there aren't very many of us, and it's a big, complicated ship. The question is how we get control of it." "Bull," she replied. "That's why I called you. Bull's kinda messed up right now, and he needs help, and I don't know anyone else on this ship I trust." This last part she directed at Naomi. "Well, we'll do whatever we can," Naomi replied, holding up her hand. Sam crossed the room and took it. "Anything you need, Sammy. Tell us where Bull is, and I'll send my boys to go collect him." Amos pushed himself up off the floor with a grunt and moved to the gurney.
Yeah, whatever you need, Sam. We owe you about $1 million at this point, and this Ashford guy sounds like an asshole. Sam gave a relieved smile and squeezed Naomi's fingers. I really appreciate it. But be careful. Ashford loyalists are everywhere, and they've already killed some people. If you run into any more of them, there'll be trouble. Amos pulled one of the shotguns out from under the sheet and laid it casually across his shoulder. Man can hope. Chapter 41. Bull. The storage cells were too large to be a prison. They were warehouses for the supplies to start again after 100 ecological collapses. Seed vaults and soil and enough compressed hydrogen and oxygen to recreate the shallow ocean of a generation ship. Bull drove his mech across the vast open space, as wide and tall and airy as a cathedral, but without a single image of God.
It was a temple dedicated to utility and engineering, the beauty of function, and the grandeur of the experiment that would have launched humanity at the distant stars. Everything was falling to shit around him. All the information he could put together, hunched close to his hand terminal like he was trying to crawl into it, showed that Ashford had taken over engineering and the reactor at the far south of the drum and command at the north. His squads were moving through the drum with impunity. Pei was missing and might be dead. She still had a lot of people loyal to her, including Bull, to his surprise, but if they found her body in a recycler someplace, that would fade quickly. He'd done everything he could. He hadn't had the power, so he'd tried for finesse, and when that didn't work, he'd grabbed the power. He'd taken the massacre of thousands by the proto-molecule station and gone at least halfway to building a city out of it. A little civilization in the mouth of the void. If he'd been a little more ruthless, maybe he could have made it work. Clanking softly through the massive space, that was the thing that haunted him. Not his sins, not even the people he'd killed, but the thought that if he'd killed just one or two more, it might have been enough. And even with that darkness in his heart, he couldn't keep from feeling moved by the scale of the steel and ceramic, the industrial beauty of design. He wished they'd gone to the stars instead of flying it into the mouth of hell. He wished he'd been able to make it all work out. He tried to connect with Serge, but got nothing. He tried Corin. He wanted to reach out to Sam again, but he couldn't risk Ashford finding out they were in contact. He checked the broadcast feed, or radio-free slow zone, but Monica Stewart and her crew hadn't made any announcements. He let himself hope that Ashford's plan would collapse in on itself the way that all of his own plans had. Not much chance of that, though. Ashford just wanted to blow shit up. That was always easier than making something. He thought about recording a last message to Fred Johnson, but he didn't know if he wanted to apologize, commiserate, or make the man feel guilty for putting a petulant little boy like Ashford in charge. So, instead, he waited and hoped for something unexpected, and maybe good for a change. He heard the footsteps coming from the aftmost access corridor. More than one person. 2, maybe 3. If it was Ashford's men coming for him, he wasn't going to have to worry much about what to say to Fred. He took the pistol out of his holster and checked the magazine. The soft metallic sounds echoed. The footsteps faltered. "Bull?" a familiar voice called out. "Are you in there?" Bull said, then coughed. He spat on the deck. "Jim Holden," the voice said. "You aren't planning to shoot me, are you? Because Sam sorta gave us the impression that we were on the same side." Holden stepped into the storage area. This was who she'd meant when she said she knew who she could trust. And she had a point. Holden was outside every command. His reputation was built on being a man without subtexts. The man behind him with the shotgun was Amos Burton. For a moment, Bull was surprised to see the wounded Earther on his feet, then remembered his own condition and smiled. He lowered his gun, but he didn't put it away. And why would she think that? He asked. "Same enemies," Holden said. "We have to stop Ashford. If he does what he's planning, we're all trapped in here until we die. And I'm pretty sure the ring kills everybody on the other side. Earth, Mars, the belt, everyone." Bull felt something deep in his chest settle. He didn't know if it was only the weight of his worst fears coming true, or if something unpleasant was happening in his lungs. He put the pistol in his holster, took the joysticks, and angled himself toward the 2 men.
The mech's movements seemed louder now that there were other people to hear them. "Okay," Bull said. "How about you start at the beginning and tell me what the hell you're going on about?" Bull had been around charisma before, the sense that some people had of moving through their lives in a cloud of likability or power. Fred Johnson had that, and there were glimmers of it in Holden too. In fact, there was something about Holden's open-faced honesty that reminded Bull of the young Fred Johnson's candor. He said things in a simple, matter-of-fact way. The station wouldn't come off lockdown until they turned off all the reactors and enough of the electronics on the ships. The makers of the proto-molecule had been devoured by some mysterious force even badder-ass than they were. The station would destroy the solar system if it decided humans and their weapons constituted a real threat. That made them all seem plausible. Maybe it was the depth of his own belief. Maybe it was just a talent some people were born with. Bull felt a growing respect for Jim Holden, the same way he'd respect a rattlesnake. The man was dangerous just by being what he was. When Holden ran out of steam, repeating himself that they had to stop Ashford, that Sam was buying them time, that the skeleton crews on the other ships had to shut down their reactors and power down their backup systems, Bull scratched his chin. "What if Ashford's right?" he said. "I don't understand," Holden said. "All this stuff you got from the alien? What if it's bullshitting you?" Holden's jaw went hard, but a moment later he nodded. "He might be," he said. "I don't have any way of making sure. But Sam says Ashford's going to sacrifice the behemoth when he shoots at the ring, and if Miller wasn't lying, he's sacrificing everything else along with it. Is that a chance you're willing to take?" "Taking it either way," Bull said. "Maybe we stop him and we save the system. Maybe we leave the ring open for an invasion by things that are going to eat our brains on toast. Flip a coin, Asa. And we got no time to test it out. No way to make sure. Either way, it's a risk." "It is," Holden said. "So, what are you gonna do?" Bull's sigh started him coughing again. The mucus that came up into his mouth tasted like steroid spray. He spat. That was what it came down to. It wasn't really a question. "Figure we gotta retake engineering," Bull said. "Probably gonna be a bitch of a fight, but we gotta do it. With the drum spinning, the only path between engineering and command is the external lift, or in through the command transition point, and then all the way through the drum to the engineering transition point with a shitload of people and spin gravity to slow them down. Any reinforcements he's got up top won't make it before the fight's done one way or the other. Sammy's already in engineering," Amos said. "Might be she could soften up the terrain for us before we go in." "That'd be good," Bull said. "And once we take it," Holden said, "pump an assload of nitrogen into command and pull them all out after they've gone to sleep, I figure," Bull said. "If Captain Paw's still alive, they're her problem." "What if she ain't?" Amos said. "Then they're mine," Bull said. Amos's smile meant the man had unpacked Bull's words just the way he'd meant them. "And the reactor?" Holden said. "Are you gonna shut it down?" "That's the backup plan," Bull said with a grin. "We shut it down, we get everyone else to shut down. Can I ask why?" "Might be that we can get this thing off of lockdown and it won't kill off the sun, even if Ashford does get a shot off," Bull said. "Fair enough," Holden said. "I've got my crew. We're a little banged up, though." "Pure of heart, though," Amos said. "I don't know how many people I still got," Bull said. "If I can get through to a couple of them, I can find out. So, where do we set up shop?" Bull paused. If they were going to try an assault on engineering, a distraction would help. Something that would pull Ashford's attention away from what actually mattered, to something else. If there was a way to slap him down, hurt his pride.
Ashford hadn't been the kind of man who thought things through well before the catastrophe, but he had been cautious. If there was a way to make him angry, to overcome that caution, but doing that and getting the word to the other ships that they needed to shut down would be more time than he had. Unless, yeah, he said sourly, I know where we're going. Maybe a little dangerous getting there. Ashford's people are all through the drum. Not as many as there were when we started, Amos said. Bull didn't ask what he meant. Lead on, Holden said. Well, follow you. Bull tapped his fingers on the joysticks. Embarrassment and shame clawed their way up his guts. A shadow of confusion crossed Holden's face. Bull felt a stab of disgust with himself. He was about to put a bunch of civilians in danger in order to draw Ashford's attention. He was going to do it of his own free will, and he was ashamed of the things that he didn't actually have any control over. He didn't know what that said about him, but he figured it couldn't be good. Radio-free Slow Zone was in what had once been the Colonial Administrative Offices. The narrow office spaces had been designed into the walls and bulkheads of the original ship back when it had been the Nauvoo, and the amount of work it would have taken to strip the cubicles back until the space could be used for something else had never been worth the effort. Bull had given it to Monica Stewart and her crew because it was a cheap favor, something he didn't need the old offices for something he did, a familiar face and reassuring voice to help make the behemoth into the gathering place for the full and fractured fleet. The broadcast studio was a sheet of formed green plastic that someone had pried off the floor and set on edge. The lights were jerry-rigged and stuck to whatever surfaces came to hand. Bull recognized most of the faces, though he didn't know many of them. Monica Stewart, of course. Her production team was down to an Earther woman named Oakjew and a dark-skinned Martian called Clip. Holden had called his crew there, but they hadn't arrived yet. Bull considered the space from a tactical point of view. It wouldn't be hard to block off access ways. The little half-walls provided a lot of cover, and they were solid enough to stop most slug throwers. An hour or two with some structural steel and a couple welders, and the place could be almost defensible. He hoped it wouldn't need to be, except that he hoped it would. "We went black as soon as the fighting started," Monica said. "Thought it would be better not to go off half-cocked." "Good plan," Bull said, and his hand terminal chimed. He held up a finger and fumbled to accept the connection. Corin's face flickered to life. She looked pale. Shell-shocked. He knew the expression. "How bad?" "I've got about 30 people, sir," Corin said, "armed and armored. We control the commissary and most of the civilians. Once Ashford got control of the transition points, he mostly fell back." "Pa?" "Alive," Corin said. "Pretty beat up, but alive." "Well, call that a win." "We lost Serge," Corin said, her voice flat and calm. That was it then. Bull felt "I'm sorry" coming by reflex and pushed it back. Later. He could offer sympathy later. Right now, he only had room for strong. "All right," he said. "Bring whoever you can spare to the Colonial Administrative Offices. And weapons. All the weapons we've got, bring 'em here." "New headquarters?" "Security station in exile," Bull said, and Corin almost smiled. There was no joy in it, but maybe a little amusement. "Good enough for now." She saluted, and he returned the gesture as best he could before dropping the connection. "So this is a coup?" Monica said. Counter-coup, technically," Bull said. "Here's what I need you to do. I want you reporting on what's going on here. Broadcast. The behemoth, the other ships in the fleet. Hell, tell the station if you think it'll listen." Captain Ashford was relieved for mental health reasons. The trauma was too much for him. He and a few people who were still personally loyal to him have holed up in command, and the security team of the behemoth is going to extract him. And is any of that true? Maybe, Bull said. Behind Monica's back, the wide-set Earther woman named Oakjew looked up and then away. "I'm not a propagandist," Monica said. "Ashford's gonna get us all killed," Bull said. "Maybe everyone back home too, if he does what he's thinking. The catastrophe? Everything we've been through here? These were the kid gloves. He's trying to start a real fight." It was strange how saying the words himself made them seem real in a way that hearing from Holden hadn't. He still wasn't sure whether he believed it was true even, but right now it needed to be, and so it was. Monica's eyes went a little rounder, and bright red splotches appeared on her cheeks. "When this is over," she said, "I want the full story. Exclusive. Everything that's really going on. Why it came down the way it did. In-depth interviews with all the players." "Can't speak for anyone but myself right now," Bull said, "but that's a fair deal by me. Also, I need you to talk the other ships in the fleet into shutting down their reactors and power grids, pulling the batteries out of every device they can find that's got them. Because we're trying to get the lockdown on the ships taken off," he said. "Let us go home. And if we can't stop Ashford, getting off lockdown is the only chance we've got to keep the station from retaliating against the folks on the other side of the ring. And because if the insults and provocations, the false threats and misdirections all failed, that would be enough.
If Ashford could see the other plan coming together, if he could see his heroic gesture, his grand sacrifice being taken away, he would come. He'd do whatever he could to shut down the studio, and every gun that came here was one less that would be at engineering or command. Monica looked nonplussed. And how am I going to convince them to do that, exactly? I have an idea about that, Bull said. I know this priest lady who's got people from damn near every ship out here coming to her services. I'm thinking we recruit her. Even, he didn't say, if it puts her in the firing line. Chapter 42. Clarissa. The end came. All the running around stopped, and a kind of calm descended on Ashford. On Cortez. All of them. The order went out to secure the transition points. No one was passing into or out of the drum. Not now, not ever again. It felt almost like relief. I've been thinking about your father, Cortez said, as the lift rose toward the transition point, spin gravity ebbing away, and the growing Coriolis making everything feel a little bit off, like a dream or the beginning of an unexpected illness. He was a very clever man. Brilliant, some would say, and very private in his way. He tried to turn the proto-molecule into a weapon and sell it to the highest bidder, Clarissa thought. The thought should have stung, but it didn't. It was just a fact. Iron atoms formed in stars. A Dymocock power relay had one fewer input than the standard models. Her father had tried to militarize the proto-molecule. He hadn't known what it was. No one had. That didn't keep them from playing with it, seeing what they could do. She had the sudden visual memory of a video she'd seen of a drunken soldier handing his assault rifle to a chimp. What had happened next was either hilarious or tragic, depending on her mood. Her father hadn't been that different from the chimp, just on a bigger scale. I'm sorry I didn't have the chance to know him better, Cortez said. Ashford and 7 of his men were on the lift with them. The captain stood at the front, hands clasped behind his back. Most of his men were belters too. Long frames, large heads. Wren had had that look too, like they were all part of the same family. Ashford's soldiers had sidearms and bulletproof vests. She didn't, and yet she kept catching them glancing over at her. They still thought of her as Melba.
She was the terrorist and murderer with the combat modifications. That she looked like a normal young woman only added to the sense that she was eerie. This was why Ashford had wanted her so badly. She was an adornment, a trophy to show how strong he was and paper over his failure to hold his own ship before. She wished that one of them would smile at her. The more they acted like she was Melba, the more she felt that version of herself coming back, seeping up into her cognition like ink soaking through paper. There was one time your brother Petcher came to the United Nations buildings when I was visiting there. That would have been Michael, she said. Petcher hates the UN. Does he? Cortez said with a gentle laugh. My mistake. The lift reached the axis of the drum, slowing gently so that they could all steady themselves with the handrails and not be launched up into the ceiling. Behind them, a series of vast conduits and transformers powered the long linear sun of the drum. Before she'd come out to the ring, she'd never seriously thought about balancing power loads and environmental control systems. That kind of thing had been for other people, lesser people. Now, with all she'd learned, the scale of the behemoth's design was awing. She wished the others could have seen it. Soledar and Bob and Stanny, and Wren. The doors slid open, and the Belters launched themselves into the transition with the grace of men and women who'd spent their childhoods in low or null G. She and Cortez didn't embarrass themselves, but they would never have the automatic grace of a Belter on the float. The command decks were beautiful. The soft, indirect lighting took everyone's shadows away. Melba launched herself after Ashford and the Belters, swimming through the air like a dolphin in the sea. The command center itself was beautifully designed. A long, lozenge-shaped room with control boards set into ceramic desks. On one end of the lozenge, a door opened into the captain's office, on the other to the security station. The gimbaled crash couches looked less like functional necessities than the natural, beautiful outgrowth of the ship, like an orchid. The walls were painted with angels and pastoral scenes. The effect was only slightly spoiled by the half-dozen access panels that stood open, repairs from the sudden stop still uncompleted. Even the guts of the command center were beautiful in their way. Clarissa found herself wanting to go over and just look in to see if she could make sense of the design. 3 men floated at the control boards, all of them belters. "Welcome back, Captain," one of them said. Ashford sailed through the empty air to the captain's station. 3 of the soldiers drifted out to take positions in the corridor, the others arraying themselves around the room, all with sight lines on the doors leading in. Anyone who tried to take the command center would have to walk through a hailstorm of bullets. Clarissa pulled herself over to the door of the security station, as much to get out of the way as anything. And Cortez followed her, his expression focused, serious, and a little agitated. Ashford keyed in a series of commands, and his control panel shifted, growing brighter. His eyes tracked over the readouts and screens. Lit from below, he looked less like the man set to save all of humanity at the sacrifice of himself and his crew, and more like a lower university science teacher trying to get his simulations to work the way they were meant to. "Jojo," he said, and the voice of the prison guard came from the control deck like the man was standing beside them. "Here, Captain. We've got the engineering transition point locked down. Anyone wants to get in here, we'll give 'em 8 kinds of hell." "Good man," Ashford said. "Do we have Chief Engineer Rosenberg?" "Yes, sir. She's making the modifications to the comm array now." "Still?" "Still, sir." "Thank you," he said, then tapped the display, his fingertips popping against the screen. "Sam, how long before the modifications are done?" 2 hours, she said. "Why so long?" "I'm going to have to override every safety device in the control path," she said. "This thing we're doing? There's a lot of built-in design that was meant to keep it from happening." Ashford scowled. 2 hours, he said, and stabbed the connection closed. The waiting began. 2 hours later, the same woman explained that the targeting system had been shaken out of round by the catastrophe. It just meant a delay getting lock for most purposes, but since this was a one-shot application, she was realigning it. 3 more hours. Then she was getting a short loop error that he had to track down. 2 more hours. Clarissa saw Ashford's mood darken with every excuse, every hour that stretched past. She found the toilets tucked at the back of the security station and started wondering about getting a few tubes of food. If the only working commissary was in the drum, that might actually be a problem. Cortez had strapped himself into a crash couch and slept. The guards slowly became more and more restless. Clarissa spent an hour going from access panel to access panel, looking at the control boards and power relays that fed the bridge. It was surprising how many of them were the same as the ones she'd worked with on the Earth ships coming out. Cut an earther or a belter, they both bled the same blood. Crack an access panel on the Behemoth and the Prince, and both ships had the same crappy brownout buffers. She wondered how the Behemoth felt about being the Behemoth and not the Nauvoo. She wondered how she felt about being Clarissa Mao and not Melba Coe. Would the ship feel the nobility of its sacrifice? Lost forever in the abyss, but with everyone else redeemed by her sacrifice? The symmetry seemed meaningful, but it might only have been the grinding combination of fear and uncertainty that made it seem that way. 7 hours after they'd taken the bridge, Ashford stabbed at the control console again, waited a few seconds, and punched the console hard enough that the blow pushed him back into his couch. The sound of the violence startled Cortez awake and stopped the muttered conversation between the guards. Ashford ignored them all and tapped at the screen again. His fingertips sounded like hailstones striking rock. The light from the screen flickered. "Sir? Where's Sam Rosenberg?" Ashford snapped. "Last I saw her, she was checking the backup power supply for the reactor bottle, sir. Should I find her?" "Who's acting as her second?" "Anna Marie Ruiz. Get Sam and Anna Marie up to command, please. If you have to take them under guard, that's fine." "Yes, sir." Ashford closed the connection and pushed away from the console, his crash couch shushing on its bearings. "Is there a problem, Captain?" Cortez asked. His voice was thick and a little bleary. "Nothing I can't handle," Ashford replied. It was almost another hour before Clarissa heard the doors from the external elevator shaft open. New voices came down the hall. The gabble of conversation tried to hide some deeper strain. Ashford tugged at his uniform. 2 women floated in the room.
The first was a pretty woman with a heart-shaped face and grease-streaked red hair pulled back in a bun. It made her think of Anna. The second was thin, even for a belter, with skin the color of dry soil and brown eyes so dark they were black. 3 men with pistols followed them in. "Chief Rosenberg," Ashford said. "Sir," the red-haired woman said. She didn't sound like Anna. "We are on our 4th last-minute delay now. The more time we waste, the more likely it is that the rogue elements in the drum will cause trouble. I'm doing my best, Captain. This isn't the kind of thing we get to take a second shot at, though. We need to be thorough. 2 hours ago, you said we'd be ready to fire in 2 hours. No, sir, she said. I looked up the specs, and the reactor safeties won't allow an output the size we need. I'm fabricating some new breakers that won't screw us up.
And then we have to replace some cabling as well. How long will that take? Ashford asked. His voice was dry. Clarissa thought she heard danger in it, but the engineer didn't react to it. 6 hours, 6.5 hours, she said. The fab printers only go so fast. Ashford nodded and turned to the second woman. Ruiz, do you agree with that assessment? All respect to Chief Rosenberg, I don't, Ruiz said. I don't see why we can't use conductive foam instead. How long would that take? 2 hours, Ruiz said. Ashford drew a pistol. Almost before the chief engineer's eyes could widen, the gun fired. In the tight quarters, the sound itself was an assault. Sam's head snapped back and her feet kicked forward. A bright red globe shivered in the air, smaller droplets flying out from it. Violent moons around a dead planet. Mr. Ruiz, Ashford said, please be ready to fire in 2 hours. For a moment, the woman was silent. She shook her head like she was trying to come back from a dream. Sir, she said. Ashford smiled. He was enjoying the effect he'd just had. You can go, he said. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Ruiz and the 3 guards pulled themselves back out. Ashford put his pistol away. Would someone please clean this mess away, he said. My God, Cortez said, his voice somewhere between a prayer and blasphemy. Oh my God, what have you done? Ashford craned his neck. 2 of the guards moved forward. One of them had a utility vacuum. When he thumbed it on, the little motor whined. When he put it in the blood, the tone of it dropped half a tone from E to D sharp. I shot a saboteur, Ashford said, and cleared the way to saving humanity from the alien threat. You killed her, Cortez said. She had no trial, no defense. Father Cortez, Ashford said, these are extreme circumstances. But Ashford turned, bending his just too large belter head forward. With all respect, this is my command. These are my people, and if you think I am prepared to accept another mutiny, you are very much mistaken. There was a buzz in the captain's voice like a drunk man on the edge of a fight. Clarissa put a hand on Cortez's shoulder and shook her head. The older man frowned, ran a hand across his white hair, and put on a professionally compassionate expression. I understand the need for discipline, Captain, Cortez said, and even some violence, if it is called for, but don't make me put you back in the drum, Ashford said. Cortez closed his mouth. His head bowed as if being humbled was old territory for him. Even though she knew that wasn't true, Clarissa felt a warm sympathy for him. He'd seen dead people. He'd seen people die. Seeing someone killed was different than that, so in some ways she was ahead of him. Come on, she said. Cortez blinked at her. There were tears in his eyes, floating more or less evenly across his sclera, unable to fall. The head's this way. I'll get you there. Thank you, he said. 2 of the guards were wrapping the dead engineer with tape. The bullet had struck just above her right eye, and a hemisphere of blood adhered to it, shuddering but not growing larger. The woman wasn't bleeding anymore. She was the enemy, Clarissa thought, but the idea had a tentative quality about it, like she was trying on a vest to see how it fit. She was the enemy, and so she deserved to die, even though she had red hair like Anna. It wasn't as comforting as she'd hoped. In the head, Cortez washed his face and hands with the towelettes and then fed them into the recycler. Clarissa mentally followed them down to the churn and through the guts of the ship. She knew how it would work on the Cerisier or the Prince. Here, she could only speculate. You're trying to distract yourself.
a small part of herself said. The thought came in words, just like that. Not from outside, not from someone else. A part of her talking to the rest. You're trying to distract yourself. From what? She wondered. Thank you, Cortez said. His smile looked more familiar now, more like the man she saw on screens. I knew that there would be some resistance to doing the right thing here, but I wasn't ready for it. Spiritually, I wasn't ready for it. Surprised me. It'll do that, Clarissa said. Cortez nodded. He was about her father's age. She tried to imagine Jules Pierre Mao floating in the little space, weeping over a dead engineer. She couldn't. She couldn't imagine him here at all, couldn't picture what he looked like exactly. All of her impressions were of his power, his wit, his overwhelming importance. The physical details were beside the point. Cortez looked at himself in the mirror, set his own expression. He's about to die, she thought. He's about to condemn himself and everyone on this ship to dying beyond help, here in the darkness, because he thinks it is the right and noble thing to do. Was that what Ashford was doing too? She wished now that she talked to him more when they'd been prisoners together, gotten to understand him and who he was, why he was willing to die for this, and more than that, why he was willing to kill. Maybe it was altruism and nobility, maybe it was fear, or grief. As long as he did what needed doing, it didn't matter why, but she found she was curious. She knew why she was here, at least, to redeem herself, to die for a reason, and make amends. You're trying to distract yourself, don't you think? Cortez said. His smile was gentle and rueful, and she didn't have any idea what he'd been saying. I guess, she said, and pushed back from the doorframe to give him room. Cortez pulled himself by handholds, trying to keep his body oriented with head toward the ceiling and feet toward the floor, even though crawling along the walls was probably safer and more efficient. It was something people who lived with weight did by instinct. Clarissa only noticed it because she wasn't doing it. The room was just the room, no up or down, anything a floor or a wall or a ceiling. She expected a wave of vertigo that didn't come. You know it doesn't matter, she said. Cortez smiled at her, tilting his head in a question. If we're all sacrifices, it doesn't matter when we go, Clarissa said. She went a little before us. We'll go a little later. It doesn't even matter if we all go willingly to the altar, right? All that matters is that we break the ring, so everyone on the other side is safe. Yes, that's right, Cortez said. Thank you for reminding me. An alert sounded in the next room, and Clarissa turned toward it. Ashford had undone his straps and was floating above his control panel, his face stony with rage. What's going on, Jojo? I think we've got a problem, sir. Chapter 43. Holden. Everything about the former colonial administrative offices made Holden sad. The drab institutional green walls, the cluster of cubicles in the central workspace, the lack of windows or architectural flourishes. The Mormons had been planning to run the human race's first extrasolar colony from a place that would have been equally at home as an accounting office. It felt anticlimactic. Hello, welcome to your centuries-long voyage to build a human settlement around another star. Here's your cubicle. The space had been repurposed in a way that at least gave it a lived-in feel. A cobbled-together radio occupied one entire closet, just off the main broadcasting set. The size saying more about the slapdash construction than about the broadcasting power. The current fleet was in a small enough space to pick up a decent handheld set. A touchscreen on one wall acted as a whiteboard for the office. Lists of potential interviews and news stories listed along with contact names and potential public interest. Holden was oddly flattered to see his name next to the note, "Hot. Find a way to get this." Now the room buzzed with activity. Bowls people were trickling in a few at a time. Most of them brought duffel bags full of weapons or ammunition. A few brought tools in formed plastic cases with wheels on the bottom.
They were preparing to armor the former office space into a mini fortress. Holden leaned against an unused desk and tried to stay out of everyone's way. "Hey," Monica said, appearing at his side out of nowhere. She nodded her head at the board. "When I heard you were back from the station, I was hoping I could get an interview from you. Guess I missed my chance, though." "Why?" "Next to this end-of-the-world shit, you've slipped a couple notches in the broadcast schedule." Holden nodded, then shrugged. I've been famous before. It's not so great." Monica sat on the desk next to him and handed him a drinking bulb. When Holden tasted it, it turned out to be excellent coffee. He closed his eyes for a moment, sighing with pleasure. "Okay, now I'm just a little in love with you." "Don't tease a girl," she replied. "Will this work? This plan of Bull's? Am I on the record?" Someone started welding a sheet of metal to the wall, forcing them both to throw up their hands to block the light. The air smelled like sulfur and hot steel. "Always," Monica said. "Will it? Maybe. There's a reason military ships are scuttled the second someone takes engineering. If you don't own that ground, you don't own the ship." Monica smiled as if that all made sense to her. Holden wondered how much actually did. She wasn't a wartime reporter. She was a documentary producer who'd wound up in the wrong place at the right time. He finished off the last of his coffee with a pang of regret and waited to see if she had anything else to ask. If he was nice, maybe she'd find him a refill. "And this Sam person can do that?" she said. "Sam's been keeping the Roci in the air for almost 3 years now. She was one of Tycho's best and brightest. Yeah, if she's got your engine room and she doesn't like you, you're screwed. Want more coffee?" "Good God, yes," Holden said, holding out his bulb like a street beggar. Before Monica could take it, Bull came clumping over to them in his mechanical walker. He started to speak and then began a wet, phlegmy cough that lasted several seconds. Holden thought he looked like a man who was dying by centimeters. "Sorry," Bull said, spitting into a wadded-up rag. "That's disgusting." "If you die," Monica said, "I won't get my exclusive." Bull nodded and began another coughing fit. "If you die," Holden said, "can I have all your stuff?" Bull gave a grand sweeping gesture at the office around them. "Someday, my boy, this will all be yours." "What's the word?" Holden asked, raising the bulb to his lips and being disappointed at its emptiness all over again. Corin found the preacher, huddled up with half her congregation in their church tent. "Great," Holden said. "Things are starting to come together. Better than you think. Half the people in that room were UN and Martian military. They're coming with her. She says they'll back her story when she asks the other ships to shut down. It also won't hurt to have a few dozen more able bodies to man the defenses when Ashford comes after us." As Bull spoke, Holden saw Amos enter the offices, pushing the bed Alex and Naomi were on. A knot he hadn't even realized he had relaxed in his shoulders. Bull was still talking about utilizing the new troops for their defensive plans, but Holden wasn't listening. He watched Amos move the gurney to a safe corner at the back of the room, and then wander over to stand next to them. "Nothing new outside," Amos said when Bull stopped talking. "Same small patrols of Ashford goons walking the drum, but they don't act like they know anything's up." "They'll know as soon as we do our first broadcast," Monica said. "How's that shoulder?" Holden asked. "Sore. I've been thinking, I want you to take command of the defense here once the shit hits the intake." "Yeah, okay," Amos said. He knew Holden was asking him to protect Naomi and Alex. "I guess that means you're going down to—" He was interrupted by a loud buzzing coming from Bull's pocket. Bull pulled a beat-up hand terminal out and stared at it like it might explode. "Is that an alarm?" Holden asked. "Emergency alert on my private security channel," Bull said, still not answering it. "Only the senior staff can use that channel." "Ashford trying to track you down?" Holden asked, but Bull ignored him and answered the call. "Bull here. Ruiz, Bull started, then stopped and just listened. He grunted a few times, though Holden couldn't tell if they were assents or negations. When he finished the call, he dropped the hand terminal on the desk behind him without looking at it. His brown skin, recently gray with sickness, had turned almost white. He reached up with both hands to wipe away what Holden realized with shock were tears. Holden would not have guessed the man was capable of weeping. "Ashford," Bull started, then began a long coughing fit that looked suspiciously like sobbing. When he'd finally stopped, his eyes and mouth were covered with mucus. He pulled a rag out of his pocket and wiped most of it off, then said, "Ashford killed Sam." "What?" Holden asked. His brain refused to believe this could be true. He'd heard the words clearly, but those words could not be, so he must have heard them wrong. What? Bull took a long breath, gave his face one last wipe with the rag, then said, he brought her up to the bridge to ask about the laser mods, and then he shot her. He made Ana Marie Ruiz the chief engineer. How do you know? Monica asked. Because that was Ruiz on the line just now. She wants us to get the hell out of there, Bull said. Almost all traces of his grief were gone from his face. He took another long, shuddering breath. She knows Ashford has completely gone around the bend, but what can she do? Holden shook his head, still refusing to believe it. Brilliant little Sam, who fixed his ship, who was Naomi's best friend, whom Alex and Amos shared a good-natured crush on. That Sam couldn't be dead. Amos was staring at him. The big man's hands were curled into fists, his knuckles a bloodless white. We have to hold this ground, Holden said, hoping to head off Amos' next words. I need you to hold it, or this whole thing falls apart. Then you kill him, Amos said, his words terrifyingly flat and emotionless. None of this trial bullshit, no righteous man among the savages bullshit. You fucking kill him, or so help me God. Holden felt a sudden nausea almost drive him to his knees. He took a few deep breaths to push it back. This was what they had to offer to Sam's memory. After all she'd done for them, all she'd meant to them. They had violence, arguments about the best way to get revenge. Sam, who as far as he knew had never hurt another person in her life. Would she want this? He could picture her there, telling Amos and Bull to put their testosterone away and act like adults. The thought almost made him vomit. Monica put a hand on his back. Are you okay? I have to tell Naomi, was all he could say. Then he pushed her hand away and walked across a floor that moved under his feet like the rolling deck of an ocean-going ship. Naomi reacted only with sorrow, not with anger. She cried, but didn't demand revenge. She repeated Sam's name through her tears, but didn't say Ashford's once. It seemed like the right reaction. It seemed like love. He was holding Naomi while she gently wept when Bull clumped up behind him. He felt a flash of anger, but swallowed it. What? Look, Bull said, rubbing his buzz cut with both hands. I know this is a shitty time, but we have to talk about where we go from here. Holden shrugged. Sam's gone, and she was pretty central to our plans, I understand, Naomi said. I'll go. What? Holden said, feeling like they were having a conversation in some kind of code he didn't understand. Go where? With Sam gone, Naomi is the best engineer we've got, Bull said. What about this Ruiz person? I thought she was the chief engineer now. She was in charge of infrastructure, Bull said. And I've seen Nagata's background. She's got the training and the experience. And we trust her. If someone's gonna take Sam's place... No, Holden said, without thinking about it.
Naomi was hurt. She couldn't fight her way into the engine room now. And Sam had been killed. I'll go, Naomi repeated. My arm is for shit, but I can walk. If someone can help me once we get there, I can take out the bridge and shut down the reactor. No, Holden said again. Yeah, me too, Alex added. He was sitting on the edge of the gurney facing away from them. He'd been shaking like he was crying, but hadn't made a sound. His voice sounded dry, like fallen leaves rustling in the wind. Brittle and empty. I guess I have to go too. Alex, you don't, Naomi started, but he kept talking over the top of her. Nobody pulled the Rocinante's batteries offline when we left, so if we're shutting everything down, she'll need someone to do it. Bull nodded. Holden wanted to smack him for agreeing with any of this. And that'll be me, Alex said. I can tag along as far as engineering, grab an EVA pack there, and use the aft airlock to get out. Amos moved over behind Bull, his face still flat, emotionless, but his hands in fists. Alex is going. New plan, Bull said loud enough for everyone to hear. People stopped whatever they were doing and moved over to listen. More must have arrived, because there were almost 50 in the office now. At the back of the room stood a small knot of people in military uniforms. Anna, the red-headed preacher, was with them. She was holding hands with an aggressively thin woman who alternated smoking and tapping her front teeth with her pinky fingernail. Bull spotted them at the same time Holden did and waved them forward. "Anna, come on up here," he said. "Most everyone is here now, so this is how it's going to go down." The room got quiet. Anna made her way up to Bull and waited. Her skinny friend came with her, staring at the crowd around the preacher with the suspicious eyes of a bodyguard. Bull stopped to look at a nearby wall panel with a clock on it. 30 minutes. I will take a team made up of security personnel and the crew of the Rocinante to the southern drum access point. We will retake that access point and gain entrance into the engineering level. Once we control engineering, Monica and her team will begin a broadcast explaining to the rest of the fleet about the need to kill the power. Preacher, that's where you and your people come in. Anna turned and smiled at her group, a motley collection of people in the uniforms of a variety of services and planetary allegiances. Most of them injured in one way or another, some quite badly. The target for the shutdown is 1900 hours local, about 2.5 hours from now. We need them to keep it down for 2 hours. That's our window. We need the behemoth down during that 2 hours. We'll make it happen, Naomi said. But when our broadcast starts, Ashford will probably try to take this location. Amos and the remainder of my team, along with any volunteers from among the rest of you, will hold this position as long as possible. The more bad guys you can tie up here, the fewer we'll have trying to take engineering back from us. But I need you to hold. If we can't keep Anna and her people on the air long enough to get everyone on board with our shutdown plan, this thing ends before it starts. We'll hold, Amos said. No one disagreed. Once we control engineering, we'll send a team forward to put restraints on the hopefully unconscious people on the bridge, and we'll own the ship. The lights go out, the aliens let us go, and we get the fuck out of this miserable stretch of space once and for all. How's that sound? Bull raised his voice with the final question, looking for a cheer from the group, and the group obliged. People began to drift back toward their various tasks. Holden squeezed Naomi's uninjured shoulder and moved over to Anna. She looked lost. Along the way, he grabbed Amos by the arm. "Anna," Holden said, "do you remember Amos?" She smiled and nodded. "Hello, Amos. How you doing, Red?" "Amos will be here to protect you and the others," Holden continued. "If you need anything, you let him know. I feel safe in saying nothing will get in here to stop you from doing your job as long as he's alive." "That's the truth," Amos said. "Ma'am." "Hey guys," someone called out from the doorway. "Look what followed me home. Can I keep them?" Holden patted Anna on the arm and gave Amos a meaningful look. "Protect this one with your life." Amos nodded back. He looked vaguely offended. He left them together and caught up with Bull heading for the door. The security officer, Corin, Bull's new second-in-command, was leaning next to the door with a shit-eating grin. "Come on in, boys," she said, and 4 Martians with military haircuts came into the room. They stood on the balls of their feet, slowly looking over every inch of the room. Holden had known someone who always entered a room that way, Bobby. He found himself wishing she were here. The man in the lead was powerfully familiar. "Sergeant Verbinski," Bull said to one of them. "This is a surprise." Holden hadn't recognized the man without his armor. He looked big. "Sir," Verbinski said, "I heard you're about to start a fight to get us all out of here." "Yeah," Bull said. "Sounds like a noble cause," Verbinski replied. "Need 4 grunts with nothing else to do?" "Yeah," Bull said with a growing smile. "I really do." Chapter 44. Anna. They'd failed. Anna watched the busy men and women in the radio offices as they strapped on body armor, loaded weapons, hung grenades from their belts, and she felt only sadness and despair. A history professor at university had once told her, "Violence is what people do when they run out of good ideas. It's attractive because it's simple, it's direct, and it's almost always available as an option. When you can't think of a good rebuttal for your opponent's argument, you can always punch them in the face." They'd run out of ideas, and now they were reaching for the simple, direct, always available option of shooting everyone they disagreed with. She hated it. Monica caught her eye from across the room and held up a small thermos of coffee in invitation. Anna waved her off with a smile. "Are you insane?" Tilly asked.
She was sitting on the floor next to her in a back corner of the offices, trying to stay out of everyone's way. That woman has the only decent coffee on this entire ship. She waved at Monica, pointing at herself. I should have spent more time talking to Cortez, Anna said. The OPA captain might be intractable, but I could have reached Cortez with enough time. Life is finite, dear, and Cortez is an asshole. We'll all be better off if someone puts a bullet in him before this is over. Tilly accepted a pour of Monica's coffee with a grateful smile. Monica set the thermos down and sat on the floor next to them. Hey, she started, but Anna didn't notice. You don't mean that, Anna said to Tilly, annoyance creeping into her voice. Cortez isn't a bad person. He's frightened and unsure and has made some bad choices, but at worst he's misguided, not evil. He doesn't deserve your sympathy, Tilly said, then tossed back the last of her coffee like she was angry with it. Who are we? Monica started again. He does deserve it, Anna said. Watching the young men and women prepare for war, preparing to kill and be killed right in front of her, made her more angry with Tilly than she probably would have been otherwise. But she found herself very angry now. That's exactly the point. They all deserve our sympathy. If Bull's right about Ashford, and he's gone crazy with fear and humiliation and the trauma of seeing his crew killed, then he deserves our sympathy. That's a terrible place to be. Cortez deserves our understanding because he's doing exactly the same thing we are, trying to find the right thing to do in an impossible situation. Oh, Monica said. Cortez, that's a load of crap, Annie. That's exactly how you know who the good guys and the bad guys are, by what they do when the chips are down. This isn't about good guys and bad guys, Anna said.
Yes, we've picked sides now, because some of the actions they are about to take will have serious consequences for us, and we're going to try to stop them. But what you're doing is demonizing them, making them the enemy. The problem with that is that once we've stopped them and they can't hurt us anymore, they're still demons, still the enemy. Believe me, Tilly said, when I get out of here, it will be my mission in life to burn Cortez to the ground for this. Why? What do you mean, why? He won't be on a ship trying to destroy the ring anymore. He won't be supporting Ashford anymore. All of the circumstances that made him your enemy will be gone. What's the value in clinging to the hate? Tilly turned away and fumbled around in her pocket for her cigarettes. She smoked one aggressively, pointedly not looking at Anna. What's the answer then? Monica asked after a few tense moments of silence. I don't know, Anna said, pulling her legs close and resting her chin on her knees. She tucked her back as far into the corner of the room as it would go, her body looking for a safe place with a small child's insistence. But the hard green walls offered no comfort. So it's all just academic then, Monica said. Tilly snorted in agreement, still not looking at Anna. Anna pointed at the people getting ready in the room around them. How many will be dead by the end of today? There's no way to know, Monica said. We owe it to them to look for other answers. We failed this time. We've run out of ideas, and now we're reaching for the gun. But maybe next time, if we've thought about what led us here, maybe next time we find a different answer. Certainty doesn't have a place in violence. For a while they were silent. Tilly angrily chain-smoked. Monica typed furiously on her terminal. Anna watched the others get ready for war and tried to match faces with names. Even if they won out today, there was a very good chance she'd be presiding over more than one funeral tomorrow. Bull clunked over to them, his walking machine whining to a stop. He had deteriorated during the few hours they'd spent in the office. He was coughing less, but he'd begun using his inhaler a lot more often. Even the machine seemed ill now, its sounds harsher, its movements jerkier. As though the walker and Bull had merged into one being, and it was dying along with him. Okay? He asked. Fine, Anna said. She considered telling him he needed rest, then abandoned the idea. She didn't need to lose another argument just then. So we're getting pretty close to 0 hour here, Bull said, then stifled a wet-sounding cough. You have everything you need? No, Anna thought. I need an answer that doesn't include what you're about to do. Yes, she said instead. Monica has been making notes for the broadcast. I've compiled a list of all the ships we have representatives from. We're missing a few, but I'm hoping Planetary Allegiance will be enough to get their cooperation.
Chris Williams, a junior officer from the Prince, has been a big help on that. You? Bull asked, jabbing a thick hand toward Monica. My team is ready to go, she said. I'm a bit worried about getting the full broadcast out before Ashford's people stop us. Bull laughed. It was a wet, unpleasant sound. Hold on, he called out to Jim Holden, who was busy reassembling a stripped-down rifle of some sort and chatting with one of the Martian Marines. Holden put the partly assembled rifle on a table and walked over. What's up? These people need reassurance that they'll be protected long enough to finish their broadcast, Bull said. Holden blinked twice, once at Bull, once at the three women sitting cross-legged on the floor. Anna had to suppress a giggle. Holden was so comically earnest, she just wanted to give him a hug and pat him on the head. Amos will make sure you're not interrupted, he finally said. Right, Bull said. Tell them why that's reassuring. Oh, well, when Amos is angry, he's the meanest, scariest person I've ever met, and he'd walk across a sea of corpses he personally created to help a friend. And one of his good friends just got murdered by the people who are going to be trying to take this office. I heard about that, Anna said. Yes, Holden said. And the last people in the galaxy I'd want to be are the ones that are going to try and break in here to stop you. Amos doesn't process grief well. It usually turns into anger or violence for him. I have a feeling he's about to process the shit out of it on some Ashford loyalists. Killing people won't make him feel better, Anna said, regretting the words the second they left her mouth. These people were going to be risking their lives to protect her. They didn't need her moralizing at them. Actually, Holden said with a half-smile, I think it might for him. But Amos is a special case. You'd be right about most anyone else. Anna looked across the room at Amos. He was sitting quietly by the front door to the broadcast office, some sort of very large rifle laid across his knees. He was a large man, tall and thick across the shoulders and chest. But with his round shaved head and broad face, he didn't look like a killer to Anna. He looked like a friendly repairman, the kind who showed up to fix broken plumbing or swap out the air recycling filters. According to Holden, he would kill without remorse to protect her. She imagined trying to explain their current situation to Nono. I've fallen in with killers, you see, but it's okay because they are the right killers, the good guy killers. They don't shoot innocent chief engineers. They shoot the people who do. Monica was asking Holden something. When he started to answer, Anna got up and left with an apology to everyone and no one. She dodged through the crowded office, smiling and patting people on the arm as she passed, distributing gentle reassurance to everyone around her. It was all she had to offer them. She pulled an unused chair over next to Amos and sat down. Red, he said, giving her a tiny nod. I'm sorry. She put her hand on his arm. He stared down at it as though he couldn't figure out what it was. Okay, he said, not asking the obvious question, not pretending not to understand. Anna found herself liking him immediately. Thank you for doing this. Amos shifted in his chair to face her. You don't need to. In a few hours we might all be dead, she said. I want you to know that I know what you're doing, and I know why, and I don't care about any of that. Thank you for helping us. God damn, Red, Amos said, putting his hand on hers. You must be hell on wheels as a preacher. You're making me feel the best and worst I've felt in a while at the same time. That's all I wanted to say, Anna said, then patted his hand once and stood up. Before she could leave, Amos grabbed her hand in an almost painfully tight grip. No one's gonna hurt you today. There was no boast in it. It was a simple statement of fact. She gave him a smile and pulled her hand away. Good-hearted, unrepentant killers were not something she'd had to fit into her worldview before this, and she wasn't sure how it would work. But now she'd have to try. All right, people, listen up, Bull yelled out over the noise. The room fell silent. It's 0 hour. Let's get the action teams divided up and ready to go. A shadow fell across Anna. Amos was standing behind her, clutching his large gun. Defense, he called out, to me. A group of maybe 24 extricated themselves from the general crowd and moved over to Amos. Anna found herself surrounded by heavily armed and armored belters with a few inner planet types mixed in. She was not a tall woman, and it felt like being at the bottom of a well. Excuse me, she said, but no one heard her. A strong hand gripped her arm, pulled her through the knot of people, and deposited her outside of it. Amos gave her a smile and said, might want to find a quiet corner, Red. Anna thought about trying to cross the room back to Tilly and Monica, but there were too many people in the way.
Amos had a sort of personal field that kept anyone from standing too close to him, so Anna just stayed inside it to keep from getting trampled on. Amos didn't appear to mind. "Assault team," Holden called out, "to me." Soon he had a group of 24 around him, including Naomi and Alex from the Rocinante, the 4 Martian Marines, a bunch of Bull's security people, and Bull himself. The only people in the group without obvious physical injuries were the 4 Marines. Alex and Naomi looked especially bad. Naomi's shoulder was bound tight in a harness that immobilized it and her arm, and she winced every time she took a step. Alex's face was swollen so badly that his left eye was almost completely closed. Blood spotted the bandages around his head. "These are the people who helped stop Protogen, who fought the monsters around Ganymede," she told herself. "They're tough. They'll make it." It sounded thin even in her own head. "Well," Bull said. The crowd seemed to be waiting for last words from him. "I guess this is it. Good hunting, everyone." A few people clapped or called out to him. Most didn't. Across the room, Monica was talking to her camera people. Anna knew she should join them, but found herself not wanting to. All these people would be risking their lives to buy her time. Her. So it was all on her whether the whole plan succeeded or failed. If she couldn't convince an entire flotilla of ships from 3 separate governments that turning off their power for a couple hours was the right thing to do, then it would all be for nothing. She found herself wanting to delay that moment as long as possible. To keep it from being her responsibility as long as she could. "Better go, Red," Amos whispered to her. "What if they're all too scared to shut down their ships?" she replied. "We're in the haunted house, and I'm about to tell everyone that the way to escape is to turn out all the lights. I would find that unconvincing in their shoes." Amos nodded thoughtfully. Anna waited for the words of encouragement. "Yeah," he finally said, "that'll be a bitch. My job's a lot easier. Good luck." Somehow, the honesty and not even trying to sugarcoat it cracked the last of Anna's fear, and she found herself laughing. Before she could reconsider, she grabbed Amos around the middle and gave him a squeeze. "Again," she said, letting him go after a few seconds. "Thank you. I was being a big scaredy cat. You're a good person, Amos." "Nah, I'm not. I just hang with good company." "Get going, Red. I gotta get my game face on." The assault team was heading for the door, and Anna moved to the wall to let them by. Holden stopped next to Amos and said, "Be here when I get back, big man." Amos shook his hand and slapped him on the back once. Holden's face was filled with worry. Anna had a sudden vision of her future, sending Naomi off to school one day, being terrified that she wouldn't be there to look after her, and having to let her go anyway. "Keep Naomi and Alex safe," Amos said, pushing Holden toward the door. From Anna's position, she could see the worry lines on Holden's face only deepen at that. He was going to have to let them go too. Even if they all survived the assault on engineering, Alex would be leaving the ship to fly to the Rocinante, and Naomi would be left behind to keep the power shut down while Holden continued on toward the bridge. Anna knew the little crew had been together for several years now. She wondered if they'd ever had to split up and fight like this before. Holden's face seemed to be saying they hadn't. Anna was watching them file out the door, again trying to memorize faces and names, trying not to think about why. Monica grabbed her and started pulling her toward the makeshift film studio. "Time to start working," she said. She deposited Anna just outside the camera view and stepped in front of the unadorned green wall they used as a backdrop. "Welcome," she said, her face and voice shifting into cheery video host mode. "I'm Monica Stewart, in the offices of Radio Free Slow Zone. I've got some exciting guests today, including Dr. Anna Volovodot and a number of UN and Martian military officers. But even more exciting, today we're bringing you the most important broadcast we've ever done. Today, we'll tell you how to go home." Chapter 45. Bull. Bull felt the time moving past like it was something physical, like he was falling through it and couldn't catch himself. Anna Marie Ruiz had an hour left before she had to decide whether to do what Ashford wanted or get killed. If she didn't have to choose, she wouldn't choose wrong, and every minute that he wasn't in the engineering deck took them closer to where they couldn't get back. They'd left the Colonial Administration offices in a small convoy.
6 electric carts with 25 people, including Jim Holden and 3/4 of his crew, the 4 Martian Marines, an even dozen of the Behemoth's crew who'd stayed loyal to Pa, and 5 Earth soldiers whom Corin had found in the drum and brought along. They had some riot armor that hadn't been taken out of the armory before Ashford's forces occupied it. They had an ugly collection of slug-throwing pistols and shotguns loaded with ballistic gel rounds, a mix of weapons designed to subdue without permanent injury, and those meant to assure the enemy's death. The 4 Martian Marines had the 4 best guns they'd been able to scrounge up, but there were too few of both. The whole thing stank of improvisation. He couldn't sit down, so he'd taken the canopy off the electric cart and wedged his mech in the back. He sailed through the hot, close air of the drum like a figurehead on the prow of some doomed pirate ship. Corin was at the wheel, hunched over it like she could make it go faster by the raw act of will. The Martian Sergeant Verbinski, who'd brought Jim Holden to the Behemoth and restraints, sat at her side looking focused and bemused at the same time. They passed through the main corridors heading south. The tires made a loud ripping sound against the decking. High above, the long, thin strip of blinding white illuminated the curve of the drum. The southern transfer point loomed ahead of them like a ceramic steel cliff face. People parted before them, making a path. Bull watched them as he passed. Anger and fear and curiosity. These were his people. They hadn't all been to start with, but he'd brought them here to the Behemoth. He'd made the ship important, and the OPA's role in the exploration beyond the ring central. Earthers and Martians and Belters, the ones who'd lived. As the faces turned toward him, watching the convoy pass like flowers back on Earth tracking the arc of the sun, he wondered what Fred Johnson would have thought of all this. It was a clusterfuck from start to finish, no question about that. He hoped that when it came time to settle up accounts, he'd done more good than harm. "We're a pretty compromised force," Verbinski said, craning his neck back and up to look at Bull. "How many people you think we're going up against?" "Not sure," Bull said. "Probably a little more than we got, but they're divided between engineering and command." "They as banged up as we are?" Bull glanced over his shoulder. The truth was, at least half of the people he was about to take into battle were already injured. There were people with pressure casts holding their arms together, with sutures keeping their skin closed. In normal circumstances, half his force would still be in the infirmary. Hell, he didn't have any damn business going into a fire zone either, except that he wasn't going to stay back and send people into a meat grinder he wouldn't step into himself. "Just about," Bull said. "You know, if I still had that recon armor you took off of us, I could just go get this done. Not even me and my squad, just me." "Yeah, I know that. Kinda makes you wish you'd trusted me a little bit, doesn't it?" "Kinda does," Bull said. There were 2 ways to reach the transfer point.
The elevator was big enough to fit half the force into a box small enough that when the doors opened at the top, a single grenade would incapacitate nearly all of them. The alternative was a wide, sloping ramp that rose from the floor of the drum and spun up in a tight spiral to the axis. Its curve was going into the drum's spin, so the faster they drove up it, the more the cart tires would push down into the floor. That wouldn't matter down here, but when they reached the top, where the fighting would essentially be in freefall, every bit of stability and control they could glean would matter. The first shots came down from the axis, spraying bits of the ceramic roadway up in front of the lead cart. Bull tried to bend his head back far enough to see whether the attack was coming from the transfer point itself or a barricade closer in. "Juarez," Verbinski shouted, "cover us." "Yes, sir," a voice called from one of the back carts. Bull swiveled the mech enough to look over his shoulder. On the third cart back, one of the Martian Marines was lying on his back, a long-scoped rifle pointing up. He looked like he was napping until the rifle fired once. Bull tried to look up again, but the mech prevented him. He took out his hand terminal and used its camera like a mirror. High above them, a body was floating in the null G zone, a pink cloud of blood forming around its waist. "One less," Verbinski said. The firing continued as they took the ramp at speed. The semi-adhesive ripping of the tires against the deck changed its tone as less and less weight pressed against them. Bull felt his body growing lighter in its brace.
The edge of the ramp was a cliff now, looking down almost a third of a kilometer to the floor of the drum below. Ashford's men were above them, but not so far now that Bull couldn't see the metal barricades they'd welded to the walls and deck. He was painfully aware of being the highest target. His neck itched. Two heads popped up from behind the barricades. The muzzle flashes were like sparks. The Martian rifle barked behind him, and one of the attackers slumped down, the other retreating. "Okay," Bull said, "this is as close as we get without cover." Corin spun the cart nose into the wall and slipped out, taking cover with Verbinski behind it while the next cart came ahead mirroring her. They were in microgravity here, maybe a tenth of a G, maybe less. Bull had to turn the magnets on in his mech's feet to keep from floating away. By the time he'd gotten off the cart, the fighting was already far ahead of him. He drove the mech forward, marching up past the improvised barricades of the carts. The closest of them was less than 10 meters from the first of Ashford's barricades, and Jim Holden, Corin, and one of the Earthers were already pressed against the enemy's cover, ducking to the side, firing, and falling back. The smell of spent gunpowder soured the air. "Where's Naomi?" Bull shouted. He didn't have a clear idea whether any of the technical staff in there besides Ruiz were still loyal to Pa, and if they got their only real engineer killed before they made it into engineering, he was gonna be pissed. Something detonated behind the barrier, and two bodies pinwheeled out into the empty air. The light was behind them, and he couldn't tell if they were his people or Ashford's. At the last of the carts, he stopped. The battle was well ahead of him now, almost at the transfer point itself. That was good. It meant they were winning. A thin man was still at the cart's wheel. At a guess, he was in his early 20s, brown skin and close-cropped hair. The hole in his chest had already stopped bleeding, and his eyes were empty. Bull felt a moment's regret and pushed it away. He'd known. They'd all known. Not just coming to this fight, but when they'd put their boots on the behemoth and headed out past the farthest human habitation, they'd known they might not make it back. Maybe they'd even known that the thing that killed them might not be the ring, but the people who'd gone out alongside them. People like Ashford. People like him. "Sorry, S.A., Bull said, and drove the joysticks forward. Ashford's forces were pulling back. There was no question about it now. Verbinski and his team were laying down a withering and professional spray of gunfire. The sniper, Juarez, didn't fire often, but when he did, it was always a kill shot. The combination of constant automatic weapons fire and the occasional but lethal bark of Juarez's rifle kept moving the enemy back in toward the transfer point, like they were boxing in the queen on a chessboard. Even the most powerful of Ashford's guns couldn't find a safe angle on them, and Verbinski kept the pressure on, pushing and back until Ashford's people broke, running. The transfer point itself was a short hallway with emergency decompression doors at each end. As Bull watched, the vast red-painted circular hatches groaned and began rolling into place. They wouldn't be enough to stop Bull and his people, but they'd slow things down. Maybe too much. "Charge!" Bull shouted, then fell into a fit of coughing that was hard to stop. When he could, he croaked, "Come on, you bastards! Get in there before they lock us out!" They launched through the air, guns blazing. The noise was deafening, and Bull could only imagine what it would sound like from farther away. Distant thunder in a land that had never known rain. He pushed his mech forward, magnetic boots clamping and releasing as the doors rolled their way nearer to closed. He was the last one into the corridor. At the far end, the air was a cloud of smoke and blood. The farther door was almost closed, but at the side, Naomi Nagata was elbow-deep in an access panel, Holden at her back with assault rifle in hand. As Bull approached, the woman pulled something free. A stream of black droplets geysered out into the empty space of the corridor, and the sharp smell of hydraulic fluid cut through the air. The door stopped closing. In the chaos, it was hard to say, but at a guess, Bull thought he still had between 15 and 20 people standing. It wasn't great, but it could have been worse. Once they got into engineering, things would open up again. There would be cover. The few meters beyond the second door, though, would be a kill zone. It was the space all his people had to go through to get any place else. If Ashford's people had any tactical sense at all, they'd be there, waiting for the first sign of movement. It was a standoff, and he was going to have to be the one to break it. Verbinski skimmed by, as comfortable, weightless as a fish in water. He turned, tapped his feet against the wall, and came to something close to a dead stop. "Going to be a bear making it through there," the Martian said. "I was just thinking that," Bull said. Verbinski looked at the half-closed door like a carpenter sizing up a board. "Be nice if we had some explosives," he said. "Something to clear the area a little. Give us some breathing room." "You trying to tell me something, Sergeant?" Verbinski shrugged and took a thin black cassette out of his pocket. Bull hoisted his eyebrows. "Concussion?" he said. 2,000 kilojoules. We call 'em spine crackers. "You smuggled arms on my ship, Sergeant?" "Just felt a little naked without 'em." "I'll overlook it this time," Bull said, and raised his hands, rallying the troops to him. They took cover behind the half-closed door. Verbinski crawled out onto the surface and peeked over the side, out and back fast as a lizard's tongue. Half a dozen bullets split the air where his head had been. The Martian floated in the air, his legs in lotus position, as he armed the little black grenade. Bull waited, Holden and Corin at his side. "Just to check," Holden said, "we're throwing grenades into the place that controls the reactor?" "We are," Bull said. "So the worst-case scenario?" "Worst-case scenario is we lose and Ashford kills the solar system," Bull said.
Losing containment on the reactor and we all die is actually second worst. "Never a sign things have gone well," Holden said. Verbinski held up a fist, and everyone in the group put their hands over their ears. Verbinski did something sharp with his fingers and flicked the black cassette through the gap between the door and its frame. The detonation came almost at once. Bull felt like he'd been dropped into the bottom of a swimming pool. His vision pulsed in time with his heart, but he pushed the joysticks forward. His ears rang, and he felt his consciousness starting to slip a little. As he maneuvered his mech through the space into engineering, it occurred to him that he was going to be lucky if he didn't pass out during the fight. He had a broken spine, and his lungs were half full of crap. No one would have thought less of him if he'd stayed behind. Except he didn't care what people thought about him. It was Ashford who cared about that. The fight on the other side was short. The grenade had been much worse for the defenders. Half of the soldiers had dropped their weapons before all of Bull's people made it in. Only Garza had held out, holding the long corridor between main engineering and the communications array board until Corin had stepped into the space and shot him in the bridge of the nose, doing with a pistol what would have been a difficult shot with a scoped rifle. They took half a dozen of Ashford's men alive, the prisoners zip-tied to handholds in the bulkheads. None of them had been Bull's. They found Ruiz under a machining table, curled with her arms around her knees. When she came out, her skin had a gray cast to it, and her hands were trembling. Naomi moved around her, shifting from a display panel to the readouts on the different bits of equipment, checking what was being reported in one place against what it said elsewhere. Holden hovered behind her like the tail of a kite. "Anna Marie," Bull said, "you all right?" Ruiz nodded. "Thank you," she said. And then, before she could say anything else, Naomi sloped in, stopping herself against the desk. "Was this where Sam was working?" she asked. Ruiz looked at her for a moment, uncomprehending. When she nodded, it seemed almost tentative. "What are you seeing?" Bull said. "Can you shut it down?" "If you just want to drop the core, I can probably do that," Naomi said. "But I don't know if I can get her started again. And there are some folks on the ship who might want to keep breathing." "Controlled shutdown would be better." Bull smiled. "We need to shut everything down," Holden said. "The reactor, the power grid, everything." "I know, honey," Naomi said, and Holden looked chagrined. "Sorry." In one of the far corners of the deck, someone yelped. Corin came gliding across the open space, serenely holding in a choke an Earther Bull didn't recognize. It occurred to him that she might be having too much fun with this part. Might not be healthy. "I don't know what Sam put in place to sabotage the comm laser," Naomi said. "I have to do an audit before I can undo any of it." And without, Naomi stopped. Her jaw slid forward. She cleared her throat, swallowed. "Without Sam, it's going to be harder." This was her ship. "Can you just take the laser offline?" Bull asked. "Sure," Naomi said, "as long as no one's shooting at me while I'm doing it."
And how about turning up the nitrogen in the command enough that everyone up there takes a little nap? I can help with that, Ruiz said. Her voice sounded a little stronger. All right, Bull said. Here's what we're doing. Nagata's in charge of engineering. Anything she says, you do. Ruiz nodded, too numb to protest. Your first priority is get the laser offline so none of those pendejos in control can fire it. Your second priority is to tweak the environmental controls on the command deck. Your third priority is to shut down the ship so we can bring it back up, see if Mr. Holden's ghost is going to keep its promises. Sir, Naomi said. Corin, Bull shouted. The coughing stopped him for a moment. It still wasn't violent, and it didn't bring anything up. He didn't know if that was a good sign or a bad one. Corin launched herself to the control board. You and Holden head up the external elevator shaft with a handful of zip ties. When everyone up there's asleep, you two make sure they don't get confused and hurt themselves. Corin's smile was cold. Might be that Ashford wasn't a problem he'd have to solve. Bull tried to bring himself to care one way or the other, but his body felt like he'd been awake for a week. Why am I doing that? Holden asked. To keep you out of her way, Bull said. We'll keep your XO safe. We need her. He could see Holden's objections gathering like a storm, but Naomi stopped them. It's okay. And that seemed to be that. Alex is going to the Rossi to shut down whatever we left on, Holden said, shrugging. I'll help him with the EVA suit before I go. Okay, Bull said gravely. He was willing to pretend they'd struck some kind of compromise, if that helped. He heard the sound of men laughing and recognized the timbre of Sergeant Verbinski's voice. Excuse me. The mech clanked across the deck, magnetic locks clinging and releasing. The others all floated freely in the air. But with 3/4 of his body dead and numb, Bull knew he wouldn't be able to maneuver. It was like he was the only one still constrained by gravity. Verbinski and his squad were in an alcove near the supply shop. One of the Marines had been shot in the elbow. His forearm was a complication of bone and meat, but he was laughing and talking while the others dressed the wound. Bull wondered how much they doped him. He caught Verbinski's gaze and nodded him closer. You and your people, Bull said when they were out of earshot. You did good work back there. Thank you, Verbinski said. The pride showed right through the humble. We do what we can. If we'd had our suits... Now, thing is, Bull said, those grenades, how many of them you still have on you? 6, Verbinski said. Yeah, Bull sighed. Nothing personal, but I'm going to need to confiscate those. Verbinski looked shocked for a moment. Then he laughed. Always the hard ass, he said. Chapter 46. Clarissa. What's going on, Jojo? I think we've got a problem, sir. Take a look. Monica Stewart appeared on the monitors, her professionally calm face like a being from a different reality. Today, she said, her hands folded in her lap and a twinkle in her eye, we'll tell you how to go home. What the fuck? Ashford shouted, dashing his hand across the display. What is this? They're making a new broadcast, sir, the security man said. Clarissa watched Ashford turn and stare at him, watched the man shrivel under the weight of his gaze. Exclusive to Radio Free Slow Zone, Monica said, we have reason to believe that if we in the United Human Fleet can reduce our energy output low enough to no longer appear threatening... Shut her down, Ashford shouted. Call everyone that's still in the drum and shut that feed off. Get me Ruiz. I want power cut to that whole section if we have to. Is this something we need to concern ourselves with? Cortez asked. His voice had an overtone of whining. What they do or say can't matter now, can it? This is my ship, Ashford shouted. I'm in control. Once we've destroyed the ring... Though Clarissa put a hand on Cortez's shoulder and shook her head once. He's the father, she said. The ship is his house. Thank you, Ashford said to her, but with his eye still on Cortez. I'm glad that someone here understands how this works. Suppression team is dispatched, Jojo said. You want me to pull from the guard units too? Whatever it takes, Ashford said. I want you to get it done. On the screen, the view shifted, and Anna's face filled the screen. Her hair was pulled back, and someone had given her makeup in a way that made her look like everyone else in broadcast. Clarissa felt a strange tug in her chest, resentment and alarm. Get out of there, she thought at the screen. God's not going to stop bullets for you.
The idea, Anna said, is that the station has identified us as an ongoing threat. Its actions toward us have been based in a kind of fear. Or, that's wrong, a caution. We are as unknown and unpredictable to it as it is to us, and so we have reason to believe that if we appear to be less threatening, it may relax its constraints. The camera cut back to Monica Stewart, nodding and looking sober. All the physical cues that would indicate Anna was a serious woman with important opinions. "And what is your plan exactly?" Monica asked. Anna's laughter bubbled. "I wouldn't call the plan mine. What we're thinking is that if we power down the reactors in all the ships and reduce energy being used, the station can be induced to, well, to see us less as a threat and more as a curiosity. I mean, see this all from its perspective." A gate opened, and whatever it had been expecting to come through, instead, there came a ship running ballistic at tremendous speed. Then, a flotilla of new ships behind that, and armed soldiers who went aboard the station itself with weapons firing. If something came to us that way, we'd call it an invasion. And so, by giving some indication that we aren't escalating the attack, we give whatever we're dealing with here the opportunity to not escalate against us, Anna said. We've been thinking of the proto-molecule and all the things that came from it as... The screen went dark. Ashford scowled at his control boards, calling up and dismissing information with hard, percussive taps. Cortez floated beside Clarissa, frowning. Humiliated. He had engineered Ashford's escape and reconquest of the behemoth, and she could see in the older man's eyes that it wasn't what he'd expected it to be. She wondered if her own father had that same expression in his cell back on Earth, or wherever it was they'd put him. "Ruiz," Ashford snapped, "report. What's our status?" "I still have half an hour, sir," the woman said through the connection. "I didn't ask how much time you had left," the captain said. "I asked for a report." "The conductant is in place and curing," the woman said. "It looks like it'll be done on time. I found a place in the breaker system that Sam put in a power cutout." "You've replaced that?" "I did, but I don't know if there are others. She could have sabotaged the whole circuit." "Well," Ashford said, "you have half an hour to check it." "That's what I'm doing, sir." Ashford tapped the control panel again. Clarissa found herself wishing he'd put the news feed back on. She wanted to know what Anna was saying, even if it was only as a way to pass the time. The air on the bridge wasn't as hot and close as it had been in the drum, but the coolness wasn't comforting. If anything, it seemed to underscore the time they'd been waiting. Her belly was beginning to complain with hunger, and she had to imagine that the others were feeling the same. They were holding the bridge of the largest spacecraft humanity had ever built, trapped in the starless dark by an alien power they barely began to comprehend. But they were still constrained by the petty needs of flesh, and their collective blood sugar was getting pretty low. She wondered what it said about her that she'd watched a woman shot to death not 2 hours before, and all she could think about now was lunch. She wondered what Anna would have thought. "Have we shut those bitches up yet?" Ashford snapped. "The suppression teams are arriving at the colonial administrative offices, sir," Jojo said. And then, a moment later, "They're encountering some resistance." Ashford snarled. "Do we have targeting?" he asked. "Sir," one of the other guards said, "are the comm lasers targeting systems online?" Yes, they're responsive." "Well, while they mop up downstairs, let's line up our shot, shall we?" "Yes, sir." Clarissa kept hold of a handle on the wall absently, watching the captain and his men coordinating. It was hard for her to remember how small the ring was and how vast the distances they'd traveled to be here. She had to admire the precision and care that they would need to destroy it. The beauty of it was almost surgical. Behind her, the security station popped and clicked. Among the alerts, she heard the murmur of a familiar voice, lifted in fear. She looked around. No one was paying any attention to her, so she pushed herself gently back. The security station monitor was still on the newsfeed. Monica Stewart looked ashen under her makeup, her jaw set and her lips thin. Anna, beside her, was squeezing the tip of one thumb over and over anxiously. Another man was propped between them in a medical gurney. "Anything we can to cooperate," the earnest man was saying into the camera.
"Thank you, Lieutenant Williams," Monica Stewart said. "I hate to add a complicating note to all this, but I've just been informed that armed men have arrived outside the studio, and we are apparently under attack at the moment." She laughed nervously, which Clarissa thought was probably newsfeed anchor code for, "Oh my God, I'm gonna die on the air." Anna's voice came in a moment before the cameras cut to her. "This is an extreme situation," Anna said, "but I think something like this is probably going on in every ship that's listening to us right now. We're at the point where we, as a community, have to make a choice. And we're scared and grieving and traumatized. None of us is sure what the right thing to do would be." And, in the background, the unmistakable popping of slug throwers interrupted Anna for a moment. Her face paled, but she only cleared her throat and went on. "And violence is a response to that fear. I hope very much that we can come together, though." And, "Shell go down talkin'," Cortez said. Clarissa hadn't heard him come in behind her, hadn't sensed him approaching. "I have a tremendous respect for that woman." "But you think she's wrong." "I think her optimism is misplaced," Cortez said. "If we do escalate our attacks on the station and the ring," Anna said, "we have to expect that the cycle will go on, getting bigger and more dangerous until one side or the other is destroyed. And I wish—" "What do you think she'd say about your pessimism?" Clarissa asked. Cortez looked up at her, his eyes wide with surprise and amusement. "My pessimism?" Clarissa thought the sudden, powerful urge to apologize. "What else would you call it?" "We've looked the devil in the eyes out here," Cortez said. "I would call it realism." "You didn't look into the devil's eyes," she thought. "You saw a bunch of people die. You have no idea what real evil is." Her memory seemed to stutter, and for a moment she was back on the Sarasier, Ren's skull giving way under her palm. "There's a difference between tragedy and evil, and I am that difference. Captain, they're taking fire at engineering." Cortez turned back toward the bridge and launched himself awkwardly through the air. Clarissa took a last look at Anna on the screen, leaning forward and pressing the air with her hands as if she could push calm and sanity through the camera and into the eyes of anyone watching. Then she followed Cortez. "How many down?" Ashford demanded. "No information, sir," Jojo said. "I have a video feed." The monitor blinked to life. The engineering deck flickered, pixelated, and came back. A dozen of Ashford's men were training guns at a pressure door that was stuck almost a third of the way closed. Ashford strained against his belts, trying to get closer to the image. Something, a tiny object or a video feed artifact, floated across the screen, and everything went white. When the image came back, Ashford said something obscene. Armed people poured through the opening like sand falling through an hourglass. Clarissa recognized Jim Holden by the way he moved, the intimacy of long obsession making him as obvious as her own family would have been. And so the tall figure beside him had to be Naomi, whom Melba had almost killed. And then, near the end, the only one walking in the Null G environment, Carlos Baca. Bull, the head of security and Ashford's nemesis.
He walked slowly across the deck, his real legs strapped together and his mechanical ones lumbering step by painful step. One of Ashford's people tried to fire and was shot, his body twisting in the air in a way that reminded her of seeing a caterpillar cut in half. She realized that the sound she was hearing was Ashford cursing under his breath. He didn't seem to stop for breath. "Lock down the perimeter," Ashford yelled. "Ruiz! Ruiz! We have to fire! We have to fire now!" "I can't," the woman's voice said. "We don't have a connection." "I don't care if it's stable. I have to fire now." "It's not unstable, sir," the woman said. "It's not there." Ashford slammed his fist against the control panel and grimaced. She didn't know if he'd broken his knuckles, but she wouldn't have been surprised. For the next 15 minutes, they watched the battle play out, the invading force sweeping through the engineering deck. Clarissa tried to keep tabs on where Holden and Naomi were, the way she might watch a dramatic show for one or two favorite minor actors. "Redirect the suppression teams," Ashford said. "Yes, Ashford turned toward Jojo. The guard's face was pale. "I'm having trouble getting responses from the controls. I think they're locking us out." Ashford's rage crested and then sank into a kind of deathly calm.
He floated in his couch, his hands pressed together, the tips of both index fingers against his lower lip. "Environmental controls aren't responding," Jojo said, his voice taking on the timbre of near panic. "They're changing the atmosphere, sir." "Environmental suits," Ashford said. "We'll need environmental suits." Clarissa sighed and launched herself across the cabin to the open access panels. "What are you doing?" Ashford shouted at her. She didn't answer. The internal structure of the behemoth wasn't that different from any other bridge, though it did have more redundancy than she'd expected. If it had been left in its original form, it would have been robust, but the requirements of a battleship were more rigorous than the elegant generation ship had been, and some of the duplicate systems had been repurposed to accommodate the PDCs, Gauss guns, and torpedoes. She turned a monitor on, watching the nitrogen levels rise in the bridge. Without the buildup of carbon dioxide, they wouldn't even feel short of breath, just a little lightheaded and then out. She wondered whether Holden would let them die that way. Probably Holden wouldn't have. Bull, she wouldn't bet on. It didn't matter. Wren had trained her well. She disabled remote access to their environmental systems with the deactivation of a single circuit. "Sir, I have Atmo control back," Jojo shouted. "Well, get us some goddamn air then," Ashford shouted. Clarissa looked at her work with a sense of calm pride. It wasn't pretty, and she wouldn't have wanted to leave it that way for long, but she'd done what needed doing, and it hadn't shut down the system. That was pretty good, given the circumstances. "How much have you got?" Ashford snapped. "I've got mechanical, atmosphere, everything local to command, sir." Like a thank you would kill you, Clarissa thought, as she floated back toward the door to the security station. "Can we do it to them?" Ashford asked. "Can we shut off their air?" "No," Jojo said. "We're just local." "But at least we don't need those suits." Ashford's scowl changed its character, without ever becoming a smile. "Suits," he said. "Jojo, do we have access to the powered armor Datasha took from those Martian Marines?" Jojo blinked, then nodded sharply. "Yes, sir. I want you to find 4 people who'll fit in them. Then I want you to go down to engineering and get me control of my ship." Jojo saluted, grinning. "Yes, sir. And Jojo, anyone gets in your way, you kill them. Understand? 5 by 5. The guard unstrapped and launched himself toward the hallway. She heard voices in the hall, people preparing for battle. "We have to expect the cycle will go on, getting bigger and more dangerous until one side or the other is destroyed." Who said that? It seemed like something she'd just heard. Under local control, the ventilation system had a slightly different rhythm, the exhalations from recyclers coming a few seconds closer together and lasting half as long. She wondered why that would be. It was the sort of thing Wren would have known. It was the sort of thing she only noticed now. Wren. She tried to imagine him now, tried to see herself the way he would see her. She was going to die. She was going to die and make everyone else safe by doing it. It wouldn't bring him back to life, but it would make his dying mean something, and it would avenge him. In her mind's eye, she still couldn't see him smiling about it. Half an hour later, the 4 people Jojo had selected came into the room awkwardly. The power of the suits made moving without crashing into things difficult. The cowling shone black and red, catching the light and diffusing it. She thought of massive beetles. "We've got no ammunition, sir," one of them said. Jojo. His voice was made artificially flat and crisp by the suit's speakers. "Then, beat them to death," Ashford said. "Your main objective is the reactor. If all you can get is enough for us to fire the laser, we still win. After that, I want Bull and his allies killed. Anyone who's there that isn't actively fighting alongside you, count as an enemy. If they aren't for us, they're against us." "Yes, sir." "Sir," one of the men at the controls said. "What?" "I think we have someone in the external elevator shaft, sir." "Assault force?" "No, but they may be trapping it." Clarissa turned away. In the security station, the news feed was still spooling. Women's voices punctuated by occasional gunfire. Ashford's men hadn't taken the station yet. She wondered whether he'd let his men gun down Monica Stewart and Anna on a live feed where everyone could see it. Then she wondered how he'd prevent it from happening, even if he wanted to. It wasn't like there would be any consequences. If they won and blew the ring, they'd all die here one way or another. A few premature deaths along the way should be neither here nor there. When what came next didn't matter, anybody could do anything. Nothing had consequences, except that everyone always dies. You're distracting yourself from something. Cortez floated in the security booth itself, his face lit from below by the monitor. He looked over as she approached, his smile gentle and calm. Ashford's sending men down to retake engineering, she said. Good, that's very good. On the Courvoisier, a brown-skinned woman was saying, You know me, you can trust me. All we're asking is that you shut down the reactor for a few hours and pull the batteries from the emergency backups. Power down the systems. They value their own lives so much, Cortez said. They don't think about the price their survival brings with it. The price for everybody. They don't, Clarissa agreed. But something sat poorly with the words. Something itched. Do you believe in redemption? Of course I do, Cortez said. Everything in my life has taught me that there is nothing that fully removes us from the possibility of God's grace, though sometimes the sacrifices we must make are painfully high. If we can just come together, Anna said on the screen, leaning in toward the camera. A lock of red hair had come out of place and fell over her left eye. Together we can solve this. What about you? Cortez asked. He put his hand against her back. Do you believe in redemption? No, she said. Just sacrifice. Mao! Ashford barked from the other room. Get out here! Clarissa floated to the doorway. The captain looked grayer than he had before. There was swelling around his eyes that would have been dark circles if they'd had any gravity. Captain, you understand how all this crap is wired up? A little, she said. I've got something I need you to do. Chapter 47, Holden. The elevator shaft that ran outside the entire 2-kilometer length of the behemoth's drum section stretched out ahead of him.
With Naomi consolidating control over the ship, most of the ancillary systems were down or unsafe to use. The primary elevator was locked at the shaft's midway point. There was a secondary elevator in storage near the top of the shaft, but it could only be activated if the first elevator was removed from the tracks and locked down. So instead of a comfortable 4-minute ride, the trip to the bridge was a 2-kilometer-long zero-G float through hard vacuum with a big steel and ceramic box blocking the midpoint. It could be worse. From the security camera streams Naomi had been able to dig into, it didn't look like Ashford expected anyone to come at the bridge that way. He'd fortified his position at the command-level transition point once word had gone out about the attack on engineering. But so far, they hadn't reinforced the elevator shaft at all. They'd been expecting to hold both ends, and apparently it hadn't occurred to them yet that they didn't. Bull had warned him that Ashford might be losing his mind under the stress of the situation, but he wasn't a stupid man. He'd had a notably mistake-free career as an OPA captain up to that point, which was why he'd seemed the safe choice to Fred Johnson. Holden couldn't count on him to make mistakes that would make things easy. But if Naomi won out in engineering, it wouldn't matter. By the time they reached the bridge, everyone there would be blissfully asleep. Holden had the broadcast from Radio Free Slow Zone playing at low volume in his helmet. Anna and Monica were still explaining to the flotilla about the need to shut down all the power, in a back-and-forth sort of interview format, while occasional volleys of gunfire popped in the background. Somehow, it made the crazy things Anna was saying seem sane. Holden gave Monica points for knowing it would work that way. And, so far, the sounds of fighting seemed light. Amos was probably bored. They'd made a plan, and so far, everything was more or less going the way they'd hoped. The thought left Holden increasingly terrified. Without warning, the wall-mounted LEDs in the shaft went out. Holden turned on his suit lights but didn't slow his climb. He threw a strange double shadow on the bulkhead when Corin's suit lights came on. "I'm not sure if that means we're winning or losing," he said, just to have something to say. Corin grunted at him non-committally. "I see the lift." Holden tilted his torso back to shine the suit lights farther up the shaft. The bottom of the elevator was visible 100 meters ahead as a wall of metal and composite. "There's supposed to be a maintenance hatch we can open." Corin held up a fist in assent, and while still drifting up the elevator shaft, began rummaging around in the duffel shed brought from engineering. She pulled out a handheld plasma torch. Holden rotated his body to hit the bottom of the elevator feet first, then kicked on his boot magnets. He walked over to the hatch and tried to open it, but as they suspected, it was locked from the inside. Without waiting to be asked, Corin started cutting it open with her torch. "Bull, you there?" Holden asked, switching to the agreed-upon channel. "Trouble?" "Just cutting the elevator right now. Wanted to check in." "Well," Bull said, drawing the word out, "we're hitting either home runs or strikes here. We own the essential systems, we've got the laser down, and we're working on killing the reactor. What are we missing?" Holden asked. Corin's torch sputtered and went out, and she began a quiet, profanity-laced conversation with herself as she replaced the power pack with another from her duffel. Naomi can't get into the bridge systems. They've got her totally locked out, which means no knockout gas for the entry. Which meant, by last count, him and Corin fighting their way past at least 15 of Ashford's people, and possibly more, through a narrow doorway, down a long corridor with no cover. It would make the entry into engineering look like a walk in the park. "We can't do that with 2 people," Holden said. "There's no chance." Corin, who'd been listening in on her radio, looked up. She hit the elevator hatch with one gauntleted fist, and the cut piece fell inside, edges glowing dull red. She made no move to enter, waiting for the outcome of his conversation with Bull. Her expression was blank. It could have meant anything. "We're sending some help, so sit tight at the command deck entry hatch and wait for—" He stopped, and Holden could hear someone speaking to him, though the words were too low to make out. It sounded like Naomi. "What's up?" Holden asked, but Bull didn't answer. An increasingly animated conversation happened on Bull's end for several minutes. Bull's replies were fragments that, without context, meant nothing to Holden. He waited impatiently. "Okay, new problem," Bull finally said. "Bigger than the 'we can't get into the bridge without dying' problem?" "Yeah," Bull said. Holden felt his stomach drop. Naomi caught something on a security cam they missed in the corridor outside the bridge. 4 people in power armor just left the command deck. It's the armor we took from the Martians. No way to track them, but I can guess where they're headed. There was only one place Ashford would be sending that much firepower. Engineering. "Get out," Holden said, more panic in his voice than he'd hoped to hear. "Get out now." Bull chuckled. It was not a reassuring sound. "Oh, my friend, this will be a problem for you before it is for us." Holden waited. Corin shrugged with her hands and climbed inside the elevator to open the upper hatch. No need to cut it. The locks were on the inside. "There are only 3 ways to get to us," Bull continued. "They can go down through the drum, but that's messy. The maintenance corridor on the other side of the drum can't be accessed when the drum is rotating. That leaves one good way to head south on this beast. Right through us," Holden said. "Yup. So guess what? Your mission just changed." "Delaying action," Corin said. "Give the lady a prize. We still might be able to win this thing if we can buy Naomi a little more time. You get to buy it for her." "Bull," Holden said. "There are 2 of us with light assault rifles and sidearms here. Those people have force recon armor. I've watched someone work in that gear up close. We won't be a delay. We'll be a cloud of pink mist they fly through at full speed." "Not quite that fast. I'm not an idiot. I pulled all the ammo from the suits, and as an added precaution, I went ahead and yanked the firing contacts in the guns. That's good news, actually, but can't they just tear us limb from limb?" "Yeah," Bull said. "So don't let them grab you if you can avoid it. Buy us as much time as you can." Bull out. Holden looked at Corin, who was looking back at him, the same blank expression on her broad face. His heart was beating triple time. Everything took on a sense of almost painful reality. It was like he'd just woken up. He was about to die. "Last stand time," he said, trying to keep his voice steady. "This is as good a place as any." She pointed at the boxy and solid-looking elevator. "Use the upper hatch for cover. They'll have to come at us without any cover of their own. And, without guns, they'll have to close and engage at point blank. We can dump a lot of fire into them as they approach." "Corin," Holden said, "have you ever seen one of those suits at work?" "Nope. Does it change what we need to do here?" He hesitated. "No," he said. "I guess it really doesn't." He pulled the assault rifle off his back and left it floating next to him. He checked his ammo. Still the same 6 magazines it had been when he stuffed them in the bandolier. Nothing to do but wait. Corin found a spot by the hatch where she could hook one foot under a handhold set into what would be the wall under thrust.
She settled in, staring up the elevator shaft through her sights. Holden tried doing the same, but got antsy and had to start moving around. "Naomi?" he said, switching to their private channel and hoping she was still on the radio.
"I'm here," she said, after a few seconds. Holden started to reply, then stopped. Everything that came into his head to say seemed trite. He'd been about to say that he'd loved her since the moment he met her, but that was ludicrous. He'd barely even noticed Naomi when they first met. She'd been a tall, skinny engineer. When he got to know her better, she'd become a tall, skinny, and brilliant engineer. But that was it. He felt like they'd eventually become friends, but the truth was he could barely remember the person he'd been back on the Canterbury now. Everyone had lost something in the wake of the proto-molecule. The species as a whole had lost its sense of its own importance, its primacy in the universal plan. Holden had lost his certainty. When he thought back to the man he'd been before the death of the Cant, he remembered a man filled with righteous certainty. Right was right, wrong was wrong. You drew the lines thus and so. His time with Miller had stripped him of some of that. His time working for Fred Johnson had, if not removed, then filed down what remained. A sort of creeping nihilism had taken its place. A sense that the proto-molecule had broken the human race in ways that could never be repaired. Humanity had gotten a 2 billion-year reprieve on a death sentence it hadn't known it had, but time was up. All that was left was the kicking and screaming. Oddly enough, it was Miller who had given him his sense of purpose back, or whatever the Miller construct was. He couldn't really remember that version of himself who'd known exactly where all the lines were drawn. He wasn't sure of much of anything anymore. But whatever had climbed up off of Venus and built the ring, it had built Miller too, and it had wanted to talk. To him. A small thing, maybe. The new Miller didn't make much sense. It had an agenda that it wasn't explaining. The proto-molecule didn't seem particularly sorry for all the chaos and death it had caused, but it wanted to talk, and it wanted to talk to him. Holden realized he'd found a lifeline there. Maybe there was a way out of all of the chaos. Maybe he could help find it. He recognized that latching on to the idea that the proto-molecule, or at least their agent Miller, had picked him as their contact, fed all of his worst inclinations to arrogance and self-importance. But it was better than despair. And now, only starting to see that murky path out of the hole the proto-molecule had dug and humanity had hurled itself into with self-destructive gusto, now he was about to be killed because of yet another petty human with more power than sense. It didn't seem fair. He wanted to live to see how humanity bounced back. He wanted to be part of it. For the first time in a long time, he felt like he might be able to turn into the kind of man who could make a difference. And he wanted to explain this to Naomi, to tell her that he was turning into a better person, the kind of person who would have seen her as more than just a good engineer all those years ago. As if he could, by being a different person now, retroactively fix the shallow, vain man he'd been then. Maybe even make himself worthy of her. "I like you," he said instead. "Jim," she replied after a moment, her voice was thick. "I've enjoyed your company ever since we met. Even when you were just an engineer and shipmate, you were a very likable one." There was only a faint static hiss on the radio. Holden pictured Naomi retreating into herself, letting her hair fall across her eyes to hide them in that way she did when she was in an uncomfortable emotional situation. Of course, that was silly. With no gravity, her hair wouldn't do that. But the image made him smile. "Thank you," he said, letting her off the hook. "Thank you for everything." "I love you, Jim," she finally said. Holden felt his body relax. He saw his coming death and wasn't afraid of it anymore. He'd miss all the good stuff to follow, but he'd help make it happen. And a very good person loved him. It was more than most people got in a lifetime. A low screech started, which cycled up into a howl. For a second, Holden thought Naomi was screaming into her headset. He almost started comforting her before he realized he could feel the vibration in his feet. The sound wasn't coming across the radio. It was transmitting through his boots on the elevator wall. The entire ship was vibrating. Holden placed his helmet against the wall to get a better sound, and the scream of the ship was almost deafening. It stopped after an endless minute with an ear-shattering bang.
Silence followed. "What the fuck?" Corin said under her breath. "Naomi? Bull? Anyone still on the line?" Holden yelled, thinking that whatever had happened had torn the ship apart. "Yeah," Bull said. "We're here." "What?" Holden started. "Mission change," Bull continued. "That sound was them slamming the brakes on the habitat drum. Catastrophic inertia change 2.0. There are a lot of people in that drum getting thrown around right now. Why would they do that? Just to stop the broadcast?" "Nope," Bull said with a tired sigh. He sounded like a man who'd just been informed he was going to have to pull a double shift. "It means they think we fortified the elevator shaft, and they're coming the other way." "We're on our way back," Holden said, gesturing at Corin to follow him. "Negative," Bull said. "If they get the laser back online here while Ashford's still sitting at that control panel, we lose. So what? We're supposed to get up there, break into the bridge, and shoot everyone while their guys are down there breaking into engineering and shooting all of you?" Bull's sigh sounded tired. "Yeah." Chapter 48. Bull. They came out of the maintenance shaft like an explosion. 4 black and red monsters in roughly human shape. Bull and the people he'd managed to gather opened fire as soon as they saw them. A dozen guns against a maelstrom. "Don't let them get to the reactor controls," Bull shouted. "Roger that," one of the Earthers said. "Any idea how we stop them, sir?" He didn't have one. He unloaded his pistol's clip with one hand, driving the mech backward across the deck with the other. One of the Martian Marines cut across overhead, rifle blazing. Small white marks appeared on the breastplate of the nearest attacker, like a child's thumbprints on a window. The man in powered armor reached the nearest workstation, ripped the crash couch out of the decking with one hand, and threw it like a massive baseball. The couch sang through the air and shattered against the bulkhead where it hit. If there had been anyone in its path, it would have been worse than a bullet. Bull kept backing up. When his clip ran out, he gave his full attention to driving the mech. The last of the attackers out of the shaft tried to leap across the room, but the armor's amplification made it more like a launch. The red and black blur careened off the far wall with a sound like a car wreck. "And that, Sergeant Verbinski," said across the radio, "is why we spend 6 months training before they put us in those things." He sounded amused. Good thing somebody was. Fighting in Null G complicated the tactics of a firefight, but the basic rules stayed the same. Hold territory, stay behind cover, have someone there to keep the other side busy when you had to move. The problem Bull saw almost at once was that they didn't have anything that would damage their opponents. The best they could do was make loud noises and trust the people in the battle armor to give in to their reflexive caution. It wouldn't win the war. Hell, it would barely postpone losing the battle. "Naomi," Bull said, "how are you doing back there?" "I can dump the core, power this whole bastard down." "Just give me 3 more minutes," she said. He could hear the focus and drive in her voice, the determination. It didn't count for shit. "That's not going to happen," he said. Just hold on." "They're coming back that way now," Bull said, "and there's not a goddamn thing we can do to stop them."
The 4 attackers bounced through engineering like grasshoppers, massive bodies crashing into walls and consoles, shearing off bits of the bulkhead where they scraped against it. At this point, their best hope was that the enemy force would beat itself to death against the walls. Bull pulled back toward the entryway to the drum, then took a position behind a crate and started firing at the enemy, trying to draw them toward him. If he could get the enemy out into the habitation drum, he might be able to close down the transition point and make the bastards dig back through. It might even give Naomi the minutes she needed. The people in power armor didn't seem to notice he was there. One caught a desk, the steel bending in the suit's glove, and started pulling hand over hand toward the reactor controls. "Can anybody stop that guy?" Bull asked. No one on the frequency answered. He sighed. "Naomi, you gotta leave now. Core's out. I can drop the grid too. Just a few more minutes. You don't have them. Come out now and I'll try to get you back in when things cool down. But you're no good to anyone dead," he said. The channel went quiet, and for a long moment he thought the belter had been caught, been killed. Then she came sailing out of the hallway, leading with her chin, her good arm, and hair streaming behind her like stabilizing fins.
The nearest of the people in power suits grabbed at her, but she was already gone, and they were too timid to try jumping after her. Bull saw another of the enemy struggling with something, a gun. The massive glove was too thick to fit through the weapon's trigger guard. As Bull watched, the enemy snapped the guard off and settled the gun in its fist, like a child's toy carried by a large man. Bull fired at it a few more times without much hope of doing damage. 4 Earthers shouted with one voice and launched themselves at the one with the gun. The attacker didn't fire, just swept one big metal arm through the air, scattering Bull's people like they were sparrows. His people were going to get killed, were getting killed, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. "Okay, kids," he said, "let's pack up and go home. It's getting too hot in here." "Bull!" Verbinski shouted, "watch your 6." Bull tried to swivel in the mech, but something hit him hard in the back. The magnetic feet creaked and lost their grip, and he was floating. The world all around began to shimmer gold and blue as his consciousness slipped away. He was aware distantly of a hand on his shoulder, slowing his fall, and he saw Naomi's face. Something had scraped her cheek, and she had a long bubble of blood clinging to her skin. He tried to turn and failed. That was right, no spine. He should have remembered that. "What?" he said. "They cut us off from the drum," Naomi said, and turned him so that his mech's feet could touch deck. The air was a debris field, twists of metal and shattered ceramic, sprays of blood slowly coalescing and growing larger like planets forming out of dust. Electricity arced from the ruins of a control panel, and the shattered glass floated in the tiny play of lightning. 2 of the people in power armor stood rooted by the passage to the transition point. One held a rifle by the barrel as a club. The other had pistols with the trigger guard snapped off in either hand. A third was flailing in the air just above the maintenance shaft that they'd arrived through, struggling to get purchase on something. The 4th was shuffling across the deck toward them, its movements deliberate and controlled to keep from kicking off into the air. "Elevator shaft airlock," Bull said. "Fall back." "Everyone," Naomi said into her hand terminal. "We're falling back to the elevator shaft on my go. Go!" Naomi pulled him around, then attached herself to his back and rescue hold and jumped. The enemy's guns opened fire. Bull caught a glimpse of a woman just as a bullet passed through her leg, saw the grimace on her face and the blood fountaining out of her. "I'm sorry," he thought. The wall of the elevator shaft airlock loomed up, and Naomi pushed off from him, landing on the bulkhead with the grace of a woman born to 0G. 2 more bodies came through the space, Martian Marines, both of them. He recognized the man called Juarez and the woman named Cass. Naomi slapped the controls, and the airlock doors began to collapse. Just as the opening seemed too narrow for a human form, 2 more came through, Sergeant Verbinski and a man from Bull's side of the security force schism. Bull's head was swimming. He felt like he'd just run 20 miles in the hot New Mexican sun. He clapped his hands together, less to command the attention of the people in the lock, and more to bring himself back to awareness. "That shaft's in vacuum," he said. "If that's the way we're going, we need to get suited up. Lockers are over there. Let's see what we've got to work with." A massive blow rang against the airlock door, then another. "Might want to hurry," he said. "You aren't going to fit," Verbinski said. "Not with that contraption." "Yeah," Bull said. "Okay. Come on, big boy," the sergeant said. "Let's get you out of that." "No," Bull wanted to say. "I'm all right." But Juarez and the other Marine were already shucking him out of his brace, then out of the mech that Sam had made for him. He was a cripple again. That wasn't true. He'd been crippled ever since the catastrophe. Now he just had 1 fewer tool. He'd worked with less. The banging on the airlock door was getting louder, more intense. Along with the impact, there was something that sounded like tearing. He imagined the powered armor picking up handfuls of steel between massive fingers and pulling back, ripping at the skin of the ship. He clambered over to his mech, his body flowing out behind him, useless as a kite. He popped open the storage and took what was left of his pistol's ammunition and his hand terminal. For a moment, he didn't recognize the flat black package that he took out next, and then he did. "If we're not staying, we'd best leave," Verbinski said. "Let's go," Bull said, pushing the grenades into the pouch on the EVA suit's thigh. Naomi cycled the door to the shaft. The sounds of the attack grew fainter and farther away as the air leaked out, and then the shaft was open below them. A full kilometer's fall to the trapped elevator, and then another past that to, what, Ashford? Certain death? Bull didn't know anymore what he was running from, or to. One by one they pushed off, pulling themselves through the vacuum. Verbinski and the security man, Naomi and the Marine, then Bull and Juarez. Without discussing it, they'd all paired off with someone who wasn't theirs. In Bull's sagging mind, that seemed important. Juarez, Verbinski said on the radio, and Bull was surprised to hear his voice. Sir, if you get a good shot, you think you could crack the visors on those suits? Your suit, maybe, Juarez said. I keep mine in pretty good condition. Do your best, Verbinski said. Bull felt it when the enemy force breached the airlock. He couldn't even say what it was exactly. Some little press of a shock wave, a whisper-thin breath of atmosphere. He looked down past his dead feet, and there was light at the bottom of the shaft where there shouldn't have been. There were probably about 1,000 safety measures slamming down in engineering right now. He hoped so. Far below, he saw a muzzle flash, but they were so far ahead, the bullet almost certainly hit the sides of the shaft and spent itself before it could reach them. Juarez turned, his rifle steadied between his feet. The man's face went calm and soft, and the rifle flashed silently. Got one, Verb, he said. And then, Sergeant? Verbinski didn't answer. He was still floating, skimming along the steel tracks that would guide the elevator, but his eyes were closed. His face was slack, and foam flecked his lips and nostrils. Bull hadn't even known the man was injured. Sergeant, Juarez yelled. He's gone, Cass said.
The rest of the trip to the elevator was a thing carved from nightmares. Bull's body kept drifting wildly behind him, and his lungs felt full and wet. He'd stopped coughing, though. He didn't know if that was a good thing. Just as they reached the elevator, a lucky shot from their pursuers took the security man in the back, blowing out his air supply. Bull watched the man die, but he didn't hear it. The hatchway Corin had burned through the elevator's base seemed too small to fit through, but he got one arm in, and Naomi pulled him the rest of the way. In the body of the elevator car, Juarez took a position firing down the hole at the pursuers. Bull didn't know how much ammunition the Marine had, but it had to be getting close to the end of his supply. Bull would have slouched against the wall if there had been any gravity. Instead, he shifted his suit radio to the channel for Naomi. "Give me a gun," she said before he could speak. "Give me something." "You keep going," he said. "Get to the top of the shaft. But maybe you can get the hatch open for them. Get into command. You can't access the controls from inside the shaft. In this piece of shit boat, you never know," Bull said. "Someone might have put a self-destruct button there. Wouldn't surprise me." "That's your plan B?" "I think we're pretty much on plan Z at this point," Bull said. "Anyway, you're the engineer. There's fuck all you can do here. And I heard you with Holden before. You might as well get to see him again. Not like it costs us anything." He watched her face as she decided. Fear, despair, regret, calm, in that order. Impressive woman. He wished he'd had a chance to know her better. And if she was able to ship with Jim Holden and love him, maybe he wasn't as bad as Bull thought either. "Thank you," she said, then turned and launched herself along the elevator shaft toward command and her lover. That was sweet, Bull thought. Juarez's rifle flashed again, and Bull shifted his radio frequencies to include the two Marines. "You two should go too. Head up top. See if you can storm the command." "You sure?" Cass said, her voice calm and professional. "We've got cover here. There won't be a better place farther up." "Yeah, pretty sure," Bull said. "What about you?" Juarez asked. "I'm staying here," Bull said. "Okay, bro," Juarez said. Then he and Cass were gone too. Bull thought about looking down through the shaft to see how close the enemy had come, but he didn't. Too much energy, and if he got shot in the eye at this point, well, that would just be sad. The little box of the elevator was a monochrome non-color, lit only by the backsplash from his own suit light. He took as deep a breath as he could. It was pretty shallow. He drew the grenades out from his pocket, one in either hand, and carefully dialed them down to the shortest fuse. So, he was going to die here. Not what he would have picked, but what the hell. It probably beat going back and having his spine grown back wrong. He'd seen guys who lived their whole lives in a drug haze fighting the pain of a bad regrowth. He hadn't really let himself think about that before. Now it was safe to. He tried to decide whether he regretted dying, but the truth was he was too fucking tired to care. And he couldn't breathe for crap. He was sorry he hadn't killed Ashford, but that wasn't new. He was sorry he couldn't avenge Sam or find out if Pa was alive, or whether Ashford would actually be able to destroy the ring. If he was sad about anything, it was that everything that was in motion now would keep on being in motion without him, and he'd never know how it went, never know if anything he'd done had made a difference. His hand terminal blinked. A connection request from Monica Stewart. He wondered for a moment what she wanted with him, and then remembered that Ashford had stopped the drum. Things had to be for shit in there. He routed the request to his suit. No pictures, but the voice connection would be enough. "Bull," the woman said, "we're being attacked up here. I think Anna's dead. What the hell's going on down there? How much longer?" "Well, we lost engineering," he said. He felt a pang about Anna, but it was just one of many at that point. Pretty much everyone in the attack party's dead now. Maybe 5 folks holed up in the elevator shaft, but the bad guys got the top and the bottom of that, so we're kinda screwed there. Managed to dump the core, but the grid's still up. It'll be enough to fire the laser. Ashford's guys are probably in engineering putting that back online, and I don't see we've got any damn way to stop him. "Oh my God," Monica breathed. "Yeah, it kinda sucks. What are you going to do about it?" A beam of light shone through the hatch in the floor. Tiny bits of dust and particulate metal glimmered in it like it was swirling in water. He watched it with a half smile on his face. It meant the bad guys were almost there, but it was pretty to look at. He remembered that Monica was on the line. She'd asked him something. "Yeah," Bull said. "So that thing where we power down the ship and save everyone? We're probably not going to do that." "You can't give up," she said. "Please, there has to be a way." Doesn't have to be, he thought, but didn't say. Anna thought there was a way. Where did that get her? But if there is, I hope one of you folks finds it. "How bad is it in there?" he asked. It's terrible. It's like the catastrophe happened all over again." "Yeah, I can see that," Bull said. "We can't go on," Monica said. "Oh God, what are we going to do?" The light got stronger, brighter. He couldn't see the dust motes anymore from the shine of the light. "Monica," Bull said, "look, I'm sorry, but I kinda gotta go now, okay? You folks just do your best. Hold it together in there, all right? And hey, if it all works out, yes? Tell Fred Johnson he fucking owes me one." He dropped the connection, unplugged his hand terminal. He took a grenade in each hand, his thumbs on the release bars. A head poked up through the hatch, then back down fast. When no one shot at it, the head came back more slowly. Bull smiled and nodded at it, welcoming. The opaque cowling went clear, and he saw Casimir staring at him. Bull grinned. Well, that was a pleasure, at least. A little treat on the way out. "Hey," Bull said, even though the man couldn't hear him. "Hold this for me." He tossed the 2 grenades and watched the man's expression as he understood what they were. Chapter 49. Anna. Anna returned to consciousness floating in a tangled knot with Oakju, the camera operator, 2 office chairs, and a potted ficus plant. Someone was setting off firecrackers in long strings. Someone else was shouting. Anna's vision was blurry, and she blinked and shook her head to clear it, which turned out to be a mistake, as shaking her head sent a spike of pain up her spine that nearly knocked her unconscious again. "What?" she tried to say, but it came out as a slushy blah sound. "Christ, Red, I thought you were cooked there," a familiar voice replied, rough but friendly. "Amos. I hated to think I broke my promise." Anna opened her eyes again, careful not to move her head. She was floating in the center of what had been the studio space. Oakju floated next to her, her foot tucked into Anna's armpit. Anna extricated her legs from the 2 office chairs they were twisted up in and pushed the ficus away from her face. More firecrackers went off in long staccato bursts. It took Anna's muddled brain a few seconds to realize the sound was gunfire. Across the room, Amos was leaning against the wall next to the front door, taking a magazine out of his gun and replacing it with the smooth motion of long practice. On the other side of the door, one of the UN soldiers they'd picked up was firing at someone outside.
Answering gunfire blew chunks of molded fiberglass out of the back wall just a few meters from where Anna floated. "If you aren't dead," Amos said, then paused to lean around the corner and fire off a short burst.
"Then you'll probably want to get out of the middle of the room," Oakchu, Anna said, tugging on the woman's arm. "Wake up, we need to move." Oakchu's arm flopped bonelessly when she pulled it, and the woman started slowly rotating in the air. Anna saw that her head was tilted at an acute angle to her shoulders, and her face was slack, and her eyes stared at nothing. Anna recoiled involuntarily, the lizard living at the base of her spine telling her to get away from the dead person as quickly as possible. She yelped and pushed against Oakchu's body with her feet, sending it and herself floating away in opposite directions. When she hit the wall, she grabbed onto an LED sconce and held on with all her strength. The pain in her neck and head was a constant percussive throb. The sounds of gunfire didn't stop. Amos and his small mixed band of defenders were firing out through every opening in the office space, several of which had been cut as gun ports. They were under attack. Ashford had sent his people to stop them. Anna's memories of the last few moments came back in a rush. The terrible screeching sound, being hurled sideways at the wall. Ashford must have shut down the drum to stop them so that his gunmen could finish them off. But if Oakchu had been killed as a result of the sudden stoppage, then that same effect would have been repeated dozens, maybe hundreds of times throughout the makeshift community on the behemoth. Ashford was willing to kill them all to get his own way. Anna felt a growing rage, and was glad that no one had thought to give her a gun. "Are we still broadcasting?" she yelled at Amos over the gunfire. "Dunno, Red. Monica's in the radio room." Anna pulled herself across the wall to the closet where they'd placed their broadcasting gear. The door was ajar, and she could see Monica floating inside, checking the equipment. The space wasn't large enough for both of them, so Anna just pushed the door open a little farther and said, "Are we still broadcasting? Can we get back on the air?" Monica gave a humorous laugh but didn't turn around. "I thought you were dead." "No, but Oakchu is. I think she broke her neck. I'll take the camera if you need me to." "Where's Clip?" Clip was helping Amos, and he was shot in the hip. He's bleeding out in a side office. Tilly is helping him. Anna pushed her way into the small room and put a hand on Monica's shoulder. "We have to get back on the air. We have to keep up the broadcast, or this is all for nothing. Tell me what to do." Monica laughed again, then turned around and swatted Anna's hand off of her arm. "What do you think is happening here? Ashford has men outside trying to break in and kill us. Bull and his people have lost the engine room, and Juarez says Bull's been killed. Who knows how many people he—" Anna planted her feet against the door jamb, grabbed Monica by the shoulders, and slammed the reporter up against the wall. "Does the broadcasting equipment still work?" She was amazed at how steady her voice sounded. It got banged around some, but does it work? "Yes," Monica said. It came out as a frightened squeak. "Get me on the channel the assault team was using and give me a headset," Anna said, then let go of Monica's shoulders. Monica did as she asked, moving quickly and only occasionally giving her a frightened look. "I've become frightening," Anna thought, tasting the idea and finding it less unpleasant than she'd expect. These were frightening times. "Fuck!" Amos yelled from the other room. When Anna looked out, she saw one of the young Martian officers floating in the middle of the room, spraying small globes of red blood into the air around him. Her friend Chris launched across the room by pushing off with his one good leg and grabbed the injured man with his one arm, then pulled him into cover. "We're running out of time," Anna said to Monica. "Work faster." Monica's reply was to hand her a headset with a microphone. "Hello? This is Anna Volovadov at Radio Free Slow Zone. Is anyone left on this channel?" Someone replied, but they were impossible to hear over the nearby gunfire. Anna turned the volume up to the maximum and said, "Repeat that, please." "We're here," James Holden said at deafening levels. "How many are left, and what's the situation?" "Well," Holden said, then paused and grunted as though exerting himself for several seconds. He sounded out of breath when he continued. "We're holed up in the port elevator shaft just outside the command deck airlock. There are 3 of us at this position. Bull and the remaining Marines are fighting the counter-assault team at a position further down the shaft. I have no idea how that's going."
We've run out of room to retreat, so unless someone decides to open the hatch and let us onto the bridge, we're sort of out of options." The last part of his sentence was almost drowned out by a massive wave of incoming gunfire in her office. Amos and his group were hunkered down, leaning against the reinforced armor they'd attached to the walls. The reports of the shots and the sound of bullets hitting metal was deafening. When the fire lessened, a pair of men in Behemoth's security armor rushed the room, spraying automatic weapons fire as they came. 2 of Amos's team were hit, and more globes of red flew into the air. Amos grabbed the second man through the door and yanked him up off his magnetic hold to the floor, then threw him at his partner. They tumbled off across the room together, and then Amos fired a long burst from his weapon into both as they spun. The air was filled with so many floating red orbs of various sizes that it became difficult to see. The rest of Amos' team opened fire, and whatever attack Ashford's people had launched was apparently driven back, as no more soldiers charged through the door. "Is there anything we can do?" Anna yelled at Holden. "Sounds to me like you're in some shit there yourself, preacher," Holden replied. His voice was weary, sad. "Unless you've got the bridge access controls nearby, I'd say you should concentrate on your own problems." More fire came through the offices, but it was sporadic. Amos had driven off their big attack, and now they were taking petulant pot shots. Monica was staring at her, waiting for her to issue another order. Somehow, she'd become the person in charge. "Set me to broadcast on the Radio Free Slow Zone feed," Anna said. In the end, talking was all she had to offer. Monica nodded at her and pointed a small camera at her face. "This is Anna Volovadov, broadcasting from the offices of Radio Free Slow Zone to anyone on the Behemoth that's still listening. We've failed to hold engineering, so our plan to shut down the reactor and get everyone back home is failing as well. We have people trapped in the external elevator shaft and they can't get onto the bridge. So please, if anyone listening to this can help, we need you. Everyone on this flotilla needs you. The people dying right outside your door need you. Most of all, the people we left behind on Earth and Mars and the Belt need you. If the captain does what he's planning, if he fires the laser at the ring, everyone back home will die too. Please, if you can hear me, help us." She stopped, and Monica put down the camera. "Think that will work?" Monica asked. Anna was about to say no when the Wallcom panel buzzed at her. A voice said, "How do you know that?" A young voice, female, sad. "Clarissa, what you said about destroying Earth if we attack the ring, how do you know that?" "Clarissa," Anna said, "where are you?" "I'm here, on the bridge. I'm in the security station. I was watching your broadcast. Can you open the door and let our people in?" "Yes." "Will you do that?" "How?" Clarissa repeated, her tone not changing at all. "Do you know what you said?" A man generally regarded as the instigator of 2 solar system-wide wars got all this information from a proto-molecule-created ghost that no one else can see. It wasn't a particularly compelling argument. James Holden got it while he was on the station.
"So he told you that this would happen," Clarissa said, her tone doubtful. "Yes. So how do you know?" "I don't, Claire," Anna said, appropriating Tilly's pet name to try and create a connection. "I don't know. But Holden believes it's true, and the consequences if he's right are too extreme to risk, so I'm taking it on faith." There was a long moment of silence. Then a male voice said, "Clarissa, who are you talking to in here?" It took Anna a moment to recognize it as Hector Cortez. She'd known he was on the bridge with Ashford, but somehow the reminder that he'd sided with the men who killed Bull was too much. She had to restrain herself from cursing at him. "Anna wants me to open the elevator airlock and let the other side into the bridge. She wants me to help stop Ashford from destroying the ring. She says it will kill everyone on Earth if we do." "Don't listen to her," Cortez said. "She's just afraid." "Afraid?" Anna yelled. "Do you hear those sounds, Hector? That's gunfire. Bullets are flying by even as we speak. You're locked away safe and snug on the command deck, planning to destroy something you don't understand, while I am risking gunshot wounds to stop you. Who's afraid here? You're afraid to make the necessary sacrifices to protect the people we've left behind. You're only thinking of yourself," he yelled back. Anna heard the sound of a door closing in the background. Someone had shut the door to the security station to keep the argument from being overheard. If it was Clarissa, that was a good sign. "Clarissa," Anna said, keeping her voice as calm as she could with the ongoing sounds of a gunfight behind her. "Claire, the people waiting outside the airlock door are going to be killed if you don't open it. They are trapped there. People are coming to kill them." "Don't change the subject," Cortez started. "It's Holden and Naomi out there," Anna continued, ignoring him. "And Bull is there too. Ashford will have them all killed." "They wouldn't be in danger if they hadn't attacked Ashford's rightful command," Cortez said. "That's 3 people who all made the choice to give you a second chance," Anna said. "Bull chose to protect you from the UN fleet's vengeance when he had no reason to. When I asked her, Naomi forgave you for almost killing her. Holden agreed not to hurt you in spite of the many provocations you gave him." "Those people are criminals," Cortez tried to say over the top of her, but she kept her voice level and continued. "These people, the people who forgive, who try to help others, the people who give their lives to save strangers, they're on the other side of that door, dying. I don't have to take that on faith. That's fact. That's happening right now." Anna paused, waiting for any sign Clarissa was listening. There was none. Even Cortez had stopped speaking. The comm station hissed faintly, the only sign it was still on. "Those are the people I'm asking you to help," Anna said. "The person I'm asking you to betray is a man who kills innocent people for expedience's sake. Forget Earth and the ring and everything else you'd have to take on faith. Ask yourself this: do you want to let Ashford kill Holden and Naomi? No faith. Just that simple question, Claire. Can you let them die? What choice did they make when the same question was asked of them about you?" Anna knew she was rambling, knew she was repeating herself, but she had to force herself to stop speaking anyway. She wasn't used to trying to save a person's soul without being able to see them, to measure the effect her words were having by their reaction. She kept trying to fill that empty space with more talking. "I don't like the idea of those people being killed any more than you do," Cortez said. He sounded sad, but committed to his position. "But there is the necessity for sacrifice. To sacrifice is literally to be made sacred." "Seriously?" Anna gave a humorous laugh. "We're going to do dueling etymology? What we are facing here is more than humanity is ready for," Cortez said. "You don't get to decide that, Hank," Anna said, stabbing at the radio as if it were the man. "Think about the people you're killing. Look at who you're working with, and tell me that in clear conscience you know you're doing the right thing." "Argument by association?" Cortez said. "Really? God's tools have always been flawed. We are a fallen people, but that we have the strength of will to do what we must, even in the face of mortal punishment, is what makes us moral beings. And you of all people—" The feed went silent for a moment. "Cortez?" Anna said. But when Cortez's voice came, he wasn't speaking to her. "Clarissa, what are you doing?" Clarissa sounded calm, almost half asleep. "I opened the doors." Chapter 50. Holden Naomi. Naomi had taken an access panel off the wall next to the command deck airlock. She'd crawled halfway inside, and only her belly and legs were visible. Holden had planted his mag boots next to the airlock's outer door and was awaiting instructions from her. Occasionally she'd ask him to try opening the door again, but every attempt so far had failed. Corin floated next to him, watching down the elevator shaft through her gun sights. They'd seen a quick flash of light down there a few minutes back that had set the bulkheads to vibrating. Something violent and explosive had happened. Holden, having now moved on to his second last stand of the day, had come to view the whole thing with a weird sense of humor. As far as places to die went, the small platform between the elevator shaft and the airlock was about as good as any. It was a niche in the wall of the shaft about 10 feet on a side. The floor, ceiling, and bulkheads were all the same ceramic steel of the ship's outer hull. The back wall was the airlock door. The front was empty space where the elevator would normally sit. At the very least, when Ashford's people came swarming up the shaft at them, the floor of the niche would offer some cover. Naomi scooted sideways a bit and kicked one leg. Holden could hear her over the radio as she grunted with the effort of grabbing something just out of reach.
Gotcha, she said in triumph. Okay, try it now. Holden hit the voice. No, Juarez said, waving his hands in a gesture of surrender. You just keep doing your thing. Warn me if I'm in the way. Doesn't solve our door problem, Naomi added, still with a tone of apology. Because he couldn't kiss her in an environment suit, Holden put an arm around her shoulder and hugged her to his side. I'm happy with you solving the about-to-be-ripped-to-pieces problem. Corin, who'd turned to look at the airlock when Naomi mentioned it, said, Open sesame, and the outer airlock door slid open. Holy shit, Holden said. Did you just magic that door open? The green cycle light was blinking, Corin replied. Did you do that? Holden said, turning to Naomi. Nope.
Then we should be careful. Holden handed his rifle and his remaining magazines to Juarez, then drew his sidearm. Juarez, when the inner door opens, you have the point. Cass nodded, and Naomi punched the cycle button. The outer door closed, and for 2 tense minutes, the air pressure equalized. Everyone, other than Naomi, was pointing a gun at the inner door when it finally opened. There was nothing on the other side but a short corridor that ended at another elevator, and a second hallway going left at the midway point. That's the one that leads to the bridge, Corin said. 5 meters long, 1.5 meters or so wide. There's a hatch, but it only closes and locks in the event of emergency decomp, or if someone in the security station hits the override. Then that's our first target, Holden said. Cass, when we go in, you break right and control the security station. Juarez, you go left and try to draw any return fire away from Cass. Corin and I will go right up the gut and try to get our hands on Ashford. If we put a gun to him, I think this ends immediately. Naomi, you stay here, but be ready to come running when we call. Taking control of the ship will be your bit. Pretty shitty plan, LT, Juarez said with a grin. You have a better one? Nope, so let's get it done. Juarez pulled the rifle to his shoulder and moved off down the corridor at a quick magnetic boot shuffle. Cass followed close behind, her hand on his back. Holden took third, with Corin bringing up the rear. Naomi waited by the elevator doors, clutching her tool case nervously. When they reached the junction, Juarez signaled the stop, then leaned around the corner. He pulled back and said, "Looks clear to the bridge entry point. When we go, go fast, stop for nothing. Maximum aggression wins the day here." After a round of assents from everyone, he counted down from 3, yelled, "Go, go, go," darted around the corner, and was immediately shot. It was so unexpected, Cass actually took a step back into Holden. Juarez screamed in pain and launched himself back into their hallway. Bullets slammed into the bulkheads and deck around him. After the long silence of vacuum in the elevator shaft, the sound of gunfire and bullet impacts was disorienting, deafening. Cass and Holden grabbed Juarez by his arms and pulled him around the corner out of the gunfire. With Cass covering the intersection, Holden checked Juarez over for injuries. He had gunshot wounds in his hip, upper arm, and foot. None looked instantly lethal, but together they'd bleed him out in short order. Holden pulled him back down the corridor to the airlock. He pointed at the emergency locker until Naomi followed his gesture and nodded. "Do what you can," he said, and moved back down the hallway to Cass. When he put his hand on her back to let her know he was there, she said, "Based on volume of fire, I'd guess 10 to 12 shooters, mostly light assault rifles and sidearms, 1 shotgun. That corridor is a kill box, no way through that." "Fuck," Holden yelled in frustration. The universe kept waiting until he was thoroughly beaten, then tossing him a nibble of hope only to yank it away again. "New plan?" Corin asked. "Shoot back, I guess," he said, then leaned partway around the corner and fired off 3 quick shots. He ducked back in time to avoid a fusillade that tore up the bulkhead behind him. When the shooting slowed, Cass launched herself across the opening to the other side. A risky move, but she made it without taking a hit, and started leaning out to lay down fire with her assault rifle. When they drove her back with return fire, Corin leaned around Holden and fired off a few shots. Before she could pull back out of the line of fire, a round went through the arm of her environment suit, blowing white padding and black sealing gel into the air. "Not hit, not hit," she yelled, and Cass leaned out to fire again to keep the defenders off balance. Holden looked back down the corridor, and Naomi was stripping Juarez out of his suit, spraying bandages on his open wounds as she went.
Another wave of fire drove Cass and Corin into cover. When it let up for a second, Holden leaned out and fired a few more shots. It was what people like them did, even when there was no chance. Chapter 51. Clarissa. "What the hell did you do?" Ashford shouted. His face was thick and purple. The rage pulled his lips back like a dog baring his teeth. Clarissa knew she should feel fear, should feel something. Instead, she shrugged the way she had when she was 14, and said it again. "I opened the doors." A man appeared in the hallway for a fraction of a second, and Ashford's men opened fire, driving him back. "I've got 5 in the corridor," one of Ashford's people said. He was looking at the security camera feed. 3 women, 2 men. One of them's Corin. I think Jim Holden's one of them. Ashford shook his head in disgust. "Why the fuck did you let them in here?" he said. His tone dripped acid. "I didn't kill them," Clarissa said. "So you don't get to." "She was in distress," Cortez said, moving himself between her and Ashford, shielding her with his body. "She misunderstood something I said. It wasn't an act of malice, Captain. The girl only—" "Someone shoot her," Ashford said. "No!" Cortez cried out. He sounded like someone was about to shoot him. The guard nearest them turned. The barrel of his gun seemed suddenly enormous, but when the sound of gunfire came, it wasn't from him. A shape, maybe a woman, maybe a man, flickered at the edge of the corridor to the bridge, and the staccato sound of gunfire filled the room. Clarissa, forgotten, pushed herself back through the doorway into the security office. Cortez followed her, his hands up around his ears to block the noise or a bullet or both. He put his hand on her shoulder as if to comfort her, but it only pushed her a little lower to the floor, him a little nearer the ceiling. "Oh," Cortez murmured, "I wish you hadn't done that. I wish you hadn't done that." Anna was still speaking on the security station monitor. Radio-free slow zone, soldiering on. There was a fresh crackle of gunfire from the bridge. Ashford shouted, "Take them out! Take them all out!" But as far as she could tell, the guards hadn't rushed the corridor. They didn't need to. Sooner or later, Holden and Naomi and whoever they had with them would run out of bullets, and then they'd die. Or Ashford and all his men would, and then Holden would kill them. Either way, she didn't see how it looked good for her, and that was fine. That was what she'd come here for. Except, you heard what she said? What Anna said? Anna Volovodov is seriously mistaken about what is happening here, Cortez said. It was a mistake letting her into the project in the first place. I knew I should have asked for Mohammed al-Mubi instead. Did you hear what she said? What are you talking about, child? She said if we attack the ring, it'll take action against the people on the other side, against everyone. She can't know that, Cortez said. It's just the sort of thing the enemy would say to trick us. It wasn't her, Clarissa said. Holden told her. The same James Holden who started a war by telling people things? Clarissa nodded. He'd started at least one war. He'd destroyed Protogen, and by doing so set up the dominoes that would eventually topple Mao Quick and her father. He'd done all of that, but he didn't lie. All those other things he did, he never lied once. Cortez opened his mouth to reply, his face already in a sneer. Before he could, the gunfire boomed again. She could feel Cortez flinch from it. The air was filling with the smell of spent gunpowder, and the air recyclers were moving into high particulate mode. She could hear the difference in the fans. Probably no one else on the bridge would have any idea what that meant. It would just be a slightly higher whirring to them. Cortez ran his fingers through his hair. "Stay out the way," he said. "When it's over, when he's done this, I can speak with Ashford."
Explain that you didn't mean to undermine him. It was a mistake. Hell forgive you. Clarissa bowed her head. Her mind was a mass of confusion, and the hunger and gunfire weren't doing anything to help. Jim Holden was out there in the corridor, the man she'd come so far to disgrace and destroy, and now she didn't want him dead. Her father was back on Earth, and she was about to save him and everyone else, or possibly destroy them all. She'd killed Ren, and there was nothing she could ever do that would make that right, not even die for him. She had been so certain. She'd given so much of herself. She'd given everything. And in the end, all she'd felt was empty and soiled. The money and the time and all of the people she could have been if she hadn't been worshipping at the altar of her family name had already been sacrificed. Now she had offered her life, except that after speaking to Anna, she wasn't sure that wouldn't be an empty sacrifice too. Her confusion and despair were like a buzzing in her ears, and the voice that rose out of it was peculiarly her own. Contempt and rage, and the one certainty she could hold to. "Who is Ashford to forgive me for anything?" she said. Cortez blinked at her, as if seeing her for the first time. "For that matter," she said, "who the hell are you?" She turned and kicked gently for the doorframe, leaving Cortez behind. Ashford and his men were all armed, all waiting for the next round of gunfire. Ashford, stretched out behind his control panel, pistol before him, slammed his palm against the controls. "Ruiz!" he shouted. His voice was hoarse. How many hours had they been waiting for this apocalypse to come? She could hear the strain in him. "Are we ready to fire? Tell me we're ready to fire!" The woman's voice came, shrill with fear. "Ready, sir. The grid is back online. The diagnostics are all green. It should work. Please don't kill me. Please." This was it then, and with an almost physical click, she knew how to fix it, if there was time. She put her tongue to the roof of her mouth and pressed, swirling in 2 gentle counterclockwise circles. The extra glands in her body leapt into life, as if they'd been waiting for her, and the world went white for a moment. She thought that she might have cried out in the first rush, but when she was back to herself, to better than herself, no one had reacted to her. They were all pointing their guns at the corridor, all drawn to the threat of James Holden, the way she had been herself. All except Ashford. He was letting go of his weapon, leaving the pistol to hang in the air while he keyed in the firing instructions. That was how long she had. It wasn't enough. Even high as a kite on battle drugs, she couldn't do what needed to be done before Ashford fired the laser. So he became step 1. She pulled both feet up to the doorframe and pushed out into the open air of the bridge. The air seemed viscous and thick, like water without the buoyancy. A woman ducked out of cover, firing toward Ashford, and Ashford's people returned fire, muzzles blooming flame that faded away to smoke and then bloomed again. She couldn't see the bullets, but the paths they made through the air persisted for a fraction of a second. Tunnels of nothing in nothing. She tucked her knees into her chest. She had almost reached Ashford. His finger was moving down, ready to touch the control screen, ready, perhaps, to fire the calm laser. She kicked out as hard as she could. The sensation of her muscles straining, ligaments and tendons pushed past their maximum working specifications, was a bright pain, but not entirely without joy. Her timing was only a little off. She didn't hit Ashford in the center of his body, but his shoulder and head. She felt the impact through her whole body, felt her jaw clicking shut from the blow. He slid back through the air away from the control panel, his eyes growing wider. 2 of the guards began to swing toward her, but she bent her body against the base of the crash couch and then unfolded, moving away. The guns flashed, one, then another, then 2 together, like watching lightning in a thunderstorm. Bullets flew, and she spun through the air, pulling her arms tight against her to make her spin faster, rifling herself. One of the women in the corridor leaned in, spraying gunfire through the room. A bullet caught one of the guards, and Clarissa watched as she moved toward the farthest wall. It was like seeing frames from an old movie. The woman in the corridor, the muzzle of her weapon alive with fire, then Clarissa turned. The guard, unmoved, but blood already splashing out from his neck, the little wave radiating through his skin out from the impact like the ripple of a stone dropped in a pond. Then she turned. The guard falling back, blood blooming out of him like a rose blossom. The same would happen to her, she knew. The drugs flowing through her blood, lighting her brain like a seizure, couldn't change the abilities of her flesh. She couldn't dodge a bullet if one found her. So, instead, she hoped that none would, and did what needed to be done. The access panel was open, the guts of the ship exposed. She grabbed the edge of the panel gently, slowing herself. Blood welled up from her palm where the metal cut into her. She didn't feel it as pain, just a kind of warmth, a message from her body that she could ignore. The brownout buffer sat behind an array control board.
She slid her hand down to it, her fingers caressing the pale-formed ceramic. The indicator glowed green. She took a breath, gripped the buffer, pushed it down, turned, and then pulled. The unit came loose in her hand. A gun went off. A scar appeared on the wall before her, bits of metal spinning out from it. They were shooting at her, or near her. It didn't matter. She flipped the unit end for end and reseated it. The buffer's indicator blinked red for a moment, then green, just the way Ren had showed her. Terrible design, she thought with a grin, and held down the buffer's reset. 2 more guns fired, the sound pushing against her eardrums like a blow. Time stuttered. She didn't know how long she'd been holding the reset, if she'd slipped it off and back on. She thought it should have gone by now, but time was so unreliable. The world stuttered again. She was crashing. The buffer's readout went red. Clarissa smiled and relaxed. She saw the cascading failure, as if she were the ship itself. One bad readout causing the next, the levels of failure rapid and incremental. The nervous system of the behemoth sensing a danger it couldn't define, doing what it could to be safe, or at least to be sure it didn't get worse, failing closed. She turned. Ashford stood on his couch, holding the restraint straps in one hand and pressing his feet into the gel. His mouth was a square gape of rage. 2 of his people had shifted to face her as well, their guns trained on her, their faces almost blank. Behind them all, far across the bridge, Cortez was framed by the security office doorway. His face was a mass of distress and surprise. He wasn't, she thought, a man who dealt well with the unexpected. Must be hard for him. She hadn't noticed before how much he looked like her own father. Something about the shape of their jaws, maybe? Or in their eyes. The lights flickered. She felt her body starting to shudder. It was over. For her, for all of them. The first twitch of the collapse pulled at her back like a cramp. A rising nausea came to her. She didn't care. I did it, Ren, she thought. You showed me how, and I did it. I think I just saved everyone. We did. Ashford caught his pistol out of the air and swung toward her. She heard his screaming like it was meat ripping. Behind him, Cortez was shouting, launching himself through the space. There was a contact taser in the old man's hand, and the grief on the old man's face was gratifying. It was good to know that on some level he cared what happened to her.
The lights flared once and went out as Ashford brought the barrel to bear on her. The emergency lighting didn't kick in. Everything was darkness, and then, for a moment, light, and then darkness. Chapter 52. Holden. Holden ejected his spent magazine and reached for a new one. His fingers hit only an empty space where he expected it to be. He hadn't been managing his ammo well. He'd wanted to keep at least 1 magazine in reserve. Corin was firing around him with her rifle. She had spare pistol ammo on her belt. Without asking, he started pulling magazines off her belt and putting them in his. She fired off a few more shots and waited for him to finish. It was that sort of fight. Cass was leaning around the corner firing. Answering bullets hit every place on her side of the corridor except where she was. Holden was about to shout at her to get back into cover when the lights went out. It wasn't just the lights. So many things about his physical situation changed all at once that his hindbrain couldn't keep up. It told him to be nauseated just in case he'd been poisoned. It was working with 50-million-year-old response algorithms. Holden collapsed to his knees with the nausea, the sudden appearance of gravity being one of the many changes. His knees banged against the floor because he was no longer wearing a heavy environment suit, which also meant he could smell the air. It had a vaguely swampy, sulfurous odor. His inner ear didn't report any Coriolis, so they weren't spinning. There were no engine sounds, so the behemoth wasn't under thrust. Holden fumbled at the ground around him. It felt like dirt. Damp soil, small rocks, something that felt like ground cover plants. "Oh, hey, sorry," a voice said. "Miller's." The light level came up with no visible source. Holden was kneeling naked on a wide plain of something that looked like a mix of moss and grass. It was as dark as a moonlit night, but no moons or stars shone overhead. In the distance, something like a forest was visible. Beyond that, mountains. Miller stood a few meters away, looking up at the sky.
still wearing his old gray suit and goofy hat. His hands were in his pockets, his jacket rumpling around them. "Where?" Holden started. "This planet was in the catalog. Most Earth-like one I could find. Thought it'd be calming. Am I here?" Miller laughed. Something in the timbre of his voice had changed since the last time Holden had spoken to him. He sounded serene, whole, vast. "Kid, I'm not even here." But we needed a place to talk, and this seemed nicer than a white void. "I've got processing power to spare now." Holden stood up, embarrassed to be naked even in a simulation, but without any way of changing it. But if this was a simulation, then that brought up other issues. Am I still in a gunfight? Miller turned, not quite facing him. I was in a gunfight before you grabbed me. If this is just a sim running in my brain, then does that mean I'm still in that gunfight? Am I floating in the air with my eyes rolled back or something? Miller looked chagrined. Maybe. Look, don't worry about it. This won't take long. Holden walked over to stand next to him, to look him in the eyes. Miller gave him his sad basset hound smile. His eyes glowed a bright electric blue. "We did it, though. We got under the power threshold?" "Did. And I talked the station into thinking you were essentially dirt and rocks." "Does that mean we saved the Earth?" "Well," Miller replied with a small belter shrug of the hands, "we also saved the Earth. Never was the big plan, but it's a nice bonus. Good that you care." "Oh," Miller said with that same vaguely frightening laugh. "I really don't. I mean, I remember being human. The simulation is good. But I remember caring without really caring, if you know what I mean." "Okay." "Oh, hey, look at this," Miller said, pointing at the black sky. Instantly, the sky was filled with glowing blue rings. The 1,000+ gates of the slow zone, orbiting around them like Alex's dandelion seeds, seen from the center of the flower. "Shazam," Miller said. As one, the gates shifted in color and became mirrors reflecting thousands of other solar systems. Holden could actually see the alien stars and the worlds whirring in orbit around them. He assumed that meant Miller was taking a little artistic license with his simulation. There was a croaking sound at his feet, and Holden looked down to see something that looked like a long-limbed frog, with grayish skin and no visible eyes. Its mouth was full of sharp-looking little teeth, and Holden became very aware of his bare toes just a few dozen centimeters from it. Without looking down, Miller kicked the frog thing away with his shoe. It blurred away across the field on its two long limbs. "The gates are all open out there?" Miller gave him a quizzical look. "You know," Holden continued, "in reality?" "What's reality?" Miller said, looking back up at the swirling gates and the night sky. "The place where I live? Yeah, fine. The gates are all open." "And are there invading fleets of monsters pouring through to kill us all?" "Not yet," Miller said, "which is kind of interesting in its own way." "I was joking." "I wasn't," Miller said. "It was a calculated risk, but it looks clear for now. We can go through those gates, though. We can go there." "Can," Miller said. "And knowing you, you will." For a moment, Holden forgot about Ashford, the behemoth, the deaths and the violence, and the 1,000 other things that had distracted him from where they really were. What they were really doing. What it all meant. He would live to see humanity spread to the stars. He and Naomi, their children, their children's children. Thousands of worlds, no procreation restrictions. A new golden age for the species. And the Nauvoo had made it happen, in a way. Fred could tell the Mormons. Maybe they'd stop suing him now. "Wow," he said. "Yeah, well, let's not get too happy," Miller said. "I keep warning you. Doors and corners, kid. That's where they get you. Humans are too fucking stupid to listen." "Well, you'll learn your lesson soon enough, and it's not my job to nursemaid the species through the next steps." Holden scuffed at the ground cover with his toe. When it was scraped, a clear fluid that smelled like honey seeped out. "This world was in the station's catalog," Miller had said. "I could live here someday." The thought was astounding. The sky shifted, and now all the ships that had been trapped around the station were visible. They drifted slowly away from each other. "You let them go?" "I didn't. Station's off lockdown," Miller said. And I've killed the security system permanently. No need for it. Just an accident waiting to happen when one of you monkeys sticks a finger where it doesn't belong. Is this Ashford cocksucker really thinking he can hurt the gates? And there are worlds like this on the other side of all those gates? Some of them, maybe. Who knows? Miller turned to face Holden, his blue eyes eerie and full of secrets. Someone fought a war here, kid. One that spanned this galaxy and maybe more. My team lost, and they're all gone now. A couple billion years gone. Who knows what's waiting on the other side of those doors? Well, find out, I guess, Holden replied, putting on a bold front but frightened in spite of himself. Doors and corners, Miller said again. Something in his voice told Holden it was the last warning. They looked up at the sky, watching the ship slowly drift away from them. Holden waited to see the first missiles fly, but it didn't happen. Everyone was playing nice. Maybe what had happened on the Behemoth had changed people. Maybe they'd take that change back to where they came from, infect others with it. It was a lot to hope for, but Holden was an unapologetic optimist. Give people the information they need. Trust them to do the right thing. He didn't know any other way to play it. Or maybe the ship's moving was just Miller playing with his simulation, and humanity hadn't learned a thing.
So, Holden said after a few minutes of quiet sky watching, thanks for the visit. I guess I'd better be getting back to my gunfight. Not done with you, Miller said. The tone was light, but the words were ominous. Okay. I wasn't built to fix shit humanity broke, Miller said. I didn't come here to open gates for you and get the lockdown to let you go. That's incidental. The thing that made me just builds roads, and now it's using me to find out what happened to the galaxy-spanning civilization that wanted the road. Why does that matter now if they're all gone? It doesn't, Miller said with a weary shrug. Not a bit. If you set the nav computer on the Rossi to take you somewhere and then fall over dead a second later, can the Rossi decide it doesn't matter anymore and just not go? No, Holden said, understanding and finding a sadness for this Miller construct he wouldn't have guessed was possible. We were supposed to connect with the network. We're just trying to do that. Doesn't matter that the network's gone. What came up off of Venus is dumb, kid. Just knows how to do one thing. It doesn't know how to investigate. But I do, and it had me. So I'm going to investigate even though none of the answers will mean fuck all to the universe at large. I understand, Holden said. Good luck, Miller. I said I'm not done with you. Holden took a step back, suddenly very frightened about where this might be going. What does that mean? It means, kid, that I'll need a ride. Holden was floating in free fall in an environment suit in absolute darkness. People were yelling. There was the sound of a gunshot, then silence, then an electric pop and a groan. Stop, someone yelled. Holden couldn't place the voice. Everyone stop shooting! Because someone was saying it with authority in their voice, people did. Holden fumbled with the controls on his wrist and his suit's light came on. The rest of his team quickly followed his example. Corin and Cass were still unhurt. Holden wondered how long in actual time his jaunt into the simulation had taken. My name is Hector Cortez, the stop-firing voice said. What's happening out there? Does anyone know? It's over, Holden yelled back, then let his body relax into a dead man's float in the corridor. He was so tired that it was a struggle to not just go to sleep right where he was. It's over. You can turn everything back on. Lights started coming on in the bridge as people took out hand terminals or emergency flashlights. Call Ruiz, Cortez said. Have her send a team up here to fix whatever Clarissa did. We need to get the ship's power back. People will be panicking in the habitation drum right now. And get a medical team up here. Holden wondered where Ashford was and why this Cortez guy was in charge. But he was saying all the right things, so Holden let it go. He pushed his way into the bridge, ready to help where he could, but keeping his hand near his pistol. Cass and Naomi traded places with Juarez, so Naomi could help with the repairs. Clarissa, formerly Melba, was floating near an open access panel, blood seeping out of a gunshot wound. Cortez was pressing an emergency bandage to it. Ashford floated across the room, his mouth slack and his muscles twitching.
Holden wondered if the captain was dead and then didn't care. Naomi, call down to the radio offices, see if they've got working comms. Find out about Anna and Monica and Amos. Try to raise the Rossi next. I really want to get the hell out of here. She nodded and started trying to make connections. Will she live? Holden asked the white-haired man tending to her. I think so, he replied. She did this, he added, waving a hand around to indicate the lack of lights and power. Huh, Holden said. I guess I'm glad we didn't space her. Chapter 53, Clarissa. She woke up in stages, aware of the discomfort before she knew what hurt. Aware that something was wrong before she could even begin to put together some kind of story, some frame that gave the loose, rattling toolbox of sensations any kind of meaning. Even when the most abstract parts of herself returned, her name, where she was, Clarissa was mostly aware that she was compromised, that something was wrong with her. The room was dirty, the air a few degrees too hot. She lay in the thin, sweat-stinking bed, an IV drip hanging above her. The significance of that took a long time to come to her. The bag hung there. She wasn't floating. There was gravity. She didn't know if it was spin or thrust, or even the calm pull of mass against mass that being on a planet brought. She didn't have the context to know. Only that it was nice to have weight again. It meant that something had gone right. Something was working. When she closed her eyes, she dreamed that she had killed Ren, that she'd hidden him inside her own body, and so she had to keep anyone from taking an imaging scan for fear they'd find him in her. It was a pleasure to wake up and remember that everyone already knew. Sometimes Tilly came, sat by her bed. She looked like she'd been crying. Clarissa wanted to ask what was wrong, but she didn't have the strength. Sometimes Anna was there. The doctor who checked on her was a beautiful old woman with eyes that had seen everything. Cortez never came. Sleeping and waking lost their edges, healing and being ill too. It was difficult, if not impossible, to draw a line between them. She woke once to voices, to the hated voice, to Holden. He was standing at the foot of her bed, his arms crossed on his chest. Naomi was next to him, and then the others. The pale one who looked like a truck driver, the brown one who looked like a school teacher. Amos and Alex. The crew of the Rocinante. The people she hadn't managed to kill. She was glad to see them. There is absolutely no way, Holden said. Look at her, Anna said. Clarissa craned her neck to see the woman standing behind her. The priest looked older, worn out, or maybe distilled, cooked down to something like her essence. She was beautiful too. Beautiful and terrible and uncompromising in her compassion. It was in her face. It made her hard to look at. She'll be killed. Alex, the school teacher, raised his hand. You mean she'll be tried in a court of law, with a lawyer, for killing a bunch of folks that we all pretty much know she killed? I did, Clarissa thought. Above her, Anna pressed her hands together. I mean, that's what I want to happen, Anna said. A trial, lawyers, justice. But I need someone to get her safely from here to the courts on Luna. With the evacuation starting, you have the only independent ship in the slow zone. You are the only crew that I trust to get her out safely. Naomi looked over at Holden. Clarissa couldn't read the woman's expression. I'm not taking her on my ship, Holden said. She tried to kill us. She almost did Naomi. She also saved you both, Anna said. I'm not sure being a decent human one time means I owe her something, Holden said. I'm not saying it does, Anna said. But if we don't treat her with the same sense of justice that we'd ask for ourselves... Look, Red, Amos said. Everybody in this room except maybe you and the captain has a flexible sense of morality. None of us got clean hands. That's not the point. This is a tactical thing, Alex agreed. It is, Holden said. It is, Naomi said. Pretend that she's not a danger in and of herself. Taking her on board, even just to transport her to a safe place, puts us at risk from 3 different legal systems, and our situation is already tenuous is a nice word. Clarissa reached up, took Anna's shirt between her fingers, tugging like a child at her mother. It's okay, she croaked. I understand. It's all right. How much? Anna asked. And then, off their blank looks, if it's just risk versus return, how much would it take to be worth it to you? More than you have, Holden said, but there was an apology in his tone. He didn't want to disappoint Anna, and he didn't want to do what she said. No way for him.
"What if I bought the Rocinante?" Anna said. "It's not for sale," Holden said. "Not from you. I know about your legal troubles. What if I bought the Rocinante from Mars, gave you the rights to it, free and clear?" "You're going to buy a warship?" Alex said. "Do churches get to do that?" "Sure," Holden said. "Do that, and I'll smuggle her out." Anna held up a finger, then pulled her hand terminal out of her pocket. Clarissa could see her hands were trembling. She tapped at the screen, and a few seconds later a familiar voice came from the box. "Annie," Tilly Fagan said, "where are you? I'm having cocktails with half a dozen very important people, and they're boring me to tears. The least you can do is come up and let them fawn over you for a while." "Tilly," Anna said, "you remember that really expensive favor you owe me? I know what it is." "I'm all ears," Tilly said. "I need you to buy the Rocinante from Mars and give it to Captain Holden." Tilly was silent. Clarissa could practically see the woman's eyebrows rising. It's the only way to take care of Clarissa. Tilly's exhalation could have been a sigh or laughter. "Sure, what the hell? I'll tell Robert to do it." "He will. It'll be less than I'd get in a divorce. Anything else, dear? Shall I change the Earth's orbit for you while I'm at it?" "No," Anna said. "That's plenty." "You're damn right it is. Get up here soon. Really, everyone's swooning over you, and it'll be much more amusing for me to watch them try to squeeze up next to you in person." "I will," Anna said. She put her hand terminal back in her pocket and took Clarissa's hand in her own. Her fingers were warm. "Well?" Holden's face had gone pale. He looked from Clarissa to Anna and back and blew out a long breath. He said. "Wow, okay. We may not be going home right away, though. Is that cool?" Clarissa held out her hand, astounded by its weight. It took them all a moment to understand what she was doing. Then Holden, the man she'd moved heaven and earth to humiliate and murder, took her hand. "Pleased to meet you," she croaked. They installed a medical restraint cuff to her ankle, set to sedate her on a signal from any of the crew, or if it detected any of the products of her artificial glands, or if she left the crew decks of the ship. It was 3 kilos of formed yellow plastic that clung to her leg like a barnacle. The transfer came during the memorial service. Captain Michio Pa, her face still bandaged from the fighting, spoke in glowing terms about Carlos Baca and Samantha Rosenberg and a dozen other names and commended their ashes to the void. Then each of the commanders of the other ships in the flotilla took their turns, standing before the cameras on the decks of their own ships, speaking a few words, moving on. No one mentioned Ashford, locked away and sedated. No one mentioned her. It was the last ceremony before the exodus, before the return. Clarissa watched it on her hand terminal when she wasn't looking at the screen that showed the shuttle's exterior view. The alien station was inert now. It didn't glow, didn't react, didn't read to the sensors as anything more than a huge slug of mixed metals and carbonate structures floating in the starless void. "They're not all going back, you know," Alex said. "The Martian team is planning to stay here, run surveys on all the gates, see what's on the other side." "I didn't know that," Clarissa said. "Yeah, this right now," the pilot said, gesturing toward the screen where a UN captain was speaking earnestly into the camera, her eyes hard as marbles and her jaw set against the sorrow of listing the names of the dead. "This is the still point. Before, this was all fear. After this, it'll all be greed. But this," he sighed, "well, it's a nice moment anyway." "It is," Clarissa said. "So, just to check, are you still planning to kill the captain? Because, you know, if you are, it seems like you at least owe us a warning." "I'm not," she said. "And if you were?" "I'd still say I wasn't, but I'm not." "Fair enough. Okay," Alex said from the back. "Are we there yet?" "Just about to knock," Alex said. He tapped on the control panel, and on the screen, the Rocinante's exterior lights came on. The ship glowed gold and silver in the blackness, like seeing a whole city from above. "Okay, folks, we're home." Clarissa's bunk was larger than her quarters in the Cerecae, smaller than the one from the Prince. She wasn't sharing it with anyone, though. It was hers as much as anything was.
All she had for clothing was a jumpsuit with the name Tachi imprinted in the weave. All her toiletries were the standard ship issue. Nothing was hers. Nothing was her. She kept to her room, going out to the galley and the head when she needed to. It wasn't fear, exactly, so much as the sense of wanting to stay out of the way. It wasn't her ship. It was theirs. She wasn't one of them, and she didn't deserve to be. She was a paid passenger, and not a fare they'd even wanted. The awareness of that weighed on her. Over time, the bunk began to feel more like her cell on the behemoth than anything else. That was enough to drive her out a little. Only a little, though. She'd seen the galley before in simulations when she'd been planning how to destroy it, where to place her override. It looked different in person. Not smaller or larger exactly, but different. The crew moved through the space, going from one place to another, passing through in the way she couldn't. They ate their meals and had their meetings, ignoring her like she was a ghost, like she'd already lost her place in the world. "Well," Holden said, his voice grim, "we have a major problem. We're out of coffee." "We still got beer," Amos said. "Yes," Holden said, "but beer is not coffee. I've put in a request with the behemoth, but I haven't heard back, and I can't see going into the vast and unknown void without coffee." Alex looked over at Clarissa and grinned. "The captain doesn't like the fake coffee the Rossi makes," he said. "Gives him gas." Clarissa didn't answer. She wasn't sure she was supposed to. "It does not," Holden said. "That was one time." "More than once, Captain," Amos said. "And no offense, but it does smell like a squirrel crawled up your ass and died there." "Okay," Holden said. "You've got no room to complain. As I recall, I was the one who cleaned your bunk after that experiment with vodka goulash." "He's got a point," Alex said. "That was damn nasty. I just about shat out my intestinal lining. That's true," Amos said, his expression philosophical. "But I'd still put that against the captain's coffee farts." Alex made a fake gagging noise, and Amos buzzed his lips against his palm, making a rude sound. Naomi looked from one to the other like she didn't know whether to laugh or smack them. "I don't get gas," Holden said. "I just like the taste of real coffee better." Naomi put her hand on Clarissa's forearm and leaned close. Her smile was gentle and unexpected. "Have I mentioned how nice it is to have another woman on the ship?" she asked. It was a joke. Clarissa understood that. But it was a joke that included her, and her tears surprised her. "I appreciate your saying all that about Bull," a man's voice said. Clarissa, moving through the ship, didn't recognize it. An unfamiliar voice in a spaceship caught the attention like a strange sound in her bedroom. She paused. "He was a friend for a lot of years, and I'll miss him." She shifted, angled back toward the other crew cabins. Holden's door was open, and he sat in his crash couch looking up at his monitor. Instead of the tactical display of the ships, the stations, the rings, a man's face dominated the screen. She recognized Fred Johnson, traitor to Earth and head of the Outer Planets Alliance, the butcher of Anderson Station. He looked old, his hair almost all gone to white and his eyes the yellow color of old ivory. "I asked a lot from him," the recording went on. "He gave a lot back to me. It got me thinking. I have a bad habit, Captain, of asking more than people can give sometimes, of demanding more than I can fairly expect."
"I'm wondering if I might have done something like that with you." "Gee, you think?" Holden said to the screen, though as far as she could see, he wasn't recording. "If I did, I apologize. Just between us. One commander to another. I regret some of the decisions I've made. I figure you can relate to that in your own way. I've decided to keep the behemoth in place. We're sending out soil and supplies to start farming on the drum. It does mean the Opaz military fleet just lost its big kahuna, but it looks like we've got 1,000 planets opening up for exploration, and having the only gas station on the turnpike is too sweet a position to walk away from. If you and your crew want to help out with the effort, escort some ships from Ganymede out to the ring, there might be a few contracts in it for you. So that's the official part. Talk about it with the others, and let me know what decisions you come to." Fred Johnson nodded once to the camera, and the screen fell to the blue emptiness and split circle of the Opaz default. Holden looked over his shoulder. She saw him see her. "Hey," she said. "Hey." They were silent for a moment. She didn't know what to say. She wanted to apologize too, to walk down the path Fred Johnson had just showed her, but she couldn't quite. She waited to see whether Holden would reach out to her. When he didn't, she pulled herself back down toward the crew quarters. Her stomach felt tight and uncomfortable. They weren't friends. They wouldn't be, because some things couldn't be made right. She'd have to be okay with that. Amos smelled of solvent and sweat. Of all the crew, he was the one most like the people she knew, Soledad and Stawny, and Wren. He came into the galley with a welding rig on, the mask pushed up over his forehead. He smiled when he saw her. "You did a number on the place," Amos said. She knew that if the occasion arose, he would be perfectly willing to kill her. But until that moment, he'd be jovial and casual. That counted for more than she'd expected. I mean, you had a salvage mech. Those are pretty much built for peeling steel. "I didn't, at the end," she said. "It ran out of power. The locker in the airlock was all me." "Really?" he said. "Yeah." "Well," he said, pulling a bulb of the fake coffee from the machine and drifting over to the table, "that was pretty impressive then." She imagined him working, the mask down to hide his face, the sparks, the flickering of his great hunched shadow. Hephaestus, the smith of the gods, laboring in his underworld. It was the kind of association Clarissa Mao would make. Melba Coe would only have thought about the temperature of the arc, the composition of the plates he was fusing together. She could have both of those thoughts, but neither were really hers. She was on the float now. Later, when the ship was underway and thrust gravity pinned her to the deck, she'd still be on the float. Her world had been constructed around stories about who she was. Jules Pierre's daughter, Julie Mao's sister, the crew lead on the Cerezier, instrument of her father's vengeance. Now she was no one. She was a piece of baggage on her old enemy's ship, going from one prison to another, and she didn't even resent it. The last time she'd felt this nameless, she'd probably been in an amniotic sac. "What's the problem?" "You said I really did a number on something. What's the problem?" "Deck hatch between the machine shop and here gets stuck, ever since you crumpled it up. Bind's about half open." "Did you check the retracting arm?" Amos turned to her, frowning. She shrugged. "Sometimes these door actuators put on an uneven load when they start to burn out. We probably swapped out 4 or 5 of them on the trip out here." "Yeah?" "Just a thought," she said. And then a moment later, "When we get back to Luna, they're going to kill me, aren't they?" "If you're lucky, yeah. UN still has the death penalty on the books, but they don't use it much. I figure you'll be living in a tiny cell for the rest of your life. If it was me, I'd prefer a bullet." "How long until we get there?" "About 5 weeks." They were silent for a moment. "I'll miss this place," she said. Amos shrugged. "Actuator arm, huh? Worth checking. You want to help me take a look?" "I can't," she said, gesturing at the clamp on her leg. "Shit, I can reprogram that. Least enough to get you down to the machine shop. We'll grab you a tool belt, Peaches. Let's crack that thing open." An hour later, she was running her hand over the frame of the door, looking for the telltale scrape of binding sites. This was me, she thought. I broke it. "What you think, Peaches?" Amos asked from behind her. "Feels good to fix something," she said. Epilogue. Anna sat in the observation lounge of the Thomas Prince and looked out at the stars. The lounge was a dome-shaped room where every flat surface was a high-definition screen displaying a 360-degree view of the outside. To Anna, sitting in it felt like flying through space on a park bench. It had become her favorite place on the ship, with the stars burning in their bright, steady colors, no atmosphere to make them twinkle. They felt so close now, like she could reach out and touch them. Her hand terminal beeped at her to remind her that she was in the middle of recording a video message. She deleted the time she'd spent looking at the stars and started the recording again. So, that letter from the conference bishop turned out to be a request for a formal meeting. Apparently, some people have complained about me. Probably Ashford, neck deep in his own legal problems with the OPA and still finding time to make trouble for everyone else. But don't worry about it. They'll ask, I'll answer. I've got pretty good reasons for everything I did. I have lots of offers of support from people I worked with on the fleet. I probably won't need them. Speaking of which, I've invited my friend Tilly Fagan to come visit us in Moscow. She's abrasive and cranky and has no social filters at all. You'll love her. She can't wait to meet Nami.
Anna paused to attach a picture she'd taken of Tilly to the message. Tilly was looking at the camera through narrowed eyes, just seconds from telling Anna to get that fucking thing out of my face. She held a cigarette in one hand, her other was pointing accusingly. It was not the nicest picture of Tilly she had, but it was the most accurate. Speaking of Nami, thank you so much for the videos you sent. I can't believe how enormous she's gotten, and crawling around in full gravity like she was born to it. She'll be walking again in no time. Thank you for taking her home. Sometimes I wish I'd just gone with you. Most of the time, actually. But then I think about all the things I did inside the ring, and I wonder if any of it would have turned out as well if I hadn't helped. It seems arrogant to think that way, but I also believe that God nudges people toward the places they need to be. Maybe I was needed. I still plan on being very contrite when I get back. You, the bishop, Nami, my family, I have a lot of apologizing to do. As clear as if she'd been in the room, Anna heard Nono say, "You never ask for permission, you just apologize later." She laughed until her eyes watered. She wiped them and said to the camera, "You're still here, Nono, still in my head, but I'd trade anything to have you hold me." The prince will take another month to get back. It's an eternity. I love you. She picked up the pillow she'd brought with her and held it tight to her chest. This is you and Nami. This is both of you. I love you both so much. She killed the recording and sent it off, winging ahead of the prince to Nono at the speed of light. Still too slow. She wiped away the tears that had accumulated at the corners of her eyes. Outside, a flare of white light lit the sky, a line of fire a few centimeters long. Another ship in the flotilla, returning home. One of the prince's escort ships, to be so close. Finally going back, but without many of the sailors she'd brought to the ring.
Families would be waiting for her to bring their loved ones home, only to receive flags, posthumous medals, letters of sympathy. It wouldn't be enough to fill the holes those lost people left in their lives. It was never enough. But the ships from Earth, Mars, and the various stations of the outer planets were going home, and they were bringing news of the greatest opportunity humanity had ever been offered. In the midst of all the sadness and tragedy, hope. Would Nami spend her life at one of those points of light she could see right now? It was possible. Her baby had been born into a world where her parents couldn't afford to give her a sibling, where she'd have to work 2 years just to prove to the government she was worth receiving an education, where resources were rapidly diminishing, and the battle to keep the waste from piling up used more and more of what was left. But she'd grow up in a world without limits, where a short trip took you to one of the stars and the bounty of worlds circling them, where what job you did or what education you pursued or how many children you had was your choice, not a government mandate. It was dizzying to think of. Someone walked into the lounge behind her, their footsteps clicking. "Tilly, I just started, but stopped when she turned around and saw Hector Cortez. Dr. Volovadovov," he said, his tone a mild apology. "Dr. Cortez," she replied. The renewed formality between them seemed silly to Anna, but Hector insisted on it. "Please, sit." She patted the bench next to her. "I hope I'm not disturbing you," he said, sitting and staring out at the stars, not looking at her. He didn't look her in the eye anymore, not at all, just recording a message home. They sat silently for a few moments, watching the stars. "Esteban lost," Cortez said, as if they'd been talking about that all along. "I don't—" "Oh, the Secretary General. He did? Nancy Gao is the new SG. You can see Christian Avasarala's fingerprints all over that one." "Who?" Cortez laughed. It sounded genuine, a nice loud rumble coming up from his belly. "Oh, she would love to hear you say that. Who is she?" "She's the politician no one has ever voted for, that runs the UN like her own personal fiefdom and keeps her name out of the press. The fact that she controls your home government and you've never heard of her means she's very, very good." "Oh," Anna said. She was not a political creature. She felt that politics was the second most evil thing humanity had ever invented, just after lutefisk. There was another long silence. Anna wondered where Tilly was, and if she'd show up and rescue her from the awkwardness of the moment. "You backed the right horse," Cortez finally said. "I picked a bad one. I hope you won't hold that against me. I've grown to respect you a great deal, in spite of our differences.
I wouldn't like it if you hated me. I don't, Hector, Anna said, taking his hand in both of hers and squeezing it. Not at all. It was terrible, what we all went through. We all made bad decisions because we were afraid. But you're a good man. I believe that. Cortez gave her a grateful smile and patted her hand. Anna nodded her head at the star field splashed across the wall. So many stars, she said. Some of them might be ours someday. I wonder, Hector replied, his voice low and sad. I wonder if we should have them. God gave man the earth. He never promised him the stars. I wonder if hell will follow us out there. Anna squeezed his hand again, and then let it go. The God I believe in is bigger than all of this. Nothing we ever learn can be an attack on him as long as that's true. Cortez gave a non-committal grunt. I want her to have them, she said, pointing at the spray of light around her. My little Nami, I want her to have all of that someday. Whatever she finds out there, Cortez said, just remember it's the future you chose for her. His words were full of hope and threat, like the